Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Bang, bang, bang. Open up. You fraud. This place is a scam. The furious pounding on the wooden door echoed through the small clinic, rattling the frame with each strike. Inside, Changqing stirred from sleep. Groggy and disoriented, he blinked at the unfamiliar room filled with the scent of herbs. Cabinets lined the walls, stuffed with acupuncture needles, surgical blades, dried roots, and tinctures. Where am I? Just as he sat up, a rush of foreign memories surged into his mind, splitting his head with searing pain. Clutching his temples, he gritted his teeth until the wave passed. Daong Dynasty, Qingzhou City, Tianming Medical Clinic. As clarity returned, Changqing drew in a slow breath. He had transmigrated from a 21st century Earth to a brutal world dominated by martial might. And his new identity? On the surface, a humble physician running a clinic. In truth, a secret handler of assassins, running a covert killer organization from behind the mask of a healer. Once this place had been infamous in the underworld, but recent high-risk missions and a government crackdown wiped out the assassin network. The clinic now barely stayed afloat on legitimate patients. Worse, a profiteering rival across the street, one boss Zhu, had opened a competing clinic, Yuantang, and regularly sent thugs to sabotage Changqing's business. The previous owner had tolerated it all to avoid attention. But to Changqing, letting someone trample over you wasn't patience, it was cowardice. Bang, bang, open this damn door before I break it down. The shouts continued. Changqing's patience snapped. He stood, rolled his neck, and stormed to the entrance. With one swift motion, he flung the door open. Outside stood a burly, bald man leaning on a crutch. Li Zhuang, a local brute who had visited the clinic days ago with a minor leg wound. It should have healed by now. Clearly, this was an act. You finally dare show your face, Li Zhuang sneered. What do you want? Changqing's voice was calm, but carried a dangerous undertone. You ruined my leg, you charlatan. Li Zhuang shouted. Pay up, or I'll report you for malpractice. Everyone, come see this quack selling poison. His performance drew a small crowd. TCH, fake medicine. I heard his prices are cheap, but I wouldn't risk it. Didn't he cure old Wang's shattered wrist for just a few coppers? The murmurs swirled in the air. Changqing's eyes narrowed. This wasn't a complaint, it was sabotage. A stage performance to discredit him. If you want peace, Li Zhuang leaned in with a greasy smile. 3,000 taels. Pay up, and I'll let this slide. Changqing stared at him for a moment, then slowly raised his right hand. How about this number? 5 fingers. Li Zhuang grinned wider. 5,000? Good. Slap. A thunderous palm struck his face, sending him stumbling. Before he could react, smack, smack. 2 more came. His face turned bright red, swelling with each hit. The crowd gasped. The quiet doctor struck someone? You bastard. Li Zhuang roared and swung his crutch. But Changqing moved first. Crack. A ruthless kick smashed between Li Zhuang's legs. The sound was sickening. The brute collapsed with a strangled scream. Why you destroyed me? He wailed, curled on the ground like a wounded dog. You accuse me of ruining your leg. Now it really needs healing. Changqing said coldly, grinding his boot into Li Zhuang's knee. Suddenly, a surge of internal energy erupted from Changqing. The crowd's expressions changed. Yuan Jin, he's a martial artist. Incredible. He's definitely at the peak of the acquired realm. Such strength, such poise. No way someone like him is a fraud. With the tide of opinion shifting, Li Zhuang's arrogance dissolved into terror. Young master, please. I was wrong. I was blind. He would himself on the spot. Changqing's voice remained calm. If apologies fixed everything, there'd be no need for force. Crack! A scream tore through the street as Gu Changqing dislocated Li Zhuang's leg and kicked him aside like garbage. The crowd watched in stunned silence as he turned and walked back into the clinic, calm as a mountain. This was no ordinary physician. This was someone dangerous. Inside, as he crossed the threshold, a strange voice echoed in his mind. Ding! System successfully activated. Host binding complete. A chill crept down Gu Changqing's spine. A system? This world was about to change. A mechanical voice echoed inside Gu Changqing's mind, freezing him in place. For a split second, his heart skipped a beat. Then his lips curled in a grin. As expected, a golden finger. As a transmigrator, he knew what this meant. The system was his key to survival and power. Click-clack. He locked the clinic door behind him with swift precision, ensuring no one would disturb him. Then, he turned his attention inward to examine the system interface. Zerg editing system. Host, Gu Changqing. Cultivation. Peak of the acquired realm. Energy, 0. Monsters, 0. Edit formula. Zerg plus human blood plus item equals monster. Gu Changqing quickly scanned the system panel. It was simple, brutal, and elegant. Collect 3 components and synthesize them into a custom-made beast. Energy could be harvested by absorbing spiritual items or through killing. But what can a tiny insect even do? His gaze wandered across the dusty corners of the clinic, landing on a spider quietly spinning a web. He stepped forward, cupped it in his hand. You'll do. With 1 component secured, he crouched by the medicine cabinet, unlocking a hidden compartment beneath it. Inside, rows of glinting weaponry. Poison darts, narrow blades, spring-loaded sleeve arrows, standard tools for an assassin's trade. His hand hovered for a moment, then landed on a slender black dagger. Small, but lethal, made of nether-devouring iron, laced with cold poison. Deadly, durable, and spiritually reactive. He bit his fingertip, squeezing out a single drop of blood. System. Begin editing. Materials detected. Spider, human blood, nether iron dagger. First time edit, energy cost wave. Proceed with synthesis. Gu Changqing smirked. Do it. A faint glow emerged as the materials vanished. A projection screen hovered in the air, showing 3 slots now filled. At the center, a single pulsating synthesize button. He pressed it. Synthesis successful. Congratulations. You have created your first Zerg monster. Please assign a name. Gu Changqing thought for a second. Shadow Spider. Shadow Spider. ID 001. Level Beginner. Power Chi Condensation Realm. Skills Deadly Fangs. Talents Poison Immunity Form Shift. Next upgrade 100 Energy. 2 illustrations appeared. One showed a metallic, black spider with gleaming legs and jagged fangs. The other revealed its alternate form, something far more sinister. A humanoid female monster with sinuous curves, blade-like fingers, and 6 spider limbs arching from her back. A twisted, alluring terror. A humanoid transformation? Gu Changqing muttered, stunned. That's unexpected. She was deadly, beautiful, unnatural, and she was his. Tip: higher quality materials yield stronger monsters. Weak monsters can still be enhanced with energy. Gu Changqing nodded. So trash in, trash out, unless I pay for upgrades. Got it. Just then, a knock sounded on the door. Low, rhythmic, deliberate. A code. Gu Changqing approached cautiously. Who is it? Dr. Gu, it's me. Changqing. We met before. His mind flipped through the host's memories. Changqing, black market fixer, assassin broker, middleman for blood money. Gu opened the door. A short, wiry man stood outside, wearing a forced smile. I'm not seeing patients today, Gu said flatly. Changqing chuckled, pushing inside. Oh, come now. I'm not here for a cure. Once inside, Changqing scanned the room, making sure they were alone. Only then did his tone grow serious. I've got a job. Dirty one. Interested? Not particularly. Gu Changqing's reply was blunt, but his tone held caution. With people like Changqing, A wrong move could mean death, or worse. You shouldn't be so quick to refuse. Chun Kuei stepped closer, voice low. You and I both know Tianming Clinic's not what it used to be. This job's a chance to bounce back. He leaned in. 10,000 taels of silver. Gu's eyes flickered. That was no small amount. It could fund dozens of monster edits. Chun Kuei smirked. Win-win. You take the job, I get my cut, and you rebuild your killer empire. Gu Changqing folded his arms. Who's the target? Someone in the Qi condensation realm. A merchant, but he's got 8 bodyguards. One of them is in the acquired realm. Chun Kuei's smile faded slightly. That's all I can say unless you accept. Gu was silent. It was risky. With no human assassins at his command, this would fall entirely on him and his shadow spider. But 10,000 taels. With that money, he could begin mass-producing monsters. Fine, I'll take the job. Chun Kuei's grin returned. Excellent. He pulled out a folded slip of parchment. Target details. Read it. As Gu Changqing opened it, Chun Kuei added with a sly grin. You're in luck. The target lives just next door. Gu's brow rose. Next door. He looked down at the parchment. A name, a sketch, and an address directly across the street. This piece of paper is obviously an assassination mission list. It contains detailed information about the target person, and the first thing that catches the eye is a portrait of a middle-aged man. He has a fat head, big ears, squinty eyes, a black mole on his left cheek, and a sarcastic look. This fat guy, isn't he Boss Zhu from Yuantang? Gu Changqing looked at the portrait and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It's true that enemies often meet in a narrow road. This fat pig had sent people to the clinic to cause trouble early in the morning, but now he came here on his own and could make him a fortune. This is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly read the contents on the paper. Pray, Zhu Dafu. Age, 38. Strength, Qi condensation. Identity, owner of Yuantang. Fighters, 8. One of whom is a postnatal martial artist. Location, Qingzhou City, Daon Dynasty. Reward, 10,000 silver taels. Mission duration, 7 days. In addition, the information even revealed some of Zhu Dafu's shady businesses. In addition to selling fake drugs, this unscrupulous businessman also secretly engages in child trafficking and provides alternative services specifically for wealthy businessmen with perverted fetishes. What a beast! Gu Changqing's eyes turned cold. Getting rid of this kind of scum is also considered as getting rid of harm to the people. Boss Gu, since you have accepted the task, I have to say something ugly in advance. Chun Kuei said solemnly with a serious face. According to the industry rules, if the task is not completed within the deadline, you must pay 3 times the penalty. Gu Changqing couldn't help but glance at the other person. The agent's calculations were quite clever. Regardless of whether the mission was successful or not, this shady job was a sure win. After the matter is completed, I will come here in person to settle the reward. After Chun Kuei finished speaking, he turned around and left the clinic, even hoping in his heart that Gu Changqing would fail in his mission. In this way, the triple profit can be even higher. The clinic fell into silence for a moment. Gu Changqing sat in the chair, secretly thinking about his next plan. Although the Shadow Spider's abilities are unique, it is, after all, only an entry-level monster in the Qi condensation realm. Before carrying out the mission, it is necessary to clearly investigate the security forces around Zhu Dafu without any mistakes. As the thought came to his mind, Gu Changqing suddenly summoned the Shadow Spider from a system space. Hiss! There was a flash of light, and the Shadow Spider fell to the ground, dragging a strand of silk. Action! At the command, the Shadow Spider quickly crawled out of the window and crawled quickly along the wall towards the Yuan Hall. Ding! The Shadow Spider is detected to be out of the host's sight. Do you want to enable shared perception? Gu Changqing responded subconsciously, yes. In an instant, his consciousness suddenly merged with the Shadow Spider's. The scene in front of me instantly switched to the scene in Shadow Spider's vision. Even the hustle and bustle of the street echoed in my ears, as if I were there. Not bad. Gu Changqing closed his eyes and felt all the sensations coming from the shadow spider, secretly praising it in his heart. With this ability, whether it is reconnaissance or assassination, you will have a great advantage. Yuantang and Tianming Medical Clinic are located on the same street. After a distance of about several hundred meters, the shadow spider quickly arrived at its destination. As soon as I approached the window, I heard angry curses coming from inside Yuan Hall. "You useless thing! I asked you to ruin the reputation of that guy's clinic, but you ended up breaking a leg. You can't even handle such a small matter, and you still want to ask me for work injury compensation? Are you looking for death? Boss Zhu, you didn't tell me in advance that Changqing was a postnatal warrior. What's wrong with a postnatal warrior? I have one among my men." The shadow spider crawled in through the gap in the window and peeked into the store. At this time, Zhu Dafu was so angry that his face turned red, and he pointed at Li Zhuang's nose and cursed. Li Zhuang had a sad face and wanted to die. "My eggs are shattered, my legs are broken, and now I can't even get the compensation for my work injury. Changqing, huh? You're hiding really well. You dare to steal my business in my territory. If I don't teach you a lesson, I won't be named Zhu." Zhu Dafu's eyes were vicious, and the fat on his face kept shaking as he roared. "Luo Hu, bring your men to smash that shabby store tonight. This time, not only will we make it impossible for that guy to do business, we will also make him disappear." Zhu Dafu took out a bulging cloth bag and handed it to the tall and strong man next to him. Luo Hu caught it and opened it casually, only to see that there were more than a dozen emerald green spirit stones in the bag. Although they were all low-grade spirit stones, they were extremely rare cultivation resources for a casual martial artist like him. "Thank you, boss. I know what to do." Luo Hu sneered and put the bag of spirit stones into his arms. "Well, I trust you to do the job." Zhu Dafu narrowed his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Although it costs a lot to support these thugs at normal times, they come in handy at critical moments. However, their plans at the moment were completely visible to the shadow spider. "Want to kill me? Then let's see who dies sooner." Changqing's eyes turned cold, and then he ordered the shadow spider to lurk in the dark corner and continue to monitor the movements of Yuantang. As long as the men around Zhu Dafu leave tonight, it will undoubtedly be the best time for assassination. However, there will be some troubles on my side by then. After all, Luo, who looked like an experienced and ruthless guy, and he brought a group of thugs with him. It's not so easy to cope with it alone. You must prepare in advance. Changqing looked around and took in the structure of the clinic. Simple trap plans quickly emerged in his mind. In my previous life, I was a military doctor with the army in the front and the doctors behind. For Changqing, making some mechanisms and traps was not a problem at all. Poison needles, sharp knives, itching powder. For a time, all the ready-made materials in the store were used by him. That night, the windows and doors of Tianming Medical Clinic were closed, and it was dark. Changqing sat cross-legged on the roof, always paying attention to the visual images coming from the shadow spider. At this time, in Yuan Hall, Zhu Dafu had already summoned all his men and was ready to go. "Boss, should we start now?" Luo, who held a long knife in his hand with a fierce look on his face. "Yeah, almost." Zhu Dafu looked out the window at the night and said in a low voice, "I have already arranged everything with the government office. Even if someone reports the case, nothing will happen. Just go ahead and do your job." "That's great." Luo, who laughed grimly, with a cruel look flashing in his eyes. "Wah!" Then he waved his hand, and 7 Qi condensation realm thugs immediately followed. "A young boy dares to fight me. He is courting death." Zhu Dafu had a look of disdain on his face, and then he walked into the lounge in the inner hall alone. Little did he know that a black spider was following him silently like a ghost. The moment the door was closed, the shadow spider's crawling speed suddenly increased, and it went straight into the crack of the door. "Little spider, quick victory!" Seeing that the time had come, Changqing decisively gave the order. As soon as the shadow spider entered the house, its eyes instantly locked onto Zhu Dafu's figure, and it quickly crawled towards him. "What is that?" Zhu Dafu noticed a dark shadow moving under his feet, and subconsciously looked down. TSK, it turned out to be a spider. Seeing the shadow spider, Zhu Dafu sneered and stepped on it, immediately rubbing it hard under his feet. But soon he felt something was wrong. It seems that there is no such pleasure as juice bursting underfoot, but more like stepping on a lump of iron, which is extremely hard. Zhu Dafu couldn't help but move his feet away, and was surprised to find that the shadow spider was not dead, but was still lying on the ground intact. At this moment, the shadow spider suddenly moved. It was incredibly fast and instantly climbed up Zhu Dafu's trouser leg and rushed straight up. Zhu Dafu was horrified by the sudden attack and quickly reached out to slap the shadow spider, but he could not keep up with its speed at all. By the time he reacted, the shadow spider had already crawled to his neck and opened its mouth to bite his throat. Two fangs pierced the skin and penetrated the flesh. The deadly toxin is instantly injected into the blood vessels in the throat and quickly spreads throughout the body. Damn spider! Zhu Dafu screamed in pain and reached for his neck, burning with anger. The shadow spider leaped away nimbly, landed lightly on the ground while pulling a strand of spider silk, and then quickly crawled to the door, waiting for the poison to take effect in the opponent's body. Oops! This spider is poisonous. Zhu Dafu felt dizzy and stumbled hurriedly towards the door. But before he could take a few steps, he collapsed to the ground, powerless and shaking uncontrollably. Quick! Someone come quickly! Zhu Dafu looked panicked and shouted weakly. While I was half-conscious, I vaguely heard footsteps approaching. He was overjoyed and looked up quickly. Upon seeing this, Zhu Dafu's pupils trembled violently and his eyes were filled with fear. This turned out to be a spider monster that looked like a human. The shadow spider looked down at Zhu Dafu at his feet with a cold gaze, his scarlet eyes filled with bloodthirsty, murderous intent. Laugh! Without any nonsense, the shadow spider swung its sharp claws and stabbed into the head, instantly exploding the brain inside. When the sharp claws were pulled out, a large amount of blood mixed with white liquid spurted out with a sizzle. Zhu Dafu stared at the shadow spider with an extremely painful expression and died with his eyes open. Changqing witnessed the entire hunting process of the shadow spider through shared perception. Such a bloody scene severely stimulated his visual nerves. The brutal nature of the Zerg was fully demonstrated in the killing of the shadow spider. Ding! Your shadow spider successfully killed a Qi condensation realm warrior and was awarded 10 energy points. Changqing came back to his senses from the shock and was immediately delighted. This assassination mission can not only make money, but also gain energy points. This business is a great win. Brother Hu, this is the Tianming Medical Clinic. A low shout was heard, attracting Changqing's attention. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked down at the street below. In the field of vision, Luo, Hu, and others have arrived outside the store, looking aggressive. Passers-by were frightened when they saw this and ran away. Break the door open! Luo, whose eyes flashed with ferocity, and he pointed his long sword directly at the closed door in front of him, full of domineering power. Immediately, a thug strode forward with an arrogant look and kicked the store door hard. Bang! When the door panel was kicked open, the elastic mechanism behind the door was suddenly triggered. The next moment, several sharp scalpels suddenly shot out. The thug's face changed drastically, but he was too late to dodge at this distance and fell to the ground seriously injured. Seeing this scene, Luo, Hu, and others were stunned. I never expected that there was a trap here. Get one. Listening to the melodious screams, Changqing sat cross-legged on the roof with a smile on his lips. Brother Hu, could it be that the boy knew about our actions tonight in advance? The thugs looked at the open door, which was pitch black inside, and felt a little scared. With the lessons learned from the past, no one dared to rush in rashly at this moment. Damn it! How dare you play dirty tricks? Do you really think that I, Tiger Lord, am a vegetarian? Luo, whose eyes were fierce and veins popped out on his face. He grabbed with his big hand, lifted up his seriously injured but not dead subordinate, and threw him directly into the clinic. Brother Tiger, When the men next to him saw this, they suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Even if Lao Ba is taken back for treatment, he will probably be useless. It's better for him to make some use of his abilities before he dies. Luo, who snorted indifferently, his eyes full of cruelty. Let me be frank with you. If anyone tries to escape, I will kill him first. Luo, who glanced at the crowd viciously, the long sword in his hand shining with a cold light. Just as he finished speaking, a crackling sound suddenly came from the clinic. The old 8 who was thrown in just now obviously triggered the mechanism in the store. There's actually a trap. Hearing this noise, the thugs couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, brother who had a wise vision. Otherwise, if we had rushed in all at once, the result would have been terrible. This guy is quite ruthless. He actually uses his own people as human shields. Changqing stood on the roof and took a glance, his eyes vaguely falling on Luo, who, according to the mission information, among the subordinates around Zhu Dafu, one of them has the strength of the acquired realm, so it should be him. In a head-on confrontation, even if we win, it will probably be a Pyrrhic victory. Fortunately, I still have a trick up my sleeve. Changqing looked down at the leash in his hand, waiting for the prey to fall into the trap. Catch that guy, then skin him alive. Go! Seeing that the traps in the store were completely gone, Luo, who immediately rushed into the store like a tiger. The 7 thugs also picked up their weapons and rushed forward with ferocious momentum. Seeing the prey taking the bait, Changqing pulled the leash in his hand hard. Bang! Suddenly, the 3 iron pots hanging on the eaves tilted suddenly. Hearing the sound, Luo, Hu, and others subconsciously looked up. But what greeted them next was a large amount of medicine powder pouring out from the iron pot. Damn, what the hell is this? My body is so hot and itchy. My eyes hurt. I can't see. Retreat quickly. There were bursts of shrill screams in the clinic. Even Luo, who, a martial artist at the postnatal realm, was not spared. His eyes were corroded by the powder and became red and swollen, and his vision was severely damaged. Just as they were preparing to evacuate in the dark, they didn't realize that there was already a dark shadow standing at the door. There is no doubt that this is the shadow spider that just arrived from Yuantang. Leave no one alive. After receiving Changqing's order, Shadow Spider moved and suddenly rushed into the crowd and started killing. Oink oink! In the darkness, the sharp claws on her hands waved quickly, fiercely, and deadly. Wherever he passed, blood splattered. Ding! Your Shadow Spider successfully killed a Chi Condensation Realm Warrior and was awarded 10 energy points. Your Shadow Spider successfully killed a Chi Condensation Realm Warrior and was awarded 10 energy points. The crisp electronic synthesized sound echoed in Changqing's mind one after another. As the system voice ended, the 7 Chi Condensation Realm thugs were all hunted down by the Shadow Spider. Including Zhu Dafu, who was killed before, the energy value has accumulated to 80. There's only one person missing. Changqing used the eyes of the Shadow Spider to look at Luo, who is still standing in the field. This guy is a postnatal realm warrior after all. Although his vision is impaired, his hearing is far superior to that of ordinary people. He leaned his back against the wall and surprisingly avoided the Shadow Spider's attack. You'd better not come over here, or you'll die. Luo, who endured the severe pain in his eyes, holding the long sword across his chest, and spoke toughly, but he was actually very scared. He moved slowly, listening vigilantly to any movement around him, but the strong smell of blood in the air made him even more frightened. I didn't expect that he would come here tonight to smash up the store and silence people, but end up getting himself into trouble. But he was sure that at the moment, besides himself, he was the only one in the store. If we really have to fight to the death, the worst that can happen is that we both die. Little Spider, don't fight, just pretend and give him a chance to escape. After a little thought, Changqing came up with a plan. A desperate dog will jump over the wall. It is not worthwhile to fight to the point of mutual destruction. That's right, we have to outsmart them. Shadow Spider nodded obediently and pretended to take 2 steps forward, making noises. Swish! When Luo Hu heard the noise, he immediately swung out the long sword in his hand. The powerful blade blasted the air and swept directly past the shadow spider. The shadow spider was prepared and dodged quickly. Chance! Luo Hu was overjoyed and immediately turned around and rushed out of the clinic. However, as soon as he stepped out of the store, he felt a cold, murderous intent coming from behind. Want to run? I'm afraid it's a little too late. Gu Changqing's voice sounded coldly. Immediately afterwards, a sharp scalpel pierced Luo Hu's back and then twisted it hard, directly crushing his heart. Ah! Luo Hu screamed, his body trembling as he fell to the ground, dying. Kill someone. Call the police immediately. The crowd standing not far away, although unable to see what was happening inside the clinic, witnessed Gu Changqing's attack outside the door. Suddenly, many people screamed in fear. Gu Changqing ignored the commotion of the crowd and threw Luo Hu, who is not yet dead, into the store. Shadow Spider is his trump card, so he will try to hide it if he can avoid exposing it. Inside the dim clinic, Shadow Spider understood what he meant and immediately delivered a fatal blow to Luo Hu. Ding! Your Shadow Spider successfully killed a postnatal warrior and was rewarded with 50 energy points. It's finally solved. Gu Changqing looked at the corpses all over the ground without any pity in his heart. In this martial arts world where the strong prey on the weak, there is no protection from the rule of law like in previous lives, and one has to rely entirely on personal strength to gain a foothold. If you want to live comfortably, you have to remove all obstacles. Afterwards, Gu Changqing began to search the corpses for spoils, and anything valuable was put into his pocket, especially the small bag of spirit stones that Zhu Dafu gave to Luo Hu, which contained 16 pieces. On the market, this is an extremely precious cultivation resource. It's a good harvest. Gu Changqing nodded with satisfaction, and then converted all the spirit stones into energy values. Ding! Conversion successful. Energy value plus 16. The spiritual stones in the bag were instantly turned into powder, and all the spiritual energy was absorbed. That's all. A hint of surprise flashed across Gu Changqing's eyes. It is equivalent to exchanging one low-grade spirit stone for one energy point, which is not as fast as killing. Master, this is what I got from Zhu Dafu. Shadow Spider took out a silver ring from the gap between her plump breasts and said respectfully. Seeing this, Gu Changqing took it in his hand and looked at it curiously. This ring looks ordinary, but there's a faint fluctuation of spatial energy. Storage ring? Gu Changqing soon discovered the clue and tried to use his mental power to probe into it. Immediately, a look of surprise appeared on his face, because he discovered that there were hundreds of spirit stones in this storage ring. Although they were all low-grade spirit stones, such a quantity was undoubtedly pie in the sky for Gu Changqing. System, convert all into energy values. Gu Changqing said silently without hesitation. Ding! Conversion successful. Energy value plus 314. The host's current energy value has accumulated to 460. You can choose to upgrade the Shadow Spider or collect materials to edit and create new monsters. Gu Changqing chose the upgrade mode without hesitation. Shadow Spider should be credited with the lion's share of the credit for tonight's harvest, so we certainly can't treat it unfairly. Instantly, the system panel suddenly popped up. In addition to the original data information of Shadow Spider, there was an advanced strengthening option at the bottom, as well as the 100 energy points required to upgrade to the intermediate level. Gu Changqing's mind moved, and he directly checked the advanced enhancement option. After completing the operation, the panel suddenly flashed with golden light. Then, a brand new monster encyclopedia appeared. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations! Your Shadow Spider has been upgraded, and its combat power has been fully improved. Unlock new skills, Spider Web Binding. Strength Assessment, early stage of the acquired realm. To upgrade to a higher level, 1,000 energy points are required. Gu Changqing discovered that Shadow Spider's already curvy figure became even more sexy and enchanting. Her facial features were delicate and three-dimensional, and her overall temperament had a bit more coolness and evil charm. But it still retained some characteristics of a Zerg, with 6 spider legs on its back, as sharp as blades and long and pointed fingertips. This transformation is like a carefully crafted work of art, a perfect fusion of strength and beauty. Not bad. Changqing looked up and down at the changes of the shadow spider and couldn't help but admire it inwardly. Just by strengthening to the intermediate form, he already possesses the strength comparable to a martial artist in the acquired realm. If you continue to advance and strengthen in the later stages, wouldn't that be a miracle? But the price is really not cheap because the energy value required for the next high-level upgrade has soared tenfold. Changqing felt relieved about this. Just like playing games in the previous life, as the level increases, the experience points required in the later stages will definitely increase. The remaining 290 energy points are not enough to upgrade the Shadow Spider anyway, so I might as well create a new monster. Changqing muttered to himself, already having an idea. But now, we have to solve the current troubles before making any plans. Changqing looked at the corpses lying on the ground, then sat on the chair and crossed his legs. Next, he would undoubtedly wait for the government officials to come and collect the bodies. About half an hour later, the bailiffs finally arrived. Their faces were greasy, as if they had just had a midnight snack. Didn't someone just call the police for a murder? Why is there no movement at the scene? The bearded, burly man in the lead looked around and shouted in displeasure. If I find out who made a false report of a murder, I won't let him off. Masterly, it's at the Tianming Medical Clinic. Look, there's a pool of blood outside the door. One of the thin onlookers came closer respectfully. Oh, Constable looked at Tianming Medical Clinic and immediately revealed an understanding expression. I heard that this clinic abuses fake drugs and cheats people out of money. In my opinion, this is probably revenge by patients. If that fraudulent doctor was really killed, the murderer can only be regarded as a righteous murderer. Hearing this, the Yamen runners nearby were greatly impressed. Detective Lee's remarks seemed to put all the blame on the victim. After all, they just received benefits from Boss Zhu today, so naturally they couldn't get to the bottom of it. We'll just go through the motions and close the case perfunctorily. Let's go in and collect the bodies. After Li Biao had prepared everything in front of the onlookers, he led a group of Yamen runners into the Tianming Medical Clinic. As soon as I entered the store, a pungent smell of blood hit me. By the light of the oil lamp, all I could see were corpses lying in a pool of blood. The scene was extremely tragic. Didn't they say there is only one body? Why are there so many? Looking at this scene, the Yamen runners froze in place for a moment, their faces filled with shock. Damn it, the kickback fee is too little. Li Biao frowned deeply, feeling that he had suffered a loss. Can the price of handling one murder case be the same as that of handling 8 homicide cases? At least it has to be doubled. Captain Li, this corpse looks a bit like Luo, who from Yuan Hall. At this time, the puzzled voice of a Yamen runner diverted Li Biao's attention. He took the oil lamp and took a closer look, and his face changed drastically in an instant. How can this be a resemblance? It's clearly Luo who. What is going on? Li Biao's voice trembled a little, and his throat felt blocked. The situation is simple. They attempted to rob the house, but failed, and then I killed them by mistake in self-defense. Just as Li Biao was wondering, a faint voice suddenly came from behind him. Hearing this noise, the Yamen runners were like frightened birds and were immediately frightened. Who is it? Li Biao turned his head suddenly, only to see a young man in white clothes sitting comfortably next to the medicine cabinet with his legs crossed. Boss, this guy is the owner of Tianming Medical Clinic. His name is Changqing. Hearing this, Li Biao's heart trembled. He is not dead. He thought that this visit was just a formality, but he didn't expect it to be completely beyond his expectations. Not only did Changqing not die, but Luo, Hu, and others from Yuantang all died. How will this end? Masterly, something terrible has happened. Boss Zhu was assassinated in Yuan Hall. Before Li Biao could recover from his shock, a fat Yamen runner hurriedly ran into Tianming Medical Clinic. Upon hearing such explosive news, Li Biao's pupils contracted, and he almost couldn't hold the oil lamp in his hand. He looked at the fat Yamen runner who came to report with a surprised look on his face and exclaimed, "When did Boss Zhu die?" The bailiff quickly replied, "Judging from the degree of blood coagulation at the scene, he died about half an hour ago, and his death was very tragic. It seemed that his head was stabbed with a bloody hole by some sharp weapon, and there was no trace of the murderer." Hearing this, Li Biao took a deep breath, his heart full of disbelief. Although Zhu Dafu's strength is not that great, he has at least reached the qi condensation realm. It is absolutely difficult for an ordinary person to assassinate him silently. The key is that there is no trace of the murderer, so the only way to solve the case is to find a scapegoat. And right now, there is undoubtedly one person. Thinking of this, Li Biao looked at Changqing and suddenly drew out the long sword from his waist. How dare this guy to murder Boss Zhu? Capture him! Li Biao's eyes widened with anger, and he shouted sternly. Dozens of Yamen runners immediately surrounded him tacitly, blocking all of Changqing's escape routes. However, at this moment, the shadow spider was hanging on the eaves by a spider silk, and its cold eyes had already locked onto them, ready to strike. As long as Changqing gives a command, it will attack instantly. For the murder of Boss Zhu, we need evidence. Changqing said calmly, "Half an hour ago, I was fighting with this group of villains in the store and couldn't go to Yuan Hall at all. The people watching the excitement outside can all serve as witnesses." Li Biao snorted angrily. "You still dare to be stubborn when you are about to die. What a bullshit witness. It won't work with me." Changqing raised the corner of his mouth slightly. If human evidence is useless, what if it is physical evidence? As he spoke, he took out a stack of silver bills from Zhu Dafu's storage ring and shook it slightly in his hand. I saw that the amount of each silver note was 100 taels, and there were 10 of them in total. This is what you call physical evidence. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Li Biao's eyes. The Yamen runners looked at the silver bills in Changqing's hand and couldn't take their eyes off for a while. Even if they were slow to react, they quickly guessed what Changqing meant. You know, the benefits that Boss Zhu gave today were nothing more than a few taels of silver per person, plus a midnight snack at Zue Xianglu. But compared to this stack of banknotes, it's nothing. I'm sorry to trouble you all to come here tonight. This evidence will be confiscated. After Changqing finished speaking, he placed the banknote on the table. The bailiffs hesitated and looked at Li Biao one after another. Without the latter's nod, no one dared to take the money. Li Biao stared at the stack of banknotes on the table, his expression changing rapidly, and he suddenly smiled and said, "Dr. Gu is right. The physical evidence should be confiscated. Besides, punishing evildoers is our responsibility. These villains dared to break into private homes and commit crimes. They deserve to be put to death." After saying this, he grabbed the banknote, greed in his eyes. "Anyway, Zhu Dafu is dead. Can we still keep our word with a dead person? As for the scapegoat, we can just find a death row prisoner in prison to sign and pledge his name. Boss, how are we going to handle the death of Boss Zhu?" One of the fat Yamen runners who had not yet figured it out couldn't help but ask. "Idiot!" Li Biao glared at the other person and shouted, "Dr. Gu has been in the store the whole time. The murderer must be someone else. You are to go to Yuan Hall immediately to seal off the crime scene and collect any clues." "Yes." The fat bailiff nodded in awe and quickly ran out of the clinic. Little did he know that when he left, the old hands in the field were secretly happy. One less person means there will undoubtedly be more money to be shared. If you don't have brains, stop talking. You are such an idiot. What are you still standing there for? Take the body away quickly and don't interfere with Dr. Gu's business. Upon hearing Li Biao's order, the Yamen runners understood and immediately moved the body quickly. The sooner they finish work, the sooner they can share the money, so everyone is very enthusiastic. "Dr. Gu, don't worry. If any thugs dare to come and cause trouble again, just tell me my name, Captain Li." Li Biao said to Changqing righteously, "As long as it is within my ability, I will definitely help you settle it. This expresses the meaning very well. You give me money and I will do the job." "Okay, Thank you very much, Mr. Li. Gu Changqing smiled slightly and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Money power really works everywhere. It not only solves problems, but also builds relationships. This 1,000 taels of silver note was well spent. Only after Li Biao and the others left did Gu Changqing close the shop door and summon the shadow spider to clean up. Despite hosing down the floor, the store still stank of blood. Gu Changqing simply found some medicinal flowers, honey, and alcohol, mixed them into a simple perfume, and sprayed it everywhere. However, not long after, a hornet seemed to smell the scent and flew in through the window. As soon as he entered the store, it followed the source of the fragrance, hovering around Gu Changqing and buzzing. This kind of bee looks weak, but it is extremely ferocious, and its stinger contains poison. If you get stung, it will definitely not feel good. Gu Changqing locked his eyes on it and immediately had an idea. Hornets are insects, which just fits the Zerg requirements for editing monsters. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately ordered, "Shadow Spider, capture it alive." Hiss! The shadow spider suddenly shot out a spider silk, which instantly tightly wrapped around the hornet and dragged it to the ground. The next moment, a mechanical voice sounded. "Ding! The host has captured Hornet. Do you want to collect it as editing material?" Gu Changqing responded without hesitation, "Yes." "Accepted successfully. Please provide human blood and materials for editing as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, the hornet was instantly included in the editing template. Gu Changqing cut the wound on his finger that had not yet healed and squeezed out the blood. But this time, he already had experience, so he directly took a small bottle and filled it with a lot of blood for later use. Otherwise, every time I edit a monster, I have to bite my fingers to provide human blood materials, which is really painful. As for materials, although the original owner's own belongings did not contain any high-end goods, Zhu Dafu's storage ring had quite a few. The attacking ability of the Hornet mainly relies on the stinger at the tail. If we choose to edit and strengthen it with matching material properties, it should have great lethality. And this material must also be toxic. As soon as he thought about it, Gu Changqing took out a thin needle from the storage ring. Although this needle is small, it is made of heavenly red rock iron. The material is extremely tough and contains fire poison, making it extremely lethal. If stabbed, even a tiger would be poisoned to death on the spot. Select the materials. Gu Changqing's mind moved, and the poison needle in his hand disappeared instantly. After systems scanning and detection, the material of the poison needle is heaven-grade red rock iron. The energy value required to extract and edit the material properties is 500 points. The host currently has a balance of only 290. Unfortunately, the operation cannot be performed. Hearing the system prompt, Gu Changqing was thoughtful. The natural treasures of the Sanyuan continent are classified into strict grades according to their quality. Earth level, heaven level, mysterious level, spiritual treasure, holy item, divine item. Previously, using Earth-grade dark iron to edit the shadow spider only consumed 100 energy points. The red rock iron edited this time is only one level higher, but it requires 500 energy points. From this analysis, the higher the quality of the material not only determines the monster's initial strength, but also obviously consumes more energy. After understanding the rules, Gu Changqing had no choice but to give up for the time being. As long as I get the mission reward, plus the silver bills I collected tonight, I will have the money to buy spiritual materials to gain energy. Afterwards, Gu Changqing simply washed up and lay down on the bed and gradually fell asleep. With the shadow spider guarding secretly, I slept very soundly tonight. He even dreamed that he used the system's editing function to create a monster assassination army that swept across the martial arts world. This beautiful dream was only disrupted by a knock on the door the next morning. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Changqing opened his eyes, looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar environment in front of him, and came back to his senses from his trance. Although I have accepted the fact of time travel, I still feel a little depressed. It's really inconvenient without toothpaste and toothbrush. Gu Changqing took a deep breath murmured softly, then stood up and walked towards the door. You can tell who it is by the rhythmic knocking sounds without even looking. As soon as I opened the door, the person who came into view was the short-stature Changqing. Dr. Gu, your medical skills are really amazing. Not only does your medicine cure the disease, but the effect is also very fast. Changqing complimented with a smile on his face, looking Gu Changqing up and down with his shrewd eyes. As a black market agent, he had spies in various places and was well aware of what happened last night. I didn't expect that the dirty work that Gu Changqing took on this time could be completed so quickly and he could get away with it safely. It was totally different from the previous failures which resulted in heavy losses for the assassins of the Destiny Killer line. In that case, are you here today to settle the medical bills? Gu Changqing didn't say anything extra and went straight to the point. That's natural. Changqing smiled and nodded, then walked into the store. According to the rules, after deducting the 20% commission, this is the 8,000 taels of silver you deserve. As he spoke, Changqing took out a stack of banknotes and counted the accounts in front of him. Gu Changqing took the banknote and couldn't help but secretly complain. It's too unfair to take away 20% of the commission after just one transaction. Although he felt unhappy, he had no choice but to accept it. Because when the original owner first founded the Destiny Killer Company, apart from recruiting assassins, he had no agents of his own and no intelligence organization. The business channel has always relied on Changqing, the middleman, to provide illegal work, and the source of income is very passive. If we want to break this deadlock, we must accumulate funds and improve our scale as quickly as possible so that we can become bigger and stronger. Are there any new tasks? Thinking of this, Gu Changqing asked casually, his tone revealing an unconcealable desire to make money. I do have a dirty job on my hands right now, Changqing said meaningfully. However, the assassination target has a background of a wealthy family. I am afraid that Boss Gu is powerless. Gu Changqing did not comment and asked, how strong is the opponent? In his opinion, as long as the target of the assassination is not an unconquerable martial arts master, he doesn't believe that those bodyguards and guards will stay close to him even when he shits or sleeps. As long as you find a flaw, there will always be a gap to exploit. The peak of the acquired realm. After Changqing finished speaking, he stared at Gu Changqing with a smile. Do you really want to take this order? As a middleman in the black market, he has no worries about not having orders from assassins. His main concern is whether the other party can complete the task so that he can report to his employer. As for the Destiny Killer business, he had already labeled it as such in this industry, and usually only took on some low-level tasks. If there's money to be made, why not take it? Gu Changqing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, feeling confident. This was because Shadow Spider's current strength was comparable to that of a human warrior at the acquired realm. Then we can edit the Hornet into a monster, and the two poisonous insects will work together to carry out the assassination mission, and the success rate should be quite high. Okay, that's settled then. Changqing did not refuse, and said calmly, the detailed information needs to wait for my subordinates to collect intelligence and verify it before officially assigning the task. We should be able to collect them tonight. Just wait in the store. Hearing this, Gu Changqing was secretly calculating in his heart. The energy value required to edit the Hornet is still 210 points short. The spiritual materials must be purchased as soon as possible before dark for editing in order to cope with the next assassination. Since Boss Gu is willing to accept the order, I'd better make it clear. According to the rules, if the task is not completed within the deadline, you have to pay 3 times the penalty. Changqing said with a half-smile. The reward for this illegal job is 100,000 silver coins. If the mission fails, you must be prepared to lose everything. When he heard the amount of the reward, Gu Changqing did not show the slightest excitement, because the higher the amount, the more difficult it is to assassinate the target, and there must be extremely powerful masters protecting him. This money is obviously not so easy to get. I'll have someone deliver the mission sheet tonight. Goodbye. After Changqing finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait a moment. Gu Changqing seemed to have thought of something and called out to the other person. Ow! Changqing looked back at Gu Changqing and said with a deep smile, "Are you planning to go back on your word about the dirty work you just booked?" Of course, before officially accepting the mission, it is in accordance with the rules to do so. When opening a business, everything must be about win-win cooperation. I understand that. The remarks sounded quite smooth, but there was a hint of contempt in the tone. This kind of low-level killing business is indeed unreliable. That may not be the case. Gu Changqing said calmly, "I just want to know which store in the city sells pure spiritual materials." I see. Chun Kuei smiled awkwardly. "If Boss Gu wants to buy spiritual materials, I suggest you go to Tian Beifang in the East City District. Although this store is not first-rate, the goods are genuine and have never been mixed with counterfeit or inferior goods." Gu Changqing secretly noted down the name of the store and said, "Okay, I'll go check it out later. Since Boss Gu is busy, I won't bother you anymore." Chen Kuei smiled widely and did not linger any longer. However, when he stepped out of the store, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, and he sneered in his heart. "You just got 8,000 taels, and you want to go to Tianbao Pavilion to buy spiritual materials? This is great. As long as this kid spends all his money, he will continue to be my slave and earn commissions for me." Gu Changqing looked at Chen Kuei's departing back, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Having lived two lives, how could he not see the other person's intentions? It's just that due to the current situation, we still need to use the other party's channels to make money. When the intelligence agency of the Destiny Killer Company is established in the future, this smiling tiger will be kicked out sooner or later, and a commission can be saved. Then, Gu Changqing changed into casual clothes, closed the store, and left. Tian Beifang is located in the east of the city, and this place is in the west of the city, so the journey is not short. He looked around, saw a row of carriages waiting for passengers on the street, and walked over. "You son of a b******, if you dare to take my place next time, I will tear down your broken carriage. Get away from me. There is no business today." Zhang Chang is taking his anger out on that kid named Meng again. Yes, Meng Jing was born in a slum. In order to avoid getting into trouble, he always swallows his anger. As Gu Changqing approached, he heard a loud noise. I saw a burly man with a beard yelling at a young man in gray clothes with disgust on his face. As long as there are interest circles, bullying and market domination are commonplace. "Look, a guest has arrived." Seeing Gu Changqing coming, several coachmen's eyes lit up, and they immediately came forward to greet him warmly. But soon, under the threat of Zhang Chang's vicious gaze, they all retreated and dared not to solicit customers. "Where do you want to go, sir? My car is spacious, and I guarantee it will be comfortable." Zhang Chang immediately came forward and greeted him with a mouthful of yellow teeth showing. Gu Changqing ignored this and walked straight to the carriage of the young man in gray. Tian Beifang in the East District of the city. "Do you know the way?" Hearing Gu Changqing's question, a hint of surprise flashed across Meng Jing's clear eyes. He immediately reacted and nodded excitedly. "I know, there's a shortcut to the nearby city, and we will be there soon." "Okay, I'll choose you then." Gu Changqing glanced at the carriage parked nearby. Although it was a bit old, it was very clean. "Little brother, the rule in our business is first come, first served. I was the one who asked you first." Zhang Chang strode over and stopped in front of Gu Changqing with an unhappy look on his face. Seeing this, the drivers nearby shook their heads secretly. Everyone could see that Zhang Chang was obviously unhappy because he didn't get any business. "I have the freedom to choose." Gu Changqing spoke in a cold voice and didn't buy it all. "Freedom, huh? I want to see how this guy can receive customers without a horse." Zhang Chang became angry and turned his attention to Meng Jing with a vicious grin. He took out an iron rod and hit the black horse hard on the head. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened slightly, but a whistle suddenly sounded in his ears. The next moment, the black horse suddenly raised his leg, as fast as lightning, and Zhang Chang was kicked away before he could react. There was only a loud bang. Zhang Chang fell heavily to the ground, curled up in pain, and screamed. The sudden scene made the drivers nearby gasp. Obviously, He didn't expect that the black horse that Meng Jing usually used to pull the cart would be so ferocious. Was that whistle just now a command from him? Gu Changqing's eyes fell on Meng Jing, and he couldn't help but look at him a few times. This young man is tall and has a simple look, but judging from his behavior just now, he is obviously not a weak person. The more low-key and honest a person is, the less you should mess with him. Dr. Gu, you can get in the car now. Meng Jing grinned at Gu Changqing and ignored Zhang Chang, who was still wailing. When Gu Changqing heard the other party calling him, he didn't think much about it. After all, Tianming Medical Clinic has been in this neighborhood for nearly a year, and many people know him. Then he moved and jumped directly onto the carriage. Drive! Meng Jing pulled the reins with both hands, and the black horse immediately dragged the carriage forward steadily. Gu Changqing sat in the car, looking at the people passing by on the street, and fell into deep thought. Although the system's capabilities can be used to edit monsters into killers, intelligence agencies need to infiltrate various circles and play various roles like spies to gather information. Moreover, the scale must be huge, at least covering the entire Daon dynasty, in order to operate. Therefore, members of the intelligence team can only recruit humans, while Zerg monsters assist behind the scenes. I'll go to the black market some other day to see if there's anyone suitable. Gu Changqing withdrew his gaze and already had a clear plan for the development of the killer business. It would definitely be better if we could recruit an agent with extraordinary wisdom and strategy. After all, with his current funds and connections, it would undoubtedly be a long and arduous task to establish an intelligence organization. After a moment, the carriage passed through a long and narrow alley, turned left and right, and finally arrived at the west district of the city. Meng Jing stopped the carriage, turned around and said, "Boss, Time Beifeng is ahead. Thank you for your care. 5 copper coins for the fare." Gu Changqing handed the other party an ingot of silver. "Wait for me outside for a while. I'll take your carriage today." Meng Jing looked down at the heavy silver in his hand, his face full of excitement. After pulling the cart for several months, this was the first time he received such a generous reward. When I looked up again, I saw Gu Changqing had already walked into the shop Time Beifeng. As he stepped into the store, Gu Changqing clearly felt a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy in the store. I saw the shelves filled with all kinds of bottles and jars, most of which were panaceas for nourishing qi and blood. On the other side of the shelf, there are also various wild spiritual materials on display. Although they're all low-quality goods, they're quite expensive. "Sir, what can I do for you?" The waiter came up to us with a smile on his face. "Let me take a look first." Gu Changqing looked around, carefully feeling the spiritual energy fluctuations of each spiritual material, looking for materials with a better cost-effectiveness. After all, the acquisition of energy value mainly depends on the concentration of spiritual energy rather than its so-called preciousness. The one with rich spiritual energy and cheap price is his first choice. You can look, but you are not allowed to touch. When the waiter saw Gu Changqing trying to pick up a ginseng, he immediately stopped him. He looked Gu Changqing up and down, his heart full of disdain. Another poor warrior who only looks but does not buy. So boring. Gu Changqing remained silent and continued to patiently observe the spiritual materials on the shelves, comparing them one by one. The waiter followed the whole process, his expression gradually becoming impatient. "What do you need? If you don't buy it, don't waste my time." He crossed his arms over his chest and had no interest in continuing the entertaining. "Did I say I wouldn't buy it?" Gu Changqing's gaze shifted to the waiter. The coldness in his eyes made the other party look away and not dare to look him in the face. "Okay, what do you want to buy?" The waiter coughed lightly and asked. "Spirit stones." Gu Changqing replied calmly. After comparing just now, he felt that spirit stones were the most cost-effective. Generally speaking, spirit stones are mainly used by warriors to condense their qi and practice cultivation. Unlike spiritual medicines, they do not have the effect of nourishing the human body, and thus have some additional prices. Therefore, in terms of spiritual energy concentration, spiritual stones are undoubtedly the best value for money. Our shop currently only has low-grade spirit stones, one for 100 taels of silver. How much do you want? After the waiter finished speaking, he casually grabbed 5 or 6 spirit stones from the cabinet. Judging from the way Changqing observed the spiritual materials just now, in his opinion, his financial resources were limited to what he could afford. Changqing hesitated for a moment and then stretched out a finger. 1. You're not ashamed to buy it. The waiter couldn't help but sneer and stared at Changqing arrogantly. Wrong. Changqing shook his finger and said lightly. 10. The waiter frowned slightly. Keep guessing. Changqing said calmly. Since you have no patience, just take your time. Could it be 100? The waiter was full of suspicion, and his tone was full of disbelief. It seems that with your ability, your vision is limited to this level. Changqing put down his palm and said coldly, I want 1,000. What did you say? The shop boy suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Changqing in disbelief. You want to buy 1,000 low-grade spirit stones? 1,000 low-grade spirit stones are worth the equivalent of 100,000 silver coins. This amount of money was far beyond his imagination. Not to mention working for 10 years. I'm afraid it would be difficult to earn that much money in my entire life. Based on your attitude just now, you want to sell it now, but I don't want to buy it anymore. Changqing smiled coldly, then turned around and was about to leave. With this kind of service attitude, it's better not to buy. TSK. If you don't have money to buy it, just say so. Why are you trying to save face like this? The waiter started to sneer. I've seen a lot of lousy tricks like pretending to be rich. Dear guest, please stay. However, at this moment, a long call came from behind. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man with a mustache walked quickly to the door of the store and stopped Changqing. Sir, I apologize for the poor hospitality we provided you just now. The middle-aged man nodded and bowed, apologizing to Changqing repeatedly. He is a rich man. We can't let him get away. Regardless of whether it is true or not, what harm can you suffer by offering an apology? Shopkeeper, this is just a poor guy pretending to be rich. He only looks but doesn't buy anything. You don't need to pay attention to him. The waiter said confidently. I have a good eye for people. Bang. However, before he could finish his words, a loud slap suddenly hit him in the face. Bullshit. Our store has always been customer first. Whether you are browsing or buying, you are all honored customers. The shopkeeper's face flushed, and he shouted at the waiter, From today on, you are fired. Get out of here right now. The waiter was stunned and immediately retorted with a look of dissatisfaction. Fire him, if you want. I want to see how this guy pays you 100,000 silver coins. Changqing turned his head and looked. The woman in red had fair skin and a pretty face. The tight red dress perfectly outlined her graceful figure, which made her look full of charm. Her overall image and temperament give people a sense of competence and strength, just like a strong woman. This woman looks familiar. Oh, she is Chief Steward Liu from the Jinhai Pavilion. The shop owner's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly recognized Liu Ruyun's identity and was greatly shocked. At that moment, he looked at Liu Ruyun with a hidden gaze. Her figure is exquisitely proportioned, plump where it should be plump, slim where it should be slim, without any excess. She is indeed the ultimate beauty as rumored. Boss, are these little pills new products in your store? Liu Ruyun turned her gaze to the shopkeeper and asked curiously, What are the effects? The shop owner was cheered up, as something that could be favored by such a big shot must be something extraordinary. It seems that this 7-colored little pill should be promising. Miss Liu, you really have a keen eye. The shopkeeper quickly put on a smile and said flatteringly, These pills are indeed new products of our store. Despite its small size, it has the power to detoxify, heal, and beautify the skin. Immediately, he repeated the effects that Changqing had just mentioned. Oh, it can actually beautify your face. Liu Ruyun's beautiful eyes lit up, and she was immediately very interested. Women love beauty even more. Even though Liu Ruyun was over 30, she could hardly resist such temptation. My dear, is this pill really so magical? Gu Changqing hesitated for a moment in response to Lu Ruyun's question. Obviously, the other party mistook him for a customer who came to buy the 7-color honey pills and wanted to find out the truth. Gu Changqing smiled calmly. Words are not enough. If you are interested, you might as well taste it yourself. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a kid. Although he had never met Lu Ruyun before, in order to promote the 7-colored honey pill, he had to give one away for free. Okay, I won't be polite then. Upon hearing that she could taste it for free, Lu Ruyun gladly accepted and smiled at Gu Changqing. She reached out and took a colorful honey pill, but did not rush to eat it. A wisp of vitality emanated from her slender fingers, and she quickly engraved a mysterious rune totem in the void. The blue light of the pattern flowed, instantly covering the colorful honey pill in her palm, as if detecting whether it contained toxins. Rune Master. Seeing this, Gu Changqing's expression changed slightly. There are many kinds of practitioners in this world, and Rune Master is one of them. They can mobilize their energy to engrave runes, thereby casting magical skills. At the same level, Rune Masters are even stronger than melee warriors who use swords. However, the threshold for practicing runes is extremely high, requiring both understanding and financial resources. After an inspection, Lu Ruyun obviously let down her guard and gently put the colorful honey pill into her mouth. The pill melts in your mouth, and a refreshing fragrance instantly fills your mouth. What a sweet fragrance. Lu Ruyun's beautiful eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The whole person seemed to be stimulated by something, and his face suddenly turned red. She was surprised to find that the medicine melting in her mouth was like blooming flowers, and its taste was extremely mysterious. Afterwards, the medicinal effect of the colorful honey pill quickly evaporated in her body. The skin, which was already well maintained, became firmer, smoother, whiter, and more rosy under the nourishment of the medicine. Especially the few crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were completely smoothed out. Overall, she looks more than 10 years younger. Lu Ruyun felt the significant changes in her body and hurriedly took out a bronze mirror from her storage ring. Looking at herself in the mirror, an unconcealable look of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. What's going on? This little pill is actually so magical. The shop owner witnessed all this with disbelief in his eyes. If it were someone else, he might suspect that Gu Changqing and Lu Ruyun were in collusion to commit fraud. But the woman in front of him was not a simple person, so there was no need for her to do such tricks. She is not only the manager of the Jinhai Pavilion auction house, but also a top treasure appraiser with a keen eye. No, we must take this business first. The shop owner was thinking quickly. If he could buy these pills and then sell them to Lu Ruyun, he would definitely make a huge profit from the difference. Thinking of this, while Lu Ruyun was still admiring his appearance, he hurriedly moved to Gu Changqing and whispered, "Sir, I want all the 3 pills you have now. I will take as many as you have in the future. As for the price, you will definitely be satisfied." Gu Changqing looked at the shop owner's impatient expression and didn't say much. He doesn't care who the buyer is. What matters is the money. This number. The shopkeeper held up 2 fingers and whispered, 3 pills, 2,000 silver coins, how about that? Hearing this, Gu Changqing started to make some calculations secretly. The price of spiritual plant pollen is 3,000, and the cost of refining the 7-color honey pill is 100 energy points, which is equivalent to 10,000 taels. In other words, the cost price is 13,000. Although there are only 3 pills left, the other party's bid is 2,000, which is such a loss. Gu Changqing's face looked very ugly, and he didn't even bother to respond. 5,000. No, 10,000. Seeing that Gu Changqing was indifferent, the shop owner hurriedly raised the price again. However, at this time, Lu Ruyun had come to her senses and saw the clue. "Are these 7-colored small pills yours?" Lu Ruyun looked at Gu Changqing and asked curiously. Gu Changqing nodded calmly. "Well, this pill is called 7-colored honey pill. It's a very meaningful name for a medicine, not bad." Lu Ruyun blinked her beautiful eyes and nodded in praise. Then she took out a silver note from her storage ring and said, "I just took one of your 7-colored honey pills. This is the money for the medicine. Is it enough?" Gu Changqing took a glance and saw that it was a large silver note of 10,000. The cost price of 5 colorful honey pills is only 13,000. Lu Riyun only ate 1 pill, but spent 10,000. Excluding costs, it's a guaranteed profit. That's enough. Gu Changqing immediately accepted it with a smile and took the banknote. The shop owner nearby stared with his eyes wide open. He could not believe that such a small pill could be worth so much money. "I just offered 10,000 to buy 3 pills, which is simply wishful thinking. I'm the manager of Jinhai Pavilion and also an appraiser of treasures." Lu Riyun stared at Gu Changqing and smiled. Although the 7-color honey pills are small, they are unique. If you want to sell it at a good price, I suggest you come to our Jinhai Pavilion auction house. The profit will definitely be higher. Seeing that the business was about to be snatched away, the shop owner looked anxious, but because he was afraid of Lu Riyun's background, he could only stare blankly and dared not interrupt. Auction house. Gu Changqing's heart moved. What he lacks most now is money, so there is no reason for him to refuse the offer if he can sell the 7-color honey pills at a high price. Jinhai Pavilion happens to have an auction tomorrow night. If you are interested, you can bring these 7-colored honey pills to the auction for appraisal. Lu Riyun vowed, "With our Jinhai Pavilion helping you build momentum, I can guarantee that it will be sold for more than 10,000 yuan." Gu Changqing smiled and nodded, accepting the invitation. "If we can use the auction house to advertise, we won't have to worry about not being able to sell the colorful honey pills for a good price in the future." "Okay, then it's settled." Lu Riyun looked delighted. She was worried about the difficulty in attracting female customers at this auction, and the 7-color honey pill and other exotic elixirs could just fill this gap. No more. The shop owner felt mixed emotions as he looked at the 2 people who had reached a cooperation agreement. "If I had not looked down on those small pills just now and had taken the lead in completing the transaction with Gu Changqing, I would definitely make a fortune at the Jinhai Pavilion auction tomorrow night. But now it's undoubtedly gone. I am blind, I am ignorant, I hate it." Thinking of this, the shop owner secretly beat his chest and stamped his feet, feeling extremely upset. As soon as Gu Changqing walked out of Tainbei Feng, Meng Jing, who had been waiting on the street, immediately drove over in a carriage. "Dr. Gu, where are we going next?" "Tianming Medical Clinic." Gu Changqing got on the carriage and gave some orders, with no intention of wandering around. "The assassination mission I arranged with Changqing yesterday should have news today, so we can't miss it." "Oh, so you're a doctor." Lu Riyun appeared beside the carriage at this time, looked up at Gu Changqing, and smiled gently. Gu Changqing nodded and said jokingly, "If you feel unwell in the future, feel free to come to Tianming Medical Clinic, which specializes in treating difficult and complicated gynecological diseases for free." Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun burst out laughing. "Forget it. I just took a 7-colored honey pill, and now I could be said to be immune to all diseases." As her beautiful eyes moved, the more she looked at Gu Changqing's young and handsome face, the more humorous he seemed. "By the way, this is the VIP card of Jinhai Pavilion. You can enter the auction house without making an appointment." Lu Riyun pursed her red lips and took out a gold card. Gu Changqing's eyes lit up. It was actually pure gold. "See you tomorrow night." After saying goodbye, Lu Riyun twisted her hips and got into a luxurious carriage and left. "Dr. Gu, you are amazing. You actually know Chief Steward Lu of Jinhai Pavilion." Meng Jing said with admiration. "She is the daughter of the Lu family, the richest family in the Great Yong dynasty. The first wealthy family." Gu Changqing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this woman had such a great background. This time he's hooking up with a rich woman. It is said that Lu Riyun is devoted to business and has never attached importance to marriage. She has rejected the pursuit of countless children from aristocratic families. Meng Jing seemed to be still immersed in Lu Riyun's beauty, boasting, "After seeing her today, she is indeed as beautiful as a fairy." It's a pity that the Liu family is planning to marry her off to the royal family in order to cling to the imperial power. Hearing this, Changqing couldn't help but look at Meng Jing in confusion. How can you, a driver, know so much? Meng Jing grinned. I have a brother who likes to snoop on gossip, and I learned this from him. Changqing raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, what does he do for a living? Meng Jing hesitated for a moment, then said, to be honest, my brother usually specializes in selling intelligence information on the black market and making a profit from it. But I've been maliciously suppressed by my peers recently and have no source of income, so I'm staying with you for the time being. Hearing this, Changqing immediately became interested. He is now worried about the difficulty in organizing the intelligence agency of the assassination team. If he can recruit that person, he will definitely be able to solve many trivial problems. Tell your brother a message. I have a way to make money. If you're interested, you can come to Tianming Medical Clinic to find me. Changqing stared at Meng Jing and said meaningfully, as for the way, I believe you should have known more or less from him what Tianming Medical Clinic does. Meng Jing's heart skipped a beat, and he avoided looking at Changqing. I understand. I'll tell him when I get back. Meng Jing responded in a low voice, then said no more. He pulled the reins and drove the carriage forward towards the east of the city. Along the way, Changqing chatted with Meng Jing and learned that his brother's name was Feng Baiyu. The two have been orphans since childhood and have been living in the slums in the city, without even the most basic household registration. You are so young, you can learn a skill. Changqing suggested. At least life will be better than pulling a cart in the future. Meng Jing shook his head and grinned. The skills to make a living are just what life forces me to do. My ambition is to practice martial arts. When talking about his own ideals, his eyes were full of longing for the future. Changqing looked at Meng Jing's broad and strong back. This bone was indeed very suitable for martial arts training. However, the path of martial arts requires not only talent, but also resources. Otherwise, if you can't even afford the spiritual materials to temper your body, how can you talk about cultivation? Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! After the carriage had traveled for a while, there was suddenly a commotion at the street ahead. Changqing looked up and saw the crowd quickly dispersing to both sides like a tide, and a horse pulling a gorgeous carriage was running towards them madly. Any pedestrian who was blocking the road was hit and fell to the ground seriously injured, and the scene was in chaos. Oops! Meng Jing frowned, seeing that the mad horse was about to charge towards him, with no way to avoid it. His eyes were slightly stern, and he immediately pulled out a long whip from the horse's waist. With a flick of his wrist, the long whip swung out like a python. Bang! The whip made a crisp sound, and the whip, about 5 meters long, instantly tore through the air and hit the horse's head hard. There was a loud bang, and the horse suddenly fell to the ground, dragging the carriage with it. Nice skills. Seeing this, Changqing couldn't help but secretly praise him. What's going on? An angry voice came from the other car. Master, someone is blocking our way and has injured our horse. The driver limped to the side of the carriage and reported timidly. How dare you, a lowly person, bump into my carriage? The door opened and a young man in brocade clothes with a gloomy face jumped out, glaring at Meng Jing in the carriage. I was just defending myself. If I had collided head-on, the consequences would have been more than just a minor injury. Meng Jing said helplessly, At worst, I will compensate you for the loss of your carriage. Hey! The young man in brocade clothes snorted coldly. My horse is the most superior red-blooded horse in the capital. Can a poor driver like you afford the compensation? At this moment, a dozen followers followed behind. They were riding black horses and wearing leather armor. They were obviously high-level guards from wealthy families, and all of them had the strength of the acquired realm. You can ask for compensation, but the last thing this young master lacks is money. The young man in brocade clothes stared at Meng Jing with a sinister look and sneered. Kneel down and kowed out to admit your fault, then dig out your own eyes, and the matter will be even. The passers-by watching on the street looked at each other and looked at Meng Jing with sympathy. It would be fine if he just cowed out and admitted his mistake, but they actually gouged out his eyes. This is totally denying him a chance to survive. Also, that untouchable sitting in the carriage, get off immediately. When Changqing heard the harsh rebuke from the young man in brocade clothes, although his expression remained indifferent, he had secretly summoned a tiger bee. In order to establish an intelligence agency to establish a killer gang, they still need Meng Jing's introduction to Feng Baiyu, so they must protect him no matter what. Buzz! The tiger bee flew out of the car window and quickly flew over the street. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on the young man in brocade clothes and others below, waiting for instructions. This person is quite powerful. Where does he come from? They don't look like a local family in the city. They should be from outside the city. Outsiders dare to rampage in our Qingzhou city. How arrogant. Look at the guards around him. They must come from powerful families. On the street, the onlookers whispered and stared at the young man in brocade clothes and others with fear. Changqing sat in the car and quickly analyzed the opponent's manpower through the shared vision of Tiger Bee. Although the dozen guards are all in the postnatal realm, they are not to be feared. The only thing that concerned him was the man in black who appeared next to the young man in brocade clothes. There was a long sword tied on the man's back, and he exuded a cold aura. His strength was definitely above the innate realm. I wanted to give you a chance to beg for mercy, but it seems you won't have that chance. The young man in brocade clothes stared at Meng Jing with a cold gaze, then looked at Changqing, who remained unmoved in the carriage, feeling that his dignity was challenged. What are you still standing there for? Beat them up. If anything happens, I will take care of it. Upon hearing the order from the young man in brocade clothes, dozens of guards immediately surrounded the carriage where Changqing was. They moved in unison, with a hint of solemnity in their eyes, like well-trained soldiers. Meng Jing's eyes darkened, and his originally honest appearance now showed a fierce look. "Dr. Gu, sit tight." Meng Jing shouted loudly and pulled the reins with both hands, and the black horse under his crotch quickly turned the front of the car in tacit understanding. Then, under many surprised gazes, he dragged the carriage along the street as if drifting and galloped away to the rear. "Hurry up and chase them," the young man in brocade clothes shouted angrily. Dozens of guards immediately drew their weapons and chased after them on horseback. "Li Chao, you too, especially the driver, he must die." The young man in brocade clothes turned his gaze to the man in black beside him and gave an order. As long as Li Chao took action, relying on his cultivation at the peak of the innate realm, he believed that he would be able to stop the carriage in a moment. "My duty is to protect the young master's safety and never leave his side," Li Chao said expressionlessly and in a low voice. "This is the order of the patriarch. Please forgive me." The young man in brocade clothes frowned, but said nothing more. On the street, Meng Jing rode his black horse at full speed, and the carriage kept making creaking sounds due to the violent bumps. Dozens of guards were chasing closely behind, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. "Tiger Bee, stop those guys." Changqing looked back and gave instructions in his mind. The wasps hovering over the block immediately flapped their wings and swooped down. As their tails trembled slightly, their stingers suddenly shot out and hit the horses. Instantly, dozens of horses let out mournful cries, and all fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back. After the attack was successful, the tiger bee quickly flew high into the sky and followed closely behind the carriage. "What's going on?" The guards looked around warily, shocked by the sudden attack. "Poison needle." A sharp-eyed guard noticed the poisonous sting on the horse's leg, immediately pulled it out, and held it in his hand to observe it curiously. Such a tiny stinger has such a strong venom. The guard frowned and said in a low voice with some fear, "The other party must be an expert in using poison. Don't chase him. Protecting the young master is the most important thing. Tiger Bee, come back." After confirming that those people did not continue chasing, Changqing recalled the Tiger Bee and put it into the system space. If it weren't for the fact that it was not suitable to kill people in broad daylight, he would have wanted to let the Tiger Bees harvest a wave of energy, but in order to avoid getting into trouble, he had to give up. "Dr. Gu, were you the one who did it just now?" Meng Jing noticed the situation behind him and couldn't help but ask. Gu Changqing remained silent and did not respond, but he did not deny it either. Dr. Gu, you are so amazing. You can handle the pursuit of so many masters with just one move. Meng Jing's eyes flickered, and he said with respect, Fang Baiyu is right. You are definitely not an ordinary doctor, but at this point, he seemed to realize something and quickly shut his mouth. He is an assassin who kills without blinking an eye. Gu Changqing took over the conversation and spoke frankly. Since the other party may already know my identity, there is no harm in telling it now. Oh my God, is this something I can listen to? Meng Jing's heart trembled, and he looked a little nervous, not knowing how to respond. You know, killers always pay great attention to their own information. If it is exposed, they are very likely to kill to silence it. That be asterisk 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 D Fang Baiyu. Why would he tell me so much gossip when he has nothing to do? Now he is in trouble. Meng Jing's heart was pounding, and he even had the thought of jumping off his horse and escaping. Don't panic. I dare to be honest with you, so I'm not afraid to let you know. Gu Changqing said calmly without commenting. I am in urgent need of people who can collect intelligence. Your brother has great potential. Remember to explain my intentions to him tonight. Okay. Meng Jing swallowed secretly and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Also, I need a means of transportation when I go out. From now on, I will hire your carriage full-time for 2,000 silver coins per month. How about that? Gu Changqing felt that Meng Jing was a very honest person and immediately extended an olive branch to him. If he could be recruited to his side, Fang Baiyu would be more approachable out of consideration for their brotherhood. 2,000. Meng Jing's eyes suddenly lit up. This is many times more than what I would earn from pulling a cart for half a year. Dr. Gu, are you serious? He sounded somewhat incredulous, thinking he had heard wrongly. Absolutely. Gu Changqing smiled faintly. If you don't want to, it's fine. No, I do. From now on, I will be your personal coachman. You can go wherever you want. Meng Jing quickly agreed, his face full of excitement. If you have money, you could buy spiritual materials to temper your body. If he could stay at the peak of Qi condensation realm, he would have hope of breaking through to the acquired realm. Dr. Gu, don't worry. No matter what happens today, I will tie Fang Baiyu up with ropes and take him to Tianming Medical Clinic. Meng Jing patted his chest and promised solemnly. A smile appeared on Gu Changqing's lips, and he was in a good mood. 2,000 silver coins not only can hire a coachman, but may also help to set up an intelligence network. It's money well spent. After arriving at Tianming Medical Clinic, Meng Jing headed straight for the slums. Tiger Bee, you keep watch at the door of the store. Gu Changqing did not rush back to the store, but instead walked towards a nearby restaurant. Perhaps because he had just broken through to the innate realm, his body was in urgent need of energy replenishment, and now he just felt hungry. At his command, the Tiger Bee immediately flew to the door of Tianming Medical Clinic and acted as a doorman. Master, can you call Juju out to join us? As if feeling bored, the Tiger Bee suddenly transmitted his message mentally. Don't even think about it. I only follow my master. Shadow Spider's cold voice soon rang in Gu Changqing's mind. Well, the master is indeed more important than me. Tiger Bee responded resentfully. Gu Changqing smiled faintly and shook his head at the spiritual communication between the two pets. Because their own blood was added to the editing materials, their intelligence has been awakened. This way of communication is not surprising. Walking into the restaurant, Gu Changqing ordered a large table of signature dishes and began to devour them. While eating, he would occasionally pay attention to the situation at Tianming Medical Clinic through the vision of the Tiger Bee. I saw patients queuing up outside the door, and I couldn't tell who were the men sent by Changqing. Almost. After eating and drinking, Gu Changqing prepared to pay the bill and leave. However, at this time, a group of people came into the restaurant and aggressively occupied the best tables. It's them. Gu Changqing took a glance and found that they were the same young men in brocade clothes who had clashed on the street earlier. Fortunately, I was sitting in the car at the time, covered by a curtain, so the other party did not recognize me. Those two lowly people had better pray that I won't run into them, or else I'll have my eyes gouged out and my legs broken. The young man in brocade clothes sat in the main seat, slamming the table with a gloomy face, shaking the teacups on the table. This time when we came to Qingzhou City, we lost more than a dozen war horses before we even got our business done. This bad luck is really hard to swallow. Master, you have been targeted by people from the black market recently. When you go out, don't act too conspicuously. Li Chao, who was standing by with a long sword on his back, gave an admonition in a low voice. With a sword master like you who is at the peak of the Xiantian realm by my side, I have nothing to worry about. The young man in brocade clothes sneered. Are you afraid? Li Chao bowed slightly. Master, you are too kind. After paying for the meal, Changqing glanced at the place and walked straight out of the hotel. He now only hoped that Meng Jing would not come to Tianming Medical Clinic so soon, otherwise they would really meet again. Dozens of acquired realm warriors, plus a swordsman at the peak of the innate realm, will be difficult to deal with if they were to clash head-on. Dr. Gu is here. As soon as Changqing arrived outside the clinic, the patients waiting in line immediately rushed in. Most of these people come from slums. Although the original owner used the clinic to cover up his identity as a killer, he also treated patients on a regular basis and charged cheap fees. But his medical skills were not very good. Therefore, most of the patients who come here are poor people. But now, for a modern military doctor like me from the 21st century, things are undoubtedly completely different. Don't crowd. Take a number and line up one by one. Changqing opened the shop door and carried a basket of small wooden signs to distribute to the patients. However, one of them caught his attention a few more times. The man looked thin, but his eyes were bright and his steps were steady. He did not look sick at all. It seems that this person was sent by Chun Kuei to convey the mission message. As the two looked at each other, Changqing had already made a conclusion and handed the last-in-line patient card to the other party. The thin man nodded implicitly, understanding what he meant. After distributing the wooden signs, Changqing put on his doctor's uniform and seriously examined and prescribed medicine for everyone in turn. This world is full of spiritual energy, unlike the Earth in the previous life where there are countless viruses. Most diseases are caused by colds. For Changqing, it was just a trial run. In this way, he managed to treat all the 20-plus patients in just half an hour. The thin man at the end of the line finally came in front of Changqing. Dr. Gu, Boss Chen asked me to send this prescription. Could you please diagnose it? Seeing that there was no one around, the thin man took out a piece of paper and handed it to Changqing. Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze falling on the contents on the paper. Pray, Martin Yu. Age, 25. Strength, middle stage of the acquired realm. Status, my family's legitimate son. Background, Earl of a noble family in the capital of the Great Yong Dynasty. Personal bodyguards, 15 of them are acquired realm warriors, and the other one is a sword cultivator at the peak of the innate realm, named Li Chao. Recent active places, went to Qingzhou City, invited to the auction of Jinhai Pavilion at 8 o'clock on the evening of the 9th of this month. Reward, 100,000 silver notes. Mission duration, 8 days. Below the information, there's a portrait of a young man with a gloomy face. Looking at his appearance, Changqing suddenly felt that he looked familiar. Martin Yu, it's him. Changqing was startled, and the face of the young man in brocade clothes appeared in his mind. Boss Chen asked me to tell you something. Make sure the medicine works and the disease is cured. The thin man reminded meaningfully. Otherwise, you will have to pay 3 times the medical expenses. Changqing's eyes darkened. He was really annoyed with this so-called commission and compensation. The short guy Chun Kuei only provides an intermediary channel, but he can make profits without doing anything regardless of success or failure. This is undoubtedly treating himself as a tool to make money. Just like the reward this time. On the surface, it is 100,000 silver coins, but after 20% commission is deducted, there will only be 80,000 left. Thinking of this, Changqing felt a breath of relief and became more determined to set up an intelligence agency. I have conveyed my message. I will not bother you anymore. After the thin man finished speaking, he turned and left, picking up an empty medicine bag. Changqing walked to the door and hung up a sign that said, "Closed for business today, no guests accepted." Then he cast his gaze towards the restaurant across the street. Looking through the door and windows, he saw Martin Yu and others still dining in the store. Although the prey was right in front of him, he was protected by many warriors, one of whom was a top master in the innate realm. He could only wait for the opportunity. Shadow Spider, keep a close eye on your prey and try not to be exposed. Changqing thought for a moment and suddenly sent out the Shadow Spider. Although the tiger bee has the ability to fly and is easier to track, the Shadow Spider is clearly better at lurking skills. After receiving the order, the Shadow Spider quickly crossed the street, crawled along the wall of the restaurant to the window, then slowly closed the distance and secretly peeked at Martin Yu and the others. "Master, you came all the way from the capital to attend the auction just to win Miss Lu's heart. It was really a bit risky." One of the men looked around and spoke to Martin Yu cautiously. "If I can get the beauty, the risk is worth it." Martin Yu sneered and said coldly, "If I find out who the employer is, I will torture him to death." He immediately changed the subject. "Did you bring the things I asked you to prepare?" "Don't worry, master. I brought 2 packets of Hawan powder with me on this trip. This stuff has a strong aftertaste. If you take a whiff of it, you will definitely be more S********* Y than the B*** *****ch in Ehon Courtyard." Martin Yu took the love powder handed to him by his subordinate, and an obscene smile appeared on his face. "Lu Ruyun, aren't you pretending to be noble and indifferent? With this love powder, I want to see how you get horny under my crotch." He stared at the 2 packets of Hawan powder in his hand, and the smile on his face became more and more excited. Li Chao on the side remained silent, his sharp eyes occasionally scanning the diners walking around, as vigilant as a cheetah. He looked down upon Martin Yu's arrogance from the bottom of his heart. He is nothing more than a spoiled brat who relies on his family's influence to bully the weak and fear the strong. Even at this critical juncture, he still does not know how to restrain himself. No wonder he was assassinated by assassins hired by some disgraceful behind-the-scenes people on the black market. Hawan powder, Lu Ruyun. Inside the clinic, Changqing frowned. Through the Shadow Spider's shared perception, he has learned that Martin Chao is planning such a despicable act. From this, it can be inferred that this guy is very likely to do something bad to Lu Ruyun at the auction tomorrow night. "It's your bad luck to fall into my hands." Changqing's expression turned cold, and the murderous intent in his heart became even stronger. The auction revenue of the 7 colored honey pills still needs the help of Lu Ruyun's resources to build its reputation, and it must not be destroyed. After a moment, Martin Yu and others had already paid the bill and left the restaurant. The Shadow Spider followed silently behind, its cold eyes always fixed on its prey. However, without Changqing's order, it did not act rashly. I followed him all the way to the inn and followed him into the store. Strange, why do I always feel like someone is watching me secretly? Along the way, Martin Yu felt more and more nervous as he walked, and couldn't help but look back. Just now in the restaurant, he had a vague feeling that a pair of eyes were secretly watching him. But since there were so many people around, he didn't think much about it. But now that he had entered the inn, he still had that feeling, as if he was being followed by a ghost, which made him inexplicably uneasy. "Master, is someone following us?" Li Chao noticed Martin Yu's expression and asked. "My intuition is always accurate. It should be." Martin Yu retracted his gaze and responded nervously. Li Chao's eyes darkened, and he glanced coldly towards the door of the inn behind him, looking at the people passing by outside. Little did they know that the Shadow Spider was hiding in the darkness of the door and was difficult to detect. Seeing that there were no suspicious people, Li Chao was still a little cautious and instructed his men. "You two stay outside the inn and report to me as soon as possible if anything happens. Go to the government office and tell them that the eldest son of the Earl of the Leaf family in the capital is here, and ask them to strengthen the security patrols in this neighborhood." "Yes." Immediately, 3 of the men took quick action. Master, from now on, you'd better not leave my sight. Li Chao's eyes fell on Martin Yu, and he spoke solemnly with a serious face. Okay. Martin Yu nodded with trembling lips. He realized that he had most likely been targeted by an assassin, and his eyes were filled with panic. He was no longer as arrogant as before. This Li Chao is quite vigilant. It seems inappropriate to carry out the assassination tonight. Changqing narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. In response, he did not recall Shadow Spider, but instead gave the order, Little Spider, continue to monitor and slowly wear down their energy. Yes, Master. At that moment, Shadow Spider's eyes were almost always fixed on Martin Yu. Is your intuition accurate? That will make you feel uneasy. Changqing cut off the shared perception and planned to let the Shadow Spider torment Martin Yu for a night. If any situation occurs, Shadow Spider can communicate with him through telepathy at any time, so he does not need to continue to pay attention to it. I wonder if Meng Jing can come to an agreement? Changqing glanced at the people hurrying by on the street, not feeling completely sure. After all, people who are good at gathering intelligence often have eccentric and unpredictable personalities that are difficult to guess. Just like that, until night fell, two figures appeared at the door of the clinic. Walking in front was Meng Jing. Behind him was a young man in white. This man has an elegant appearance, but his eyes are as deep as the abyss, and there is an extraordinary wisdom between his brows. But his face was quite pale, not like a normal skin color. It seemed that he had some hidden illness. Fang Baiyu. Changqing's eyes moved slightly, and before Meng Jing started to introduce him, he looked at the young man in white with a smile on his lips. Dr. Gu, it's better to meet you in person than to hear about you. You are indeed quite capable. Fang Baiyu stood with his arms folded, looking at Changqing, implying that he did not come here voluntarily. Meng Jing suddenly interrupted. Don't be so arrogant. I didn't put a knife to your neck. Fang Baiyu shrugged. You've already got the benefits. How can I get them if I don't pretend? At this point, he turned his gaze to Changqing again, and his smile suddenly brightened up. Okay, I'll show my cards. 4,000 silver coins per month, plus all the expenses for intelligence gathering. I estimate it will cost at least 20,000. Changqing said calmly. As for the money, no problem. Good fellow. Meng Jing's eyes widened. I only make 2,000 yuan a month, and you want 20,000 yuan? Fang Baiyu curled his lips and said, You do hard labor, and I use my brain. How can we be the same? Moreover, the intelligence network needs to maintain various relationships and employ a number of informants and errand runners, and this does not include the investment in later expansion. Meng Jing was confused by what he heard, so he stopped complaining. Dr. Gu, if you are willing, we can officially cooperate on this. Fang Baiyu smiled confidently. You mean just cooperation? Changqing understood the implication of the words and narrowed his eyes slightly. That's right, we each get what we need. You pay and I work. Fang Baiyu said meaningfully. As far as I know, Chun Kuei, the middleman in the black market, takes 20% commission from every black job. Even if the task is not completed within the deadline, he must pay 3 times the penalty. But I'm different. You only need to pay for all the expenses of collecting intelligence, and you don't have to bear the risk of compensation. This is what we call true mutual benefit and win-win. Changqing remained silent. The conditions of this cooperation model are indeed better than Chun Kuei's, but what he wants is absolute control over intelligence power, not the so-called cooperative relationship. Good boy. So this is what you were thinking. You are so cunning. Meng Jing on the side suddenly realized and patted Fang Baiyu on the shoulder. Although his strength was restrained, Fang Baiyu seemed to be overwhelmed. His whole body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, his already pale face turned as pale as paper. Even his lips turned gray-purple, and he became extremely weak. Baiyu, what's wrong with you? Meng Jing was horrified by the sudden scene and hurriedly supported Fang Baiyu. Let him lie flat. Changqing's eyes darkened. His fingertips had already placed on Fang Baiyu's wrist, his pulse weak and feeble. On the pale wrist, I saw a thin purple-black line slowly moving up along the blood vessels, which was clearly a sign that the poison had entered the heart. "Are you poisoned?" Changqing frowned and asked Fong Baiyu. "Well, I had a conflict with my colleagues in the black market a while ago, and was injured by their poison needle." Fong Baiyu smiled bitterly and said, "This poison requires dragon beard grass to cure, but this spiritual material is extremely rare and expensive, which is why it has been delayed until now." He had originally planned to use the money to buy dragon beard grass for treatment after discussing cooperation with Changqing, but he did not expect the toxicity in his body to take effect so quickly. UB asterisk 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 D. Why did you just say it now? Meng Jing's eyes widened with anger, and he stood up suddenly. "Even if I have to rob it, I will get the dragon beard grass at the risk of my life." "Don't waste time. The poison has already penetrated into your bones. Even if you find the dragon beard grass, it won't have much effect." Changqing immediately spoke out to stop him. This was a rare opportunity to win people's hearts and must not be missed. Of course, he wasn't being mysterious. Given Fong Baiyu's current condition, the medicinal effects of dragon beard grass alone are indeed unable to eradicate the disease. At most, it can only alleviate the toxicity. If you want to eliminate toxins, the colorful honey pills are undoubtedly the best choice. So what should we do now? Meng Jing was extremely anxious, and he immediately knelt on the ground with his iron tower-like body. "Dr. Gu, as long as you are willing to save my brother, my life will be yours from now on." Fong Baiyu was so moved that his eyes welled up with tears. "If I can still survive, I will never cheat my brothers of their money again. You can keep your life for yourself. When the time comes, the medical expenses can be deducted from your salary." Changqing shook his head and smiled indifferently. "When it comes to winning people's hearts, you have to let it happen naturally. Being too deliberate will only lead to failure." Then he flipped his palm lightly and took out a 7-colored honey pill. "Take this pill, and you will recover soon." "That's it." Fong Baiyu looked at the colorful honey pills as thin as sesame seeds, with some surprise and suspicion in his eyes. "Stop talking nonsense and eat quickly." Meng Jing eagerly took the colorful honey pill and stuffed it directly into Fong Baiyu's mouth. The pill melts as soon as it enters the mouth, instantly turning into a warm current that flows down the throat and quickly flows through the body's meridians. Wherever it passed was like spring breeze melting snow, and the dark poisonous fog lingering in the meridians and bone marrow completely melted away. Fong Baiyu's eyes lit up, and he felt that his body functions were recovering rapidly. He was no longer as weak as before. "It's amazing." He stood up in surprise, and his pale face regained its rosy color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Meng Jing was delighted when he saw this. The healing effect is really fast. Fong Baiyu's face was full of excitement. He tried jumping a few times, full of energy. Although there are still some residual toxins in the body that have not been completely eliminated, they no longer pose much threat to his life. "I have 2 more pills here. If you take 1 pill a day, you should be able to fully recover." Changqing took out the only 2 remaining 7-colored honey pills and handed them to Fong Baiyu. "Dr. Gu, how much do these pills cost?" Meng Jing asked curiously. Changqing said calmly, "Lu Riyun bought 1 for me today. It's worth 10,000 silver coins." Hearing this, Meng Jing's heart was suddenly shocked. 3 pieces, that's 30,000. "My dear." Fong Baiyu's throat rolled, and his hands holding the 2 colorful honey pills trembled slightly. 30,000 silver coins. This was almost dozens of times the income from selling intelligence on the black market. "Dr. Gu." Fong Baiyu's voice was a little hoarse. "This is too expensive." Changqing stood with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face. "Medicine is used to save lives, not to measure value." Meng Jing suddenly knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and slammed them heavily on the floor, making a dull thud. "Dr. Gu, thank you for the gift." Fong Baiyu took a deep breath, and a complex light flashed in his eyes. He slowly put the colorful honey pill in his arms, then knelt on one knee. "Dr. Gu, I have no way to repay you for saving my life. From today on, my life and my entire intelligence network are at your disposal. Changqing raised the corners of his lips slightly. This was exactly the result he wanted. Since both of you are willing to follow me, this clinic will be your home from now on. Changqing raised his hand slightly, and a strong force surged out from his palm, actually lifting the two of them up through the air. Such pure energy. Feng Baiyu was slightly startled, and the reverence in his eyes became even stronger. This level of cultivation has at least reached the innate realm. Baiyu, you're usually good at collecting intelligence, so you should be aware of the current situation of the Destiny Killer Group, right? Changqing sat on the chair and asked tentatively. The boss is testing my intelligence capabilities. I can't let him down. Feng Baiyu pondered in his heart, and then responded, I do know something. To put it bluntly, now there is only an empty shell left. Although I don't know how many assassins you have recruited now, intelligence has always been the weak point of the Destiny Killer Group. Another point is that without an assassination agent, we cannot contact employers on the black market. As a result, all income channels have to rely on intermediaries. In addition to taking commissions, sometimes there is even a hidden price difference, which is like a tool for intermediaries to make money. Hearing this, Changqing nodded secretly. Feng Baiyu is indeed very talented in collecting intelligence, and he has fully exposed the shortcomings of the Destiny Killer Group. As for the so-called hidden price difference, it is nothing more than the employer offering a reward of 100,000, but the middleman offers the killer gang 50,000. After the whole illegal business was completed, the middleman made the lion's share of the profits. According to my idea, the Destiny Killer Company should recruit an agent as soon as possible, then expand the scale of the intelligence network and form a complete set of operations. Feng Baiyu continued. In this way, we will not be subject to the control of middlemen in the future, thus creating greater profits. Changqing thought for a moment, his eyes wandering between the two people in front of him, and then fell on Feng Baiyu. This agent's job can only be left to you. No, I'm not suitable. Feng Baiyu quickly shook his head. If I take action to set up an intelligence agency, I guarantee that it will be accomplished. However, being an agent is not an easy job. One needs to be proficient in both the black and white worlds and be able to maneuver between various forces with ease. Changqing's expression changed slightly. It seems that the agent's ability is quite demanding. Boss, although my ability is limited, I have more suitable candidates. Feng Baiyu grinned, but the other person's personality is a bit different, and she's a woman, so it depends on how you choose. Hearing this, Meng Jing finally interrupted. Are you talking about Sister Rome? Oh, you're smart for once. Feng Baiyu raised his eyebrows slightly and gave Meng Jing an admiring look. Now that both of them have joined the Destiny Killer Gang, they naturally have to bring Sister Rong in to help the boss dominate the black market. Female. Changqing's eyes flashed with surprise. Can she really do it? Boss, don't worry. Sister Rong can definitely do it. Feng Baiyu said confidently. She is now a well-known agent in the black market, specializing in matchmaking for various forces. In terms of connections and skills, he is no less than that old fox Chen Kuei. Seeing that Changqing was still hesitating, he added, As for the degree of trust, there is no need to worry. The three of us have been dependent on each other in the slums since we were young. We are as close as siblings. I'll bring her to the clinic tomorrow, and you'll know once you meet her. Changqing shook his head and said, I have something to do tomorrow. Let's do it another day. Then he took out a large silver note from his storage ring and handed it to Feng Baiyu. Take this 10,000 silver coins and set up the intelligence network first. I will provide the follow-up funds later. Feng Baiyu took the banknote with a gleam in his eyes. Then he tactfully took Meng Jing out of the clinic. With his knowledge of the black market, he actually knew that it was Changqing who took over Chen Kuei's illegal job, and he should take action tomorrow. However, at this moment, Changqing was not paying attention to the assassination mission, but instead summoned the Tiger Bee. Just now, in order to save Feng Baiyu, the 7-color honey pills have been used up. I have to participate in the auction tomorrow night, so I have to refine some more. The wealthy nobles in Qingzhou City have considerable wealth, so they should have spiritual plants and flowers planted in their mansions. Gu Changqing muttered to himself, and then ordered, Tiger Bee, go collect some pollen and bring it back. Buzz! The tiger bee flew out immediately. For a time, all the wealthy mansions in the city became its targets. As a bee insect, tiger bees have an innate keen sense of smell for pollen. It hovered over the city in search, and with its tentacles trembling slightly, it quickly locked onto a large mansion. There was a plaque with the words Lu Mansion hanging on the red lacquered gate of the mansion. Although the buildings in the palace are quite old, they're grand in scale, with pavilions and towers arranged in an orderly manner. This should be the Lu family's ancestral home in Qingzhou City. The image sent by the tiger bee appeared in Gu Changqing's mind, and he whispered to himself. As soon as the tiger bee flew into the mansion, it smelled a floral fragrance that contained spiritual energy and immediately flew away, following the scent. At the end of the corridor, there is a stone house, and the fragrance of flowers wafts from inside. Outside the door stood two maids. Aren't spiritual plants planted in the garden? Why are they indoors? Gu Changqing couldn't help but feel puzzled. Never mind. Let's go in and take a look first. The tiger bee flapped its wings and quickly flew in through the vent. Suddenly, a huge bathing pool filled with mist came into view. Colorful petals were floating on the water, and a woman was soaked among them, without any clothes covering her body. It's these petals. Gu Changqing swallowed secretly and understood the reason for the floral scent. Just at this moment, the woman seemed to have finished her bath and stood up from the pool. Gu Changqing saw the entire erotic scene through the shared vision of the tiger bee. Lu Riyun, it's actually her. Gu Changqing's pupils suddenly contracted and his eyes were fixed on the woman. When he saw the familiar face clearly, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. I have to say that Lu Riyun has a very charming figure. She has big breasts, plump buttocks, a thin waist, and fair skin, just like a lotus emerging from water, a real stunner. The tiger bee seemed to sense its owner's burning gaze, and it circled around the room in tacit understanding, scanning Lu Riyun's body from all angles. Hey, why is this wasp a little weird? Lu Riyun raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the tiger bee in confusion, observing its every move curiously. Retreat quickly. Gu Changqing suppressed his inner restlessness and immediately asked Tiger Bee to leave the bathroom. Seeing this, Lu Riyun didn't think much about it and called the maid outside the door to help her change clothes. Master, if you don't find it satisfying, I can go in again. Just when Gu Changqing was still unsatisfied, Tiger Bee sent a very considerate telepathic message. Don't be nosy, business is more important. Gu Changqing cursed with a smile, feeling that the tiger bee was becoming more and more nonsensical after its intelligence was awakened. After that, after some searching, the tiger bee finally found a garden in the backyard area of the mansion. There are several Lu family guards guarding the outskirts of this place. The tiger bee folded its wings, landed on a nearby attic, and looked around vigilantly. I saw that the plants planted in the garden were not ordinary plants, but spiritual plants of great value. Looking around, most of the plants you see are rare spiritual plants, such as purple monkey flower, silver horn tree, and azure flower. The whole garden is filled with rich spiritual energy and a fragrant smell. Ordinary people living here will definitely benefit from longevity. However, this kind of artificially cultivated spiritual plant is very troublesome. Not only does it require careful care, it also needs to be watered with clear mountain spring water in order to grow and develop. Without absolutely strong financial resources, a family with ordinary background simply cannot afford it. There's someone in the garden. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze passed through the compound eyes of the tiger bee and fell on the open space in the center of the garden. There, a young girl in white was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. A faint spiritual energy was flowing around her body, forming a faint halo. It seemed that she was practicing. Her skin was as white as snow. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her delicate facial features were somewhat similar to Lu Riyun, but she was obviously younger, about 17 or 18 years old. The girl's posture as she sat in meditation was elegant and refined, like a fairy carved out of white jade. Her beauty pure and extraordinary, with an air of holiness that could not be desecrated. Young lady is really diligent. She is still practicing in the gardens so late. Yes, no wonder he was able to obtain a place in the 7th Xuanwu Academy. That is an opportunity that even the children of the royal family can hardly achieve. The eldest lady is very talented and intelligent. With such hard work, her future achievements will be limitless, even higher than her aunt, Chief Steward Liu. Outside the garden, the patrolling guards would occasionally cast their eyes towards the girl in white. They talked in low voices, unable to hide their admiration. The girl in white is named Liu Shuanger, and she is the only jewel in the crown of the current patriarch of the Liu family. Not only does she have a noble status, she also has amazing talent in martial arts, and can be said to be a favored daughter of heaven. Gu Changqing's gaze lingered briefly on Liu Shuanger, then turned to the spiritual flowers swaying in the moonlight. Time was running out, and he didn't have the patience to wait for the little girl to finish her training. Tiger Bee, it's time to move. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow flapped its wings and flew out. The tiger bee swooped into the flowers like a ghost, greedily sucking the essence from the stamens. Wherever it passed, the colorful butterflies that were originally dancing among the flowers suddenly scattered in fright. Liu Shuanger seemed to be aware of this subtle movement. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked around. Apart from the butterflies flying around, there was nothing unusual around. The guard patrolling outside the garden also followed their instructions, and no one was lazy. It seemed that my state of mind still needs to be tempered. Any small movement can affect my practice. A hint of doubt flashed across Liu Shuanger's eyes, and she murmured to herself in a light voice. Then she flipped her jade hand and took out a talisman from the storage ring. Laugh! The moment the talisman paper was ignited, thousands of light patterns suddenly bloomed and intertwined into an array, enveloping her graceful figure in a hazy light curtain. The young lady has used the isolation formation again. There's nothing to watch now. The guards patrolling the periphery sighed in disappointment when they saw this. Their night patrols were already boring, and being able to see Liu Shuanger practicing under the moon from afar was the best way to refresh themselves. But now, it can only be vaguely seen from the hazy light curtain. Isolation talisman. Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows. That's exactly what I want. The Hornet had no more scruples. Its mouth parts suddenly grew 3 inches, and wherever it went, all the stamens of the flowers withered. After a gust of wind, the system storage compartment was filled with jade-like spiritual pollen. Ding! The tiger bees have collected enough pollen to make 2 batches of colorful honey pills. The required energy value is 200. The next moment, a line of prompt entries suddenly appeared in front of Gu Changqing's eyes. The host's current energy balance is 690. Do you want to make 7 color honey pills? 2 batches means 10 pills, which is enough for tomorrow's auction. Gu Changqing's mind moved, and he silently said, "System, refine all the pollen." In an instant, the amount of energy value was suddenly deducted by 200. The pollen in the system storage box also disappeared in an instant and was replaced by 10 colorful honey pills. Tiger Bee, call a day. Gu Changqing called out in a very good mood. If I can sell these colorful honey pills for a good price at tomorrow's auction, I won't have to worry about the follow-up funding for establishing an intelligence organization. Master, the prey is alone. Shall we act? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Gu Changqing's eyes suddenly changed to the scene of Shadow Spider's vision. On the top floor of the inn, in a luxurious guest room. At this time, Gu Changqing had already connected with the Shadow Spider through shared perception and was quickly taking in the surrounding environment. The windows and doors of the house were closed, and it was dark and quiet. Martin was lying flat on the bed, snoring faintly, and he had obviously fallen asleep. As for Li Chao and others, they took turns guarding the corridor outside the house. Despite the tight security, this is undoubtedly the best opportunity to take action. In response, Changqing did not rush to order the assassination, but instead gave an order. Tiger Bee, go pick up Shadow Spider. The current situation seems to provide opportunities for exploitation, but we must always be prepared for the unexpected. After receiving the order, the Tiger Bee that was flying towards Tianming Medical Clinic immediately changed direction in the night sky and flew quickly towards the inn not far away. As they arrived at their destination, Changqing looked down at the streets below through the Tiger Bee's line of sight. He discovered that the pedestrians walking near the inn were not ordinary people, but security guard from the government office. The fact that the local government of Qingzhou City attaches so much importance to the legitimate son of an earl shows that the Ma family has considerable power in the court. Changqing hesitated for a moment, then gave the order, Tiger Bee, be careful when entering the inn, don't be discovered. In order to avoid making vibration sounds while flying, the Tiger Bee slowly landed at the door of the inn and quietly crawled in. In this way, it climbed along the wall to the top floor and had a clear view of everything in the staircase and corridor. In the long and narrow corridor, there were 6 guards walking around, looking around cautiously. Outside the guest room, where Martin Yu lived, Li Chao sat cross-legged at the door, with his sword across his thighs and his eyes closed. With such strict patrols inside and outside, even a most skilled assassin would find it difficult to sneak into the inn without any leaks. I was scared to death based on my intuition before, but now I sleep so soundly. Changqing's mind moved, and he switched back to the Shadow Spider's shared vision. He stared at Martin Yu, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and felt more and more that there was something fishy going on. I want to see what reassurances you have prepared. A hint of coldness flashed in Changqing's eyes, and he planned to test the other party's confidence first. Little spider, do it. As the command came out, the Shadow Spider that had been lurking in the corner quickly crawled to the bed. Its body shook, and it suddenly turned into a monster, and its sharp claws stabbed towards Martin Yu's heart. But the next moment, bang! A metallic collision sound suddenly rang out, and the Shadow Spider's sharp claws suddenly stopped 3 inches away from Martin Yu's heart. A layer of silver scales appeared under the pajamas, neutralizing the fatal attack. The Shadow Spider moved at an extremely fast speed and turned to stab Martin Chow's head, but was repelled by the silver light shield that surged out from the armor. It's a trick. Changqing's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately ordered, Little spider, hide quickly. The Shadow Spider instantly transformed into a spider form and quickly hid in the gap at the foot of the bed. Almost at the same time, Martin Yu on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, with a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth. He immediately stood up and looked towards the bed, but was surprised to find that there was not even a shadow of the assassin. There's an assassin. Li Chao's loud shout was heard from outside the door, and then he broke into the room with a sword. 6 guards also rushed into the guest room and searched quickly. Where's the assassin? Li Chao looked around sharply, feeling quite confused. Someone clearly attacked me just now, but was blocked by my protective armor. How could he disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye? Martin Yu's face was full of astonishment and disbelief. The 6 guards looked at each other, and one of them said in a trembling voice, Could it be that we saw a ghost? Don't make wild guesses. The assassin may have practiced some advanced stealth techniques. Li Chao frowned, feeling unbelievable. He walked quickly to the window frame and found that the hair that was used as a warning was still hanging intact in the window slit. This was a mark he had placed there deliberately. If he opened the window and sneaked in, the hair would surely be blown off, but now it remained intact. However, the house was made of walls on all 4 sides, and there was nowhere to get in except the door and windows. How exactly is this done? Li Chao felt a chill running down his spine. If this was really a top assassin who could pass through walls, the young master would probably be in great danger in the future. Damn the assassin. I was planning to lure him out of his hole and then catch him in his trap, but he escaped. Martin Yu was shocked and angry and kicked the foot of the bed hard. As the bedpost shook, the falling dust floated on the Shadow Spider's back, but it remained motionless. The Tiger Bees had been lurking in the corridor, ready to strike. If the shadow spider is discovered, it will be ready to respond at any time. Master, we should not stay here for long. For safety's sake, we should hurry back to the capital as soon as possible. Li Chao looked at Martin Yu, who had just vented his anger, and gave him an earnest admonition. Stop talking nonsense. Tomorrow is the auction of Jinhai Pavilion. How can we stop until we get Lu Ruyan? Martin Yu snorted angrily and said in a cold voice, This young master has a treasured armor to protect his body. The assassin failed in this attack, and naturally he will not succeed in the future. I just don't believe he can do anything to me. Hearing this unscrupulous tone, Li Chao gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, his knuckles turning white. If there were no difference between master and servant, he would have wanted to knock him out with a palm and drag him directly back to the Ma family in the capital. Otherwise, there would not have been so much trouble. No one of you is allowed to rest tonight. Keep a close eye on everyone in the house. After Martin Yu gave him a scolding, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep with his eyes closed. Yes, master. Li Chao nodded respectfully, then sat cross-leggedly on the edge of the bed with his back straight, guarding closely. The other 6 guards sighed in their hearts, but they could only obey orders and stayed by his side. This is a bit difficult. Inside the clinic, Changqing sighed softly. I didn't expect that Martin Yu was wearing a protective armor. If I hadn't spied on him decisively tonight, it would have been hard to predict. It seems that the intelligence information provided by Changqing is not that detailed. If it had been human assassin, he would have been caught on the spot and would have had no chance of escaping death. How to break the deadlock next? Changqing crossed his legs and thought to himself. The Shadow Spider's 2 attacks just now were unable to break through the defense. The protective armor was obviously engraved with some kind of runes, which could autonomously activate the defensive light curtain when attacked. Of course, no matter how powerful the defense is, it cannot withstand continuous attacks. The key is that Li Chao's guards will come to protect him immediately if there is any movement. If we isolate the noise and movement, won't that be enough? As his mind turned, Changqing suddenly had an idea. Earlier in the garden of the Lu mansion, Lu Shuanger activated talismans and used the isolating light curtain to practice meditation. If we can get this kind of isolation talisman, the success rate of assassination will be much higher. Changqing nodded secretly, feeling that this method was feasible. He stopped thinking about it and sat cross-legged on the bed, silently circulating the energy in his body and flowing it to his veins. Today, he broke through to the innate realm with the help of the 7-color honey pill, but this kind of cultivation improved by the power of medicine is not stable, and he must consolidate his foundation. The next day at noon, Changqing slept until very late before getting up. As soon as I finished washing up, Shadow Spider's voice rang in my mind. Master, the prey is ready to go out. Keep watching. Changqing ignored it. He had to get the isolation talisman first before he had a chance to take action. On the other hand, as for Martin Yu, although the attack last night was unsuccessful, they did not get a good rest the whole night after all the trouble. They were all listless and not as vigilant as before. In this situation, even without the help of talismans, Martin Yu and the others would probably have a mental breakdown after a few more days. However, the mission deadline is only 8 days, and Changqing doesn't have the time to waste any more time. Meng Jing was very diligent and waited outside the clinic early in the morning. Seeing the shop door open, he jumped off the carriage and walked over quickly. Boss, are you going out today? Meng Jing grinned and said, If you don't need me, I can help you with chores in the store. Well, take me to the shop that specializes in selling talismans. Changqing walked straight towards the carriage. It was indeed more convenient to have a driver. Moreover, after Meng Jing returned last night, he apparently renovated the carriage, making it look brand new overall. Talisman. Meng Jing shook his head and said, This is a rare item that only ancient martial arts families have. It is not sold on the market. Hearing this, Changqing was startled and his steps suddenly stopped. Can I get on the black market? Yes, but they are extremely expensive. An ordinary spirit-gathering talisman costs tens of thousands of taels of silver. Hearing this, Changqing took a deep breath. Damn, it's so expensive. He had spent all the money he had earned in the past 2 days, and now he was short of money and couldn't afford anything. Forget it. It's more important to make money first. Changqing had no choice but to give up, then got on the carriage and told Meng Jing, "Let's go to Jinhai Pavilion. The only solution is to participate in tonight's auction. As long as the 7-color honey pills are sold, the funds can be recovered quickly." Bang! With a flick of the whip, Meng Jing drove the carriage forward steadily. Inside the carriage, Changqing had nothing to do, so his mind connected to the shadow spider's visual perception. What came into view was a bustling street scene, with Shadow Spider currently lying on top of the carriage. The people in the carriage were naturally Martin Yu and Li Chao. Dozens of guards followed closely behind. "Young master, are you going to the Liu family's ancestral home?" Li Chao's voice asked from inside the carriage. "Liu Riyun is coming to Qingzhou City this time, and must be staying there temporarily. Let's go meet her first." Martin Yu's eyes were burning, and he couldn't wait to see her. Especially when Liu Riyun's graceful figure appeared in his mind. The lust in his eyes became increasingly difficult to conceal. "We must capture this beauty as soon as possible before the Liu family curries favor with the royal family. Otherwise, there will be no chance in the future. But I heard that Liu Shuang'er, the proud daughter of the Liu family, has been practicing in seclusion in the ancestral home recently." Li Chao's tone was quite cautious. "Is it inappropriate for us to visit rashly this time? What's wrong with that?" Martin Yu smiled evilly. "Maybe that little girl will have to call me uncle in the future, and she has grown up beautifully over the years. If Liu Ruyun can't be obtained, then it wouldn't be a good idea to replace her with him. Besides, young ladies who are inexperienced in the world are the easiest to be deceived." Having said that, Martin Yu's lips curled up into an obscene smile, and he even fantasized about the wonderful life of 2 women sharing one man. Li Chao frowned slightly and simply chose to shut up and stop admonishing. "The word lust is like a sword hanging over your head. This is simply courting death. If the Ma family wasn't powerful in the court, this guy would have died countless times. Want to go to the Liu family's ancestral home." Changqing's heart moved, and he continued to pay attention secretly. If Liu Riyun was not in Jinhai Pavilion, he could go directly to Liu Mansion and hand the 7-colored honey pills to her. As he daydreamed, the erotic scene of Liu Riyun taking a bath last night emerged in his mind. Moreover, the Tiger Bee's shared perception can even store the scenes it has seen and retrieve them for viewing. While Changqing was enjoying the visual video, Martin Yu and his companions had already arrived at the Liu family's ancestral home and were stopped by 2 burly men guarding the gate. "I'm sorry, our chief steward Liu has instructed that no one is allowed to visit us." The burly man looked at Martin Yu and the others and said in a deep voice, "Please go back. What do you know as a gatekeeper?" Martin Yu frowned and glared. "I am the legitimate son of the Earl of the Ma family, and I am friends with your chief steward Liu. If you dare to intercept me again, I will break your dog legs." Hearing the identity of the Earl's legitimate son, the burly man was slightly startled and hurriedly said in awe, "I will report to the mansion right away. Please wait a moment." Although the Liu family is a first-class family among merchants, there is still some gap compared with these powerful people in the court. He was just a small gatekeeper, so how could he dare to offend him? He immediately turned around and walked quickly to report. Meng Jing changed the route to the Liu family's ancestral home. After Changqing finished speaking, he took out an iron mask from his storage ring and said, "Put this on your face." "Boss, although I'm not as handsome as you, I'm not too ugly, right?" Meng Jing took the mask and couldn't help but mutter. Changqing smiled faintly and said, "Don't waste time. It will be good for you to wear it." In response, Meng Jing said no more and put the mask on his face. The black iron mask was cold, hard and heavy, and against his tall and burly figure, the whole person suddenly looked more murderous. "Not bad." Changqing took a few glances and exclaimed in admiration. After a while, the carriage turned a corner and the tall door lintel of the Liu mansion came into view. Outside the mansion, Martin Yu and his group were still waiting, but there was no sign of Liu Ruyun. "It's them." Meng Jing's eyes fixed, and he immediately understood the deep meaning of Gu Changqing asking him to wear a mask. The boss is smart and prepared this mask in advance. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Meng Jing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then jumped off the carriage with a swift movement. His tall body like an iron tower, coupled with the black iron mask that glowed with a cold light, stood behind Gu Changqing like a guardian god. Even the strong man guarding the door did not dare to look down on him. He asked politely, "Dear guests, what is the business of coming to Lu Mansion?" Gu Changqing said calmly, "Please inform Manager Lu that a friend named Gu is here to visit." Martin Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his gaze wandered over Gu Changqing like a venomous snake, asking, "What kind of friend are you?" Gu Changqing glanced at him and said calmly, as if he was looking at a dead man, "What does it have to do with you?" "Presumptuous." One of the guards immediately stepped forward and shouted, "My young master is the legitimate son of the current Earl Ma. How dare you be so rude?" "Bullshit." Meng Jing seemed to be protected by a mask and shouted without hesitation, "My boss is a close friend of the current prince. What is your attitude? There's so many princes nowadays. He doesn't believe that the other party will go to the palace to collect evidence one by one. Aren't you trying to show off your status? Just make it up." Faced with such a fierce posture, the guard's heart skipped a beat. He stared at Gu Changqing with suspicion and dared not say a word. Martin Yu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately turned his gaze to the simple carriage parked on the side of the street, sneering in his heart. With just this broken carriage, is he worthy of being called a friend of the prince? Gu Changqing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This kid Meng Jing was really outspoken and was exaggerating a bit. To cheat in the name of imperial power is a capital crime. Martin Yu narrowed his eyes and sneered. "In that case, may I ask which prince it is?" "None of your business," Meng Jing retorted bluntly. After being contradicted like this twice in a row, Martin Yu's face turned pale instantly. However, there was no confirmation as to whether Gu Changqing had any friendship with any prince. Given his usual character of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, he did not lose his temper on the spot. He suppressed his anger and cast a hidden look at the guard next to him. "I've heard that the prince's old friends are very powerful. Today is a good opportunity to experience them." The guard shouted in a deep voice and suddenly clenched his fist to hit Gu Changqing in the face. Gu Changqing did not dodge or evade, but instead swung out with his backhand, and the strong energy of the innate realm suddenly burst out from his palm. Bang! After just a brief encounter, the guard was slapped away before he could even react and fell to the ground with blood spitting out his mouth. "Waste!" Martin Yu's expression tensed, but he quickly retreated to Li Chao's side. Only then did he feel relieved. The early stage of Xiantian realm. Li Chao's eyes flashed, and he saw through Gu Changqing's cultivation level. In his opinion, this strength may not be enough to be valued by the royal family, but it is definitely not that of an ordinary person. If I were to take action myself, it would probably take a lot of energy to defeat it. "What are you doing?" At this time, a cold voice came from the mansion. Lu Riyun appeared at the gate with a group of family guards. She looked at Martin Yu and his group with a slightly frown. However, when she noticed that Gu Changqing was standing among them, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. "Mr. Gu, it's you." Lu Riyun's eyes flashed, and she stared at Gu Changqing with great joy. "I hope my sudden visit won't disturb you." Gu Changqing nodded with a smile. "How could that be? You are my honored guest. You can come anytime you want." Lu Riyun chuckled and showed great enthusiasm. She was originally worried that Gu Changqing would not go to Jinhai Pavilion, but this time he came to the Lu family's ancestral home in person, which was really surprising. "Miss Lu, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you've become more and more beautiful." Martin Yu stared at Lu Riyun with fiery eyes and praised sincerely. "Her skin is smooth and delicate, just like a teenage girl." Although this sounded greasy, Gu Changqing agreed with it in his heart. Lu Riyun is a beautiful young woman. After taking the 7-color honey pills, her skin naturally became more youthful, as smooth and tender as a girl. With her as the advertising spokesperson, the colorful honey pills will definitely create a great word-of-mouth effect. Mr. Gu, I'm on my way to Jinhai Pavilion to attend tonight's auction. Would you mind giving me a ride? Lu Riyun kept her eyes on Gu Changqing and asked softly. No problem. Gu Changqing readily agreed, as he happened to need the other party's help in private. Miss Lu, his carriage is really shabby. It's not as spacious and comfortable as mine. Martin Yu sneered disdainfully. I'm on my way too. I can give you a ride. That passionate look did not hide the admiration in his eyes at all. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Ma, but I have business cooperation with Mr. Gu, so I'll excuse you. Perhaps because of his status as the Earl's legitimate son, Lu Riyun's conversation did not seem too intimate, but she also did not refuse him in a way that would embarrass him. The scale is grasped and the control is quite good. Mr. Gu, let's go. After saying that, Lu Riyun walked straight towards the carriage and sat in the car, as if she was familiar with the place. Although the carriage is broken, it is still fragrant with a beautiful woman by its side. Gu Changqing glanced at Martin Chow, then turned and left with a faint smile. See, this is the strength of my boss. Meng Jing complained with great complacency, then turned over and jumped onto the horse's back, driving slowly forward under Martin Yu's jealous gaze. ***ch, you dare to embarrass me. Sooner or later, I will make you beg for mercy under my crotch. Martin Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes full of viciousness. You can't escape from my grasp at tonight's auction. He grabbed the packet of Hahuan powder from the storage ring and grinned grimly with a gloomy face. In the carriage, Lu Riyun sat in a dignified posture, but perhaps because the carriage was a little bumpy, her proud breasts kept rising and falling. Gu Changqing was sitting nearby, and even though he had controlled himself very well, he could still notice it clearly out of the corner of his eye. With such a sexy and hot body, it is no wonder that Martin Yu would risk being assassinated to pursue her to this point. Manager Lu, are you familiar with that, Ma? Gu Changqing looked away and changed the subject. When she heard this name, there was an obvious hint of disgust on Lu Riyun's face. Some of my Lu family's businesses have some dealings with the Ma family, and I have met him several times. Lu Riyun shook her head and said softly, this man relies on the merits of his ancestors in the court and often acts arrogantly outside. Mr. Gu, if it is not necessary, try not to have any intersection with him. Gu Changqing's heart moved. It seemed that Lu Riyun was not simple after all and knew the other party's background very well. Since Chief Steward Lu is willing to remind you, I will do you a favor. Gu Changqing crossed his legs and smiled calmly. Favor? Lu Riyun's expression changed slightly, and she asked curiously, Mr. Gu, please speak. I overheard some news that Martin, you had someone by the Hahuan powder on the black market, intending to use it against you at tonight's auction. Gu Changqing said calmly, so, no matter what you eat or drink tonight, you'd better be careful. Don't ask me how I know this. Believe it or not. Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun frowned suddenly and stared at Gu Changqing with her beautiful eyes. Although she didn't know how Gu Changqing got the news, she had to be cautious after being reminded. If Martin Yu really succeeds, my life will be ruined. Lu Riyun's mind raced. She took a deep breath and murmured, Thank you, Mr. Gu, for reminding me. If it's really like what you said, I, Lu Riyun, owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, just ask. Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows and said seriously, Can I advance this favor? Lu Riyun's face suddenly froze. Regardless of whether Martin Yu would drug and murder himself, who would ask for a favor so quickly? You don't want me to pledge my love to you, do you? Lu Riyun pondered in her heart and stared at Gu Changqing with a strange look in her eyes. The atmosphere in the car was a little subtle for a moment. Lu Riyun's fingertips unconsciously tightened the hem of her skirt, and she was very curious about what Gu Changqing wanted to do by asking for the favor. If this guy is really a pervert, then this cooperation on the 7-color honey pills will be aborted. I need a talisman that can be used to isolate external interference. Gu Changqing smiled and said, I need it urgently. Please help me get it as soon as possible. Is Is it that simple? A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Ruyun's beautiful eyes. Yes. Gu Changqing nodded calmly. As for the cost, I'm a little tight on money right now, so you can just deduct it from the proceeds from the 7 colored honey pills. So that's how it is. Lu Ruyun smiled with relief. I thought Gu Changqing would make some excessive demands, but I didn't expect that he just wanted a talisman. Is the isolation talisman difficult to make? Seeing that Lu Ruyun did not respond, Gu Changqing asked tentatively. Of course, he didn't dare to say that he controlled the tiger bee to sneak in a Lu mansion last night and secretly saw Lu Shuang'er using the isolation talisman to practice. I seldom practice in seclusion, so I don't carry such talismans with me. Lu Ruyun smiled softly, but I have made some achievements in runes, so I can copy one for you. After saying that, she took out a piece of talisman paper and a small bottle of material liquid from her storage ring. On-site operation, Gu Changqing's expression moved slightly, and his eyes looked expectant with curiosity. Generally speaking, talismans require the rune master to mobilize his true energy and then use materials to draw the runes, and finally carry them on talisman paper. When using them, just ignite the talisman paper to cast them, which is very convenient. However, the threshold for rune inscription is extremely high, and success is not something that can be achieved just by knowing how to copy and draw and having all the materials. Because the patterns within the runes contain all kinds of complex energy changes, the same rune, sometimes with slight differences in texture, can lead to differences in energy strength or even make it unusable. 100 rune masters, due to their own understanding and technical control, can produce 100 different rune effects even if the runes are of the same type. Just like writing the same font with a brush, some people write it crookedly, while others write it pleasing to the eye. At this time, Lu Ruyun had already started making it on the spot. She poured a drop of light blue liquid material on her fingertips, and a trace of true energy seeped into it. Then, her slender jade hand drew in the air, and as the fingertips flashed with light, the drop of liquid material that was fused with true energy was pulled into thin threads and quickly drawn into an intricate and mysterious rune totem that appeared in the void, shining brightly. The rune is about the size of 2 fingers and faintly emits an obscure energy fluctuation. Lu Ruyun tapped her fingertips lightly, and with a swish sound, the rune was instantly imprinted on the talisman paper. Is that it? When Gu Changqing saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. If you learn this quick technique and sell it on the black market, you will definitely make a fortune. Mr. Gu, this is the talisman you want. Lu Ruyun chuckled. The favor between us is now settled. Gu Changqing took the talisman and carefully observed the rune totem on the paper. In order to ensure that everything went smoothly, he moved his mind slightly and directly injected his true energy into it to activate it. The pattern on the talisman glowed and suddenly burned rapidly. Instantly, a translucent light curtain barrier enveloped the space inside the car. The noisy sounds outside were instantly cut off. What is he going to do? Gu Changqing's sudden abnormal behavior surprised Lu Ruyun. Obviously, he didn't expect that the talisman that Gu Changqing needed would be used to activate the isolation light curtain here. If the other party really has bad intentions, no one will notice even if you shout at the top of your lungs. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyun's face instantly became serious. She reached for the storage ring with her jade hand and stared at Gu Changqing vigilantly. Gu Changqing was completely unaware of Lu Ruyun's wild thoughts. He moved his ears slightly, still carefully feeling whether there was any sound coming from outside the light curtain barrier. Then he tried to shout, "Meng Jing." Meng Jing outside the car obviously didn't hear it and didn't react. Not bad. After experiencing it personally, Gu Changqing exclaimed with satisfaction. What do you mean? Lu Ruyun's face was full of suspicion, and she couldn't understand Gu Changqing's behavior at all. This is my first time using a talisman, and I want to try out its effects. Gu Changqing replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Lu Ruyun was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but her earlobes turned red. It turns out that just now, I'm misunderstood again. Of course, it's not that she is too sensitive. After all, she has been in the business world for many years and has met all kinds of people. She has to prepare for the worst in everything so that she can be prepared quickly. If it had been someone like Martin Yu, it wouldn't have been so simple for a single man and a single woman to be isolated in the light curtain barrier. In response to this, Lu Riyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt a little disappointed for some reason. My own charm is not even as good as a talisman? Gu Changqing smiled apologetically and said, "Can you draw another one for me?" "Okay, but this time you owe me a favor. How about that?" Lu Ruyun blinked her beautiful eyes and used a teasing tone to ease her inner embarrassment. Gu Changqing nodded without hesitation. "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ruyun poured out another drop of liquid material. The energy flowed through her fingertips, and soon a beautiful and mysterious rune was formed. She then imprinted it on the talisman paper with nimble movements. The whole process was done in one go, as smooth as flowing water. Gu Changqing stared closely at Lu Riyun's movements of drawing runes, and even quietly summoned a tiger bee to record the scene in front of him in his mind. "Done. Done. Don't waste this time." Lu Riyun pursed her red lips and handed the remade talisman to Gu Changqing. Although the drawing process seemed easy, there was a hint of fatigue in her eyes at this moment. It was obvious that engraving the runes was extremely mentally exhausting. "Thank you very much." Gu Changqing smiled and nodded, then looked at the bottle of liquid material next to him and asked curiously, "Can this bottle of juice also be used to draw other types of runes?" "No." Lu Riyun shook her head. Different types of runes require different materials to be combined to make juice. In addition to making runes, runes can also be imprinted on equipment and elixirs to enhance their abilities. Even more, when a rune technique is practiced to the extreme, it can be engraved on a certain part of the human body to temporarily enhance strength. This is the result of countless great ancestors of the Tsang Yuan continent's research and accumulation over the past tens of millions of years. Hearing this, Gu Changqing's eyes flashed, and he became more and more interested in the magical power of rune magic. If the shadow spiders and tiger bees are equipped with rune weapons, their combat power will definitely be stronger. "Mr. Gu, if you're interested in rune magic, there is still half of this bottle of liquid material with isolation effect left. If you don't mind, you can take it and study it." Lu Ruyun seemed to see through Gu Changqing's thoughts and handed over the bottle of liquid material to him. "One bottle is worth 10,000 taels of silver, so you should use it sparingly." "So expensive." When Gu Changqing heard the price Lu Ruyun mentioned, his pupils suddenly shrank. "I finally understood the true meaning of poor in literature but rich in martial arts. It's not just about enthusiasm. The key is, does your family have the money?" After a brief sigh, Gu Changqing looked at the small bottle in his hand and suddenly had the urge to try it. At that moment, he poured a drop of material liquid onto his fingertips, and the process of Lu Ruyun engraving the runes just now emerged in his mind. Then he copied her movements exactly as she did. A stream of true energy poured into the liquid, and then the fingertips quickly drew it in the void. However, at the moment when the rune was about to take shape, Gu Changqing's true energy showed a tiny fluctuation, resulting in insufficient sustained output. There was only a slight hiss sound, and the rune that had just formed turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. "Have you learned runes?" Lu Riyun couldn't help but ask. "No, I just tried to imitate your movements to see if it was difficult, but unfortunately I still failed." Gu Changqing smiled slightly and didn't take it seriously. However, when Lu Riyun heard this, she was stunned, her eyes full of disbelief. When she was learning runes, she had to accumulate a lot of theoretical knowledge in the early stages and also constantly exercise the flexibility of her fingers. Even when he was inscribing the rune for the first time, he failed halfway through, and he couldn't even draw the rune into shape. But now, Gu Changqing, operating for the first time without any guidance, actually drew a complete rune in one breath. If it weren't for the improper control of the Yuanli, there would definitely be hope of success. "This is simply a monster." Lu Riyun took a deep breath and was shocked. She looked at Gu Changqing with strange eyes. Seeing his nonchalant expression, it seemed that he didn't even know how great his own talent was. Gu Changqing was indeed unaware of this, nor was he complacent about it. In his opinion, failure is failure until there is success. Things like talent are nothing more than consoling statements to motivate people. He only knows that what he needs most and has the most clear goal now is to make money. Without financial resources, everything is just empty talk. Boss, we've arrived at Jinhai Pavilion. At this time, Meng Jing's voice came from outside the carriage, and the carriage slowly stopped by the roadside. Manager Lu, I won't accompany you. Gu Changqing took out 8 colorful honey pills from the storage ring and gave them to Lu Riyun, keeping 2 for himself in case of emergency. Lu Riyun invited enthusiastically. I have reserved a seat for you at tonight's auction. Please be sure to come and participate. No, there are still patients in the clinic waiting for me to treat them. Gu Changqing politely declined and made up an excuse. Now that we have obtained the isolation talisman, it is undoubtedly the perfect opportunity to carry out the assassination. In order to avoid any accidents, it is safer to try not to meet Martin Yu. A doctor has a kind heart. You are quite competent. Lu Riyun looked at Gu Changqing with admiration and said with a smile, Okay, I'll reserve a seat for you at the auction. It doesn't matter if you're late. Gu Changqing nodded calmly, then watched the other party leave. Boss, Manager Lu seems to be quite enthusiastic about you. Don't you have any interest in him? Meng Jing looked at Lu Riyun's graceful figure as she left, grinning and saying, As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you is as good as a jewel in the crown. What's more, she's a beautiful, wealthy woman with real power. Gu Changqing ignored him and said, I have something else to do. Go back and ask Fong Baiyu to buy some sound transmission notes. We will meet at the clinic tonight. After saying this, he jumped off the carriage alone and walked toward the nearby restaurant. Seeing that Gu Changqing acted in a mysterious manner, Meng Jing did not dare to ask more questions and immediately drove to do the work. Inside the restaurant, Gu Changqing chose a private room on the 3rd floor near the window, glancing at the gate of Jinhai Pavilion from time to time. According to the surveillance footage transmitted by the Shadow Spider, Martin Yu and his group were now heading towards Jinhai Pavilion. A moment later, they arrived at their destination. However, due to the rules of Jinhai Pavilion, more than a dozen guards could not all enter, so only Li Chao followed Martin Yu in. Little Spider, take a rest first. Gu Changqing glanced at it obscurely, then recalled the Shadow Spider and replaced it with the Tiger Bee to monitor. Although the Shadow Spider is a monster, it is also a flesh and blood body. After tracking for a day and a night, it has already consumed a lot of energy. It's a good time to recuperate before it gets dark. As night fell, many luxurious carriages were parked outside the gate of Jinhai Pavilion. As the largest auction house in Qingzhou City, the guests who come here are either rich or noble, and most of them are well-known figures. Gu Changqing's mind moved, and he instantly switched to the auction hall in Tiger Bee's vision. The huge auction hall is luxurious and bright. Rows of seats are arranged in a fan-shaped layout, surrounding the auction table in the middle. Looking around, the place was almost full and bustling. In every corner of the auction hall, there were many Jinhai Pavilion thugs patrolling, which gave people a sense of security. After all, no matter where you hold an auction, the most important thing is the strength of the organizer. Otherwise, there may be some people bidding randomly without money to pay, or even snatching the items by force. Therefore, it would be difficult to hold an auction if the fists are not strong enough, and there is no deterrent power to maintain order. At this time, Martin Yu seemed to have made an appointment in advance and was arranged in an independent box on the top floor of the auction hall. There was a window on the outer wall through which he could have a clear view of the bidding in the venue. The Tiger Bee sneaked into the box silently, lurked in the dark corner, and waited for instructions. Li Chao, go call Lu Riyun over. Martin Yu said coldly, just say that kid named Gu is in my box. As he spoke, he poured Hawan powder into one of the wine glasses and shook it gently. Yes, master. Li Chao understood what he meant and turned around and walked out of the box. Master, the prey is alone in a room. Shall we act? Upon seeing this, the tiger bee immediately communicated telepathically. Changqing's mind raced, and he ordered, "Don't act yet. Find a chance to change the position of the wine glass." The 7-color honey pill still needs the help of the auction to make a lot of money. If someone dies, it will definitely be terminated suddenly. Moreover, Martin Yu was wearing protective armor, so it was difficult to complete the assassination in a very short time. Regardless of success or failure, the commotion caused will affect the progress of the auction. So until it's over, I can only restrain myself for the time being. After receiving the command, the tiger bee quietly crawled to the bottom of the table and calmly waited for the opportunity. The Liu family has always valued reputation the most. If Liu Ruyun loses her virginity to me tonight, she will have to marry me no matter how reluctant she is. It's really a good idea. Martin Yu grinned grimly, then turned and walked to the window to look at the auction hall below, imagining which posture would be more powerful later. Little did he know that while he was distracted, the 2 glasses of red wine on the table had been secretly swapped by the tiger bee. Well done, Changqing secretly praised in his heart. As long as this guy drinks the glass of red wine containing the Albizia odorifera, the opportunity will come. Master, Chief Steward Liu is here. The door opened and Li Chao took Liu Ruyun into the box. Didn't you say that Dr. Gu is here? Liu Ruyun looked around and saw that Changqing was not there. Her face suddenly became colder. Dr. Gu. Martin Yu raised his eyebrows and sneered. I thought that guy was someone important, but it turns out he's just a little doctor. If I find out that he and the princes are not close friends, I will arrest him and throw him into the dungeon. Hearing this, Liu Ruyun frowned slightly, obviously unaware of the previous conflict between Changqing and Martin Yu. Since Dr. Gu is not here, I have other things to do. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. Wait a moment. Martin Yu picked up 2 glasses of red wine in both hands and quickly stopped Liu Ruyun. On behalf of the Ma family, I would like to congratulate Miss Liu on the success of tonight's auction. If you don't drink, you're not giving face to our Ma family. He smiled, but held out the glass of red wine without the Hahuan powder in it towards Liu Ruyun. Could he have made a mistake? Changqing looked at this scene through the eyes of the tiger bee, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a complete misunderstanding? Dr. Gu is right. This guy really has evil intentions. Liu Ruyun's eyes darkened, and she already had a plan in mind. Thanks to Changqing's reminder, she had secretly taken the antidote for Hahuan powder when she came to the box. So at this moment, Liu Ruyun did not refuse. Her eyes changed, and she reached out to grab Martin Yu's glass of red wine. The wine glasses of both parties were suddenly exchanged. There was a gleam of brilliance in Martin Yu's eyes at this action, as if it was exactly what he wanted. I've known for a long time that you're a very smart woman. You can easily defeat me with just a few tricks. Martin Yu sneered to himself. It was obvious that he did it on purpose. Thank you, Master Ma. I also wish you continued success. Liu Ruyun raised her wine glass slightly and said with a smile in her beautiful eyes, Okay, cheers. Martin Yu watched Liu Ruyun drink the wine, and he drank it all without hesitation, then stared at her expectantly. Seeing this, Liu Ruyun couldn't help feeling a little surprised. If there was something wrong with that glass of wine, how could Martin Yu dare to drink it? There seemed to be nothing wrong with the cup I exchanged with, and I didn't feel anything unusual in my body. However, at this moment, Martin Yu's body shook slightly, and he suddenly felt dizzy and hot all over. How come she's okay? He looked at Liu Ruyun in surprise, but saw that the latter remained calm and did not react at all. Could it be that the wine I drank was drugged? Thinking of this, Martin Yu was shocked, and his vision gradually blurred. He knew very well that Hahuan powder was an extremely powerful aphrodisiac. No matter how chaste a woman is, her mind will be devoured in a blink of an eye, and she will become an uncontrollable S***T. Even an impotent eunuch would turn into a pervert if he was taken by this drug. Moreover, after taking the medicine, if the yin and yang are not combined as soon as possible, the skin will crack and blood will flow from all the orifices within half an hour, and the person will die. Martin, you suddenly felt frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. I didn't expect that the drinks I designed in advance would fall into my trap. Master Ma, what's wrong with you? Lu Riyun looked at Martin Yu in confusion, unable to understand what was going on. Do you drink alcohol knowing it has problems? Miss Lu, the more I look at you, the more itchy my heart becomes. Martin Yu was gradually losing consciousness. Looking at Lu Riyun in front of him, under the effect of the drug, he suddenly became lustful and pounced on her. Lu Riyun's eyes turned cold, and she immediately turned away, then shouted, "Someone come here!" The next moment, several strong men pushed open the door, rushed in aggressively, and protected Lu Riyun behind them. Miss Lu, if you obey me, I will definitely make you feel like you are in heaven. Martin Yu's face turned red, as if he was drunk, and he even started to take off his clothes. Oops! Li Chao frowned, having already seen a clue. Did the young master drink the wine containing the Hawan powder? Isn't this courting death? Li Chao suddenly felt something was wrong, and hurriedly picked up Martin Yu and rushed out of the box. You will suffer the consequences if you bring trouble upon yourself. A playful smile appeared on Gu Changqing's lips. Then he turned his gaze and headed towards the gate of Jinhai Pavilion. Li Chao and a group of guards took the unconscious Martin Yu and hurriedly ran to the nearby Yihangyuan. If you can't find a woman to have S*X within half an hour, the consequences will be unimaginable. Shadow Spider, Tiger Bee, it's time to move. Gu Changqing withdrew his gaze and immediately gave the order to carry out the assassination. As soon as the words fell, two dark shadows quickly rushed into Yihong Courtyard. Woman, I want a woman. In the Yihong Courtyard, Martin Yu was now in a state of madness, shouting nonstop, attracting everyone's attention. He looks like a young master from a rich family, but he's so impatient. You don't understand. He took an aphrodisiac. It would be strange if he wasn't impatient. But this thing is usually used on women. This guy probably failed to set a trap and got himself caught instead. TSK, TSK. The clients all looked stunned, but some of the experienced ones smiled as if they knew what was going on. Fortunately, places like Yihangyuan were not short of women, and soon a PR*ST****Uda was arranged into the box. Everyone keep a close eye on it, and don't let anyone get close. Li Chao closed the door, stood at the entrance, and shouted coldly at the guards. Soon, bursts of panting sound were heard in the house. Martin Yu's mind was completely occupied by lust at this moment. He took off all his clothes and even threw his body armor on the ground. Juju, this posture is pretty fierce. How about we spar with each other some other time? Tiger Bee stared at the two people entangled together on the bed with fiery eyes and suddenly transmitted a message. Get lost. The Shadow Spider's cold gaze was always fixed on Martin Yu, and its scarlet eyes were full of murderous intent. It took out the isolation talisman prepared by Gu Changqing from the system space and ignited it directly. As the talisman light flowed, a translucent light curtain suddenly flashed out and suddenly covered the entire box. When the Shadow Spider activated the isolation talisman, the Tiger Bee stopped talking and instantly entered a killing state. Swish, swish, swish. Its tail vibrated slightly, and several poisonous stingers shot out rapidly. But at this moment, the two people on the bed happened to change their positions, and the PR**ST***Uda became a meat shield and was directly stabbed in the butt by the poisonous stinger. Ah! The PR**ST***Uda's moans suddenly turned into screams, and she fainted on the spot. It feels great. After venting his anger, Martin Yu collapsed on the bed with convulsions all over his body, and the effect of the medicine gradually wore off. Unconsciously, a spider silk had quietly wrapped around his neck and then suddenly tightened. Instantly, the larynx made a crackling sound as it was strangled by the spider silk. Martin Yu was so frightened that he woke up instantly, struggled madly, and rolled off the bed, making a suffocating hoarse sound. Li Chao, save me. However, the light curtain of the isolation talisman had already blocked the entire room, and his voice could not be heard at all. Just at this moment, the Tiger Bee swooped in from the shadows. The tail needle flashed with a cold light and pierced his throat. Faced with the attack of the tiger bee, Martin Yu's pupils trembled violently, and it was too late to dodge. Laugh! The next moment, the poison needle accurately pierced his throat, and the nerve-paralyzing toxin instantly spread throughout his body. Martin Yu screamed in fear and pain, fell heavily to the ground, and twitched uncontrollably. The shadow spider crawled up quickly like a ghost and bit the opponent's throat with its two poisonous fangs. All of a sudden, under the crazy erosion of the two toxins, Martin Yu's whole body convulsed violently as if he was electrocuted. He made a gurgling sound in his throat, but couldn't even let out a complete scream. Just as he was about to die, Martin Yu finally saw the mysterious assassin who attacked him. His eyeballs bulged, and the tiny bodies of the shadow spider and the tiger bee were reflected in his pupils. How is it possible? Martin Yu's eyes were filled with fear, and he immediately became unable to breathe and died of poisoning on the spot. Ding! Congratulations on killing a postnatal realm warrior. Reward 50 energy points. Then, the shadow spider swung its sharp claws, directly cut off Martin Yu's middle finger, and took off the storage ring. Tiger Bee turned and flew to the foot of the bed and grabbed the silver soft armor. After looting the spoils, they quickly evacuated and rushed out of the window. Strange, why is there no movement inside? Outside the door, one of the guards laughed and joked. It seems that the young master is also a quick shooter. Something's wrong. Li Chao's eyes darkened, and he rushed in through the door. When he saw Martin Yu, who had died of poisoning, his face suddenly changed, and his right hand holding the sword couldn't stop shaking slightly. Then he rushed to the window and looked outside sharply. Under the cover of night, apart from the pedestrians on the street, no suspicious people could be found. Hateful. Veins popped up on Li Chao's face, and he was extremely shocked and angry. I took every precaution, but I never expected that the assassin would take advantage of me at this moment. Master is dead. The guards who followed into the house were all shocked when they saw this. They immediately rummaged through the drawers and smashed any tables and cabinets that could be used to hide, and they almost tore down the walls. Don't waste your efforts. The assassin who assassinated the young master this time is definitely not an ordinary person. It is impossible for him to still be hiding here. Li Chao shook his head and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the ashes on the ground out of the corner of his eye. He reached out and picked up some, put it in front of his nose and sniffed a few times, and quickly concluded that it was the residue of the burning talisman. No wonder there was no movement in the room just now. It turns out that the assassin used an isolation talisman. Li Chao's face was solemn, and he finally understood the reason. Then he squatted down and carefully examined Martin Yu's body. He was shocked to find that the wound on his throat was not caused by a sharp weapon, but more like a bite mark from some animal. In addition, Li Chao also found the stinger of the tiger bee remaining in its throat. The sting of a wasp. Li Chao frowned, his eyes full of shock. He really couldn't believe that the assassin who assassinated the young master was most likely some kind of mutated poisonous insect. In this regard, Li Chao couldn't help but recall the last time he chased Meng Jing's carriage. Their horses were suddenly attacked, and all of them were poisoned to death. The means of attack was exactly this poisonous sting, and it seemed that it had already been targeted at that time. Only a top assassin could carry out such a carefully planned assassination. If I were the other party's prey, I would probably not escape death. Thinking of this, Li Chao took a breath and felt a chill down his spine. Knock off. Inside the restaurant, Changqing looked at the tiger bee and shadow spider that had returned to his side and rewarded them with 2 roast chickens each. Then he took out 2 trophies from his system space. The silver armor feels light and thin, has fine scales, and is engraved with mysterious runes. When the assassination attempt was carried out last night, the shadow spider's attack failed, which shows how strong silver armor's defense is. Its defense level has undoubtedly reached the level of spiritual treasure. When Changqing put it on, the runes on the silver armor began to glow and then began to shrink rapidly. In a blink of an eye, this layer of scales was tightly attached to the skin, just like tailor-made underwear. He was wearing a black coat, and you couldn't tell that he was wearing a protective armor underneath. Not bad. Changqing nodded with satisfaction. For him, it is undoubtedly an extra trump card to save his life. Afterwards, Changqing picked up the golden storage ring and quickly probed his mental power into it. When he saw the supplies stored inside, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. It has to be said that the Ma family is indeed wealthy. The eldest son, Martin, you actually carried about 1,000 spirit stones. There are still more than 50,000 taels of silver notes. This wealth is like a timely help to Changqing's current situation. After all, whether it was creating monsters or setting up an intelligence network, he had already squandered all his assets. This harvest undoubtedly filled the gap in a timely manner and at least allowed the overall strength to rise to a higher level. The auction should be starting soon. It's a good time to go and see how the bidding price for the 7-color honey pill is. Changqing completed the assassination mission and felt extremely relaxed at the moment. He even wanted to join the fun. If there are any suitable Zerg editing materials, we can also buy them. Changqing moved his mind slightly, and the tiger bee and shadow spider were instantly collected into the system space. He then walked straight towards Jinhai Pavilion, but was stopped by a waiter as soon as he reached the door. Sorry, the auction has already started and ordinary guests are not allowed to enter. If you want to go in, please show us your VIP card. The waiter had a polite smile on his face, but his eyes revealed a hint of contempt. He looked at Changqing's plain clothes and laughed in his heart. I'm afraid this guy has never even seen what a VIP card looks like. Changqing flipped his palm lightly, took out a pure gold VIP card with his fingertips, and handed it over directly. The waiter was stunned as he looked at the VIP card in his hand. He was immediately blinded by the golden light. Dear guest, please come in. In a blink of an eye, the waiter was holding the VIP card in both hands and returned it to Changqing very respectfully. My last name is Gu. Your chief steward Liu has reserved a place for me at the auction. Please lead the way. Are you Mr. Changqing? Seeing Changqing nod calmly, the waiter was slightly stunned and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't show any negligence in public just now. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Dr. Gu from Tianming Medical Clinic? At this moment, a light voice suddenly came from behind. Hearing this, Changqing looked back. But I saw a girl in a light-colored dress standing quietly in the moonlight, her fair cheeks setting off her breathtakingly beautiful appearance. It was the daughter of the Liu family, Liu Shuang. Who are you? Looking at the girl in white in front of him, Changqing's expression moved slightly, and he recognized Liu Shuang at a glance. However, last night's meeting was a form of voyeurism, so he could only pretend not to know her. My aunt is Chief Steward Liu of Jinhai Pavilion. Liu Shuang's clear eyes moved as she whispered, So you are the one who made the 7-colored honey pill. Nice to meet you. Changqing smiled and nodded, looking at the other person briefly. She has a slim figure and delicate facial features, which are somewhat similar to those of Liu Ruyun, but the latter is a mature and beautiful queen. Liu Shuang gives people a pure and elegant temperament. It is not difficult to see that almost all the women in the Liu family are beauties. My aunt said that she would auction the 7-color honey pills tonight, so I came here specially to take a look. Liu Shuang pursed her red lips and said, If there is a chance, I hope to win this item. Changqing smiled faintly and said, With the financial resources of your Liu family, it should not be difficult. That may not be the case. Liu Shuang muttered to herself, I don't have much private money. Miss, the auction room box you reserved is still available. This way, please. The waiter came over warmly and said respectfully, If Dr. Gu doesn't mind, you can come with me to the box to watch the auction. Liu Shuang raised her beautiful eyes and invited Changqing. Hearing this, the waiter next to him was a little surprised. In his impression, the eldest lady has always been cold and aloof and rarely talks too much with men. But at this moment, he not only took the initiative to talk to Changqing, but even invited him to share the reserved box at the auction venue, which was completely different from the past. Good. Changqing did not refuse. It was naturally the best thing to have a beautiful woman by his side. A hint of joy flashed across Lu Shuanger's eyes, and she was secretly delighted. If you fail to bid for the 7-colored honey pills later, you can still ask Gu Changqing to buy a few privately. Don't miss it. Afterwards, the two came to the luxurious box on the top floor of the auction house. The interior is bright and spacious, and the entire wall has been converted into floor-to-ceiling glass windows, providing an excellent view of the entire auction venue. There were also various exquisite pastries and juices on the table, and the service was thoughtful and meticulous. The entrance fee for this box alone would cost at least several thousand taels of silver. Gu Changqing couldn't help but feel emotional about this. These children from wealthy families are born with a silver spoon in their mouths and enjoy the abundant material resources of their family. Even if ordinary people work hard all their lives, they may only be able to barely reach the other party's starting stage. After taking his seat, Gu Changqing turned his gaze towards the auction table below. The auction was almost over, and all kinds of items were displayed on the stage. Swords, skills, spiritual materials. Each item is numbered and obviously has an owner. Gu Changqing took a quick glance, but did not see any colorful honey pills. All the lots scheduled for tonight have been sold. Congratulations to all the winners. Just as Gu Changqing was puzzled, the middle-aged host's loud voice suddenly rang out. The last special item will be presented next, but it is not included in the auction list tonight. At this point, he paused deliberately to whet everyone's appetite. The reason why we added the auction temporarily is because our chief steward Lu spotted it yesterday. Anyone who obtains it will definitely get more than their money's worth. The middle-aged host's suspenseful words immediately aroused the curiosity of most people in the audience. What could be so valuable? Chief Steward Lu has always had a sharp eye, and she is also an appraiser of treasures. The thing she chose must be extraordinary. Yes, I am really looking forward to it. Amid the discussions, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed. Then, a beam of light shot down from the rune sculpture on the ceiling and shone on a corner of the auction table. The whole place was suddenly silent, and all eyes turned to that place. Lu Riyun was seen walking towards the auction platform, gracefully following the moving beam of light. She wore a tight red dress tonight, which perfectly outlined her graceful figure, with a curvy figure and full of sexiness. Lu Riyun. It turned out that it was Lu herself who personally presided over the last-minute auction of the item. It's been a while since I last saw you, but Manager Lu seems to have become younger, with smooth and delicate skin, just like a young girl. Such a stunning beauty. I wonder which prince will get her in the future. TSK. If I could spend night with her, I would be willing to live 10 years less. As Lu Riyun appeared on the auction stage, there was an immediate commotion in the venue. Especially those men. All of them looked at Lu Riyun with passionate gazes, their eyes full of desire. With her personally handling the matter, the bidding for the 7-colored honey pill should be stable. Gu Changqing nodded secretly, but he didn't know how Lu Riyun should promote it to everyone. Lu Riyun had already walked onto the bidding platform, holding a small hammer in her hand, and struck the golden bell gracefully. There was a clang sound, and the place gradually became quiet. I'm sure all the guests are curious about what this evening's extra shoot is. Lu Riyun smiled softly. I won't keep you in suspense, it's just a few pills. As soon as he finished speaking, the waitress walked up to the auction table, carrying a silver tray. However, the waitress had freckles all over her face and her skin was slightly dark, so everyone's attention was focused on the items on the silver plate. After a closer look, they found that they were actually 8 7-colored pills. The shape was so tiny, as small as a grain of rice, that the guests who were far behind could hardly see it clearly. What? That's it. It's so small. Can it be considered a pill? It's not even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. What a joke. When everyone saw this, they all showed surprised expressions and laughed one after another. If it weren't for Lu Riyun's status and position, she would not have lied, and they might have left long ago. Listening to the doubts in the audience, Lu Riyun didn't care. After all, when she first saw the 7-colored honey pills, she was also skeptical. If she hadn't experienced it herself, it would have been hard to believe. Although this pill is small, It has the effects of detoxification, healing, and beauty, and it has no side effects at all. Lu Ruyun smiled and said, especially the effect of the beauty filter, it is definitely beyond your imagination. Hearing this, the men sneered and seemed to have no interest at all. However, the female guests in the room suddenly became excited. They looked at Lu Ruyun and felt that she was highly trustworthy. No wonder Manager Lu was not young anymore, but her complexion remained so young. Words are not enough. Let me show you the effect on the spot. After Lu Ruyun finished speaking, a guard came over holding a transparent crystal box. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a black and white poisonous snake coiled in the box. What is this for? Everyone present was slightly surprised, and then they remembered the detoxification effect that Lu Ruyun had just mentioned. Lu Ruyun turned to the pale waitress and said softly, "Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine." The waitress suppressed her fear and slowly reached out to the crystal box with a trembling hand. As soon as the hand reached into the box, the poisonous snake suddenly jumped up and bit it fiercely. The waitress screamed in pain and pulled her hand back with a pale face. 2 bleeding fong holes were seen on her wrist, and the surrounding skin quickly turned purple and black, with the poison spreading very quickly. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. No one expected that Lu Ruyun would test the poison directly on real people instead of using animals as substitutes. I see. Gu Changqing looked calm, having already guessed Lu Ruyun's strategy. After all, how can we truly demonstrate the beauty-enhancing effects of the colorful honey pills by using animal experiments? This move can really kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Ruyun took out a colorful honey pill and fed it into the waitress's mouth. The moment the honey pill entered the mouth, it suddenly turned into a stream of colorful light and instantly flowed throughout the body. After a few breaths, the waitress's face gradually turned rosy, and the wound caused by the poisonous snake bite was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the poison dissipated without a trace. What's even more amazing is that the freckles on her face melted away like ice and snow, and her skin became refreshed, white, and translucent. The overall appearance has suddenly improved a lot. This effect is amazing. There was an uproar in the room, especially among the female guests, whose eyes were almost sparkling. Detoxification? Healing? They don't care. What really drives them crazy is this incredible beauty effect. A fat, rich woman with freckles all over her face couldn't help herself and rushed directly to the auction table, leaning close to the waitress's cheek to take a closer look. This little pill is even more effective than any other skincare product. She was trembling with excitement, her eyes full of surprise. Lu Ruyun raised her red lips slightly, not surprised at everyone's reaction. Although there are healing and detoxifying pills on the market, there are almost no pills that also have beauty-enhancing effects. This is undoubtedly an irresistible temptation for women. It's amazing. In the box, Lu Schwanger's eyes flickered, and her beauty-loving heart was instantly captivated by the colorful honey pills. I'm sure you've all seen the effectiveness of this pill, so there's no need for me to explain anymore. Lu Ruyun took advantage of this atmosphere and immediately announced, "The bidding will begin now. The starting price for 7 pills is 10,000 taels of silver." As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was boiling. This is too cheap. Gu Changqing was stunned and thought he had heard it wrong, because this price is not even the cost price. However, the next bid suddenly filled his mood with sunshine. 15,000, 30,000, 50,000. The bidding sounds in the venue continued to rise, and the price continued to rise, breaking through the 50,000 mark in the blink of an eye. Even men have joined the battle, determined to buy the girls back for their wives. However, at this time, the group bidding the most crazily were undoubtedly the female guests. Some of them even stood up and shouted, regardless of their own image, "Keep going, don't stop." Gu Changqing's heart was pounding, and the bidding sounds in the venue sounded like the sound of nature to his ears. Lu Ruyun on the side was calm and composed. She did not bid during the process, as if she was waiting for something. 60,000. 65,000. 68,000. As the price soared rapidly, the momentum in the market showed no signs of slowing down, and the bidding was still fierce. But some who were financially insufficient soon lost. Just like that, when the bidding approached the 100,000 mark, the rhythm in the field seemed to be broken, with only sporadic bidding sounds remaining. Finally, the fat rich woman shouted 100,000, and no one continued to bid. Changqing felt relieved as he saw the momentum gradually fade away. This price is undoubtedly a sure win. If you want to be beautiful, it depends on who is more capable. The fat rich woman looked very proud and immediately raised her huge buttocks from her seat, ready to go on stage to receive the colorful honey pills. 150,000. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, a cold female voice suddenly rang out. The fat, rich woman froze and looked hurriedly in the direction of the voice. However, the glass wall of the box is a one-way mirror, and it is impossible to see the people inside clearly. It's actually her. Changqing turned his head and looked at Lu Shuang'er beside him, and couldn't help but smack his lips. The price was raised from 100,000 to 150,000. You said before that you didn't have much private money, so this is called little? It's too troublesome to bid little by little. It's better to just raise the price sharply. Lu Shuang'er smiled lightly and said, "This is my bottom line. I can't do anything more." Hearing this, Changqing was secretly delighted, wishing that the other party would become as powerful as possible. 150,000 for the first time. Is there anyone who wants to continue to bid? Lu Riyun paused for a moment, and seeing that no one was bidding, she continued according to the rules. 150,000 for the second time. 15,000 for the third time. Deal. The gavel fell, and Lu Riyun looked towards the box with a strange look, as if she had recognized Lu Shuang'er's voice. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in Box 08 for successfully bidding for 7 colorful honey pills. Please trade with me privately. As soon as these words fell, it also meant that tonight's auction was successfully concluded. Afterwards, Lu Riyun personally came to the box with the colorful honey pills. When she saw Changqing was also here, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Aunt." Lu Shuang'er giggled and winked at Lu Riyun. "Lu girl, I guessed it was you." As soon as she entered the room, Lu Riyun gave Lu Shuang'er a cold look. "Auntie is so discerning that nothing can be hidden from you." Lu Shuang'er took Lu Riyun's arm affectionately and asked softly and coquettishly, "Can I buy on credit first?" "Don't try that." Lu Riyun laughed and scolded. "Aunt, I tried every means to create momentum at the auction house and try to mobilize everyone to bid, but you actually bid for your own item. If I had known this, I would have asked Mr. Gu to sell it to you privately." Lu Shuang'er explained, "As you know, I will be going to the 7th Xuanwu Academy in a few days, so I plan to take some photos and send some to my senior sisters." Although Lu Riyun was angry, she didn't say anything more and looked at Changqing beside her. "Mr. Gu, according to the rules of our store, after deducting the 20% commission, there is still 120,000. Lu Riyun took out a stack of gold notes and said, "This is the price you deserve." "Thank you." Changqing took it calmly. The 8 colorful honey pills he provided had a cost price of only 200 energy points, equivalent to 20,000 silver coins. This time, the profit was a huge profit of 100,000. "Mr. Gu, if you have 7 color honey pills next time, you're welcome to come to Jinhai Pavilion again." Lu Riyun invited enthusiastically. As a businessman, the most important thing is profit. In just half an incense stick of time, Jinhai Pavilion earned a commission of 20,000 yuan, so she naturally had to seize the opportunity. And according to the enthusiastic trend at tonight's auction, those wealthy ladies who didn't win the bid will definitely prepare enough money to bid next time. Refining the 7-color honey pill is not an easy task. I'll consider it later. Changqing shook his head and did not agree on the spot. After all, the pollen needed is from spiritual plants and is not so easy to get. The garden of the Lu family's ancestral home had been harvested by tiger bees last night. If they were to visit again, the spiritual plants would surely wither and die. Of course, this is only secondary. Changqing actually has selfish motives. The auction at Jinhai Pavilion is only held once every 10 days or half a month. Although it creates huge profits, its efficiency is too slow. So it is better to sell it in your own clinic and make a steady profit over the long term. Chief Steward Liu, Master Ma was assassinated in Yihong Courtyard just now. At this time, a strong man hurried in to report. Liu Riyun's face suddenly changed when she heard this. Is the news accurate? Absolutely true. The Ma family's guards have rushed to the government office to put pressure on them. It seems that they're going to conduct a thorough investigation of the assassin organization lurking in the city. Listening to the sturdy man's narration, a trace of solemnity flashed in Changqing's eyes. This is not good news for him. Aunt, could it be that the person who was assassinated was Martin Yu? There was a hint of surprise in Lu Shuanger's tone. Yes, that's him. Liu Riyun frowned slightly. His father is an official appointed by the imperial court. He will definitely not give up. I'm afraid that things in Qingzhou City are going to be a little bit uneasy these days. Liu Riyun was quite concerned about this. After all, strictly speaking, it was because of her that Martin Yu had the accident, which led him to go to Yihongyuan to vent his anger and eventually be assassinated. If Count Ma were to investigate, he might bear a grudge against the Liu family. Considering the old fox's vindictive style, it will certainly not be easy to settle this matter. Mr. Gu, I have things to do. We can work together again some other day, if we have a chance. Liu Riyun had no intention of continuing to entertain Changqing at this time, and just smiled politely. Changqing nodded calmly, and took the opportunity to leave. Now that he knew the government would take action next, he had to make thorough preparations in advance. Liu Riyun stared at Changqing's departing back and suddenly asked, Shuanger, when did you and Dr. Gu come? Not long after, it was time to take the extra shot of the 7-color honey pills. Liu Shuanger looked at the other party in confusion and told him the truth. Hearing this, Liu Riyun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She remembered that today, outside the gate of the Liu family's ancestral home, Changqing had a conflict with Martin Yu. After that, he sent her to Jinhai Pavilion, but he made an excuse not to enter. But now he appeared at the auction, and then the news of Martin Yu's death came. This time interval made her feel inexplicably strange. It was just a quarrel. It shouldn't cause any loss of life. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Liu Riyun shook her head secretly and put this ridiculous idea behind her. You know, Martin Yu is not only surrounded by dozens of elite guards, but also by the innate Master Li Chao who follows him everywhere. Unless he is a top assassin who can take his life without anyone noticing, how could a doctor who saves lives and heals the wounded be an assassin? Aunt, you kept looking in the direction where Dr. Gu left. Liu Shuanger blinked and jokingly asked, Are you interested in him? Don't talk nonsense. Liu Riyun glared at him, then hesitated for a moment. I always feel that he is different from others, and it is hard to see through him. Liu Shuanger was slightly surprised. Anne has been in the business world for many years, but there are still people you can't see through. There are always people who are better than you. Liu Riyun smiled and said, Do you think the person who can refine such a miraculous elixir as the 7-colored honey pill is an ordinary doctor? I'm just a little curious about his style of doing things. Liu Shuanger's eyes flickered as she suggested. In that case, let's go to the Tianming clinic some other day. Maybe we can find something interesting. Liu Riyun's expression changed slightly, as if what he said touched her heart. At this time, Changqing had already walked out of Jinhai Pavilion and was wandering in the quaint streets. When passing by Yihongyuan, they saw that the store had been blocked and several Yamen runners were standing outside to guard it. I heard that the man who died was the eldest son of the Ma family in Beijing. What a sin. The son of an earl died in a place of prostitution. The Ma family is totally disgraced. What's even more bizarre is that the assassin was really amazing. He was able to assassinate him right under the noses of so many Ma family guards. Yes, not only did they not catch the person, they didn't even see the shadow of the assassin. The crowd watching was whispering, and when the mysterious assassin was mentioned, they were all shocked. Changqing stopped for a moment, and after not hearing any useful information, he chose to leave. In his opinion, the government had to go through the motions and give an explanation to the Ma family no matter what. Therefore, the next step is to send people to conduct a thorough investigation throughout the city. However, the underground assassin gang in Qingzhou City now only has one base, the Tianming Medical Clinic. If any black market middleman leaks any information, they will definitely be tracked down. Although there are many ways to protect yourself, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, Changqing has always believed that whoever has the harder fist will win. Then his mind moved slightly, and all the spirit stones in the storage ring were converted into energy values. Ding, conversion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1070 energy points, which have accumulated to 1600. System, open the reinforcement panel. As the thought came to his mind, a light screen panel suddenly appeared in front of him. The enhancement template has been opened for the host. Please select the pet upgrade enhancement. The levels of Shadow Spider and Tiger Bee are both intermediate. To upgrade to high level, the required energy value is 1,000 points each. Changqing pondered for a moment and immediately checked the Tiger Bee as the strengthening target. The last time Tiger Bee was upgraded, he gained the skill of making 7 colored honey pills, which made him a lot of money. I don't know what unexpected surprises there will be this time. As the operation was completed, the mechanical sounds of the system suddenly rang out. Ding, upgrade successful. Congratulations on your Tiger Bee obtaining a high-level enhancement, and its combat power has been comprehensively improved. Unlock new skill, Swarm Summon. Strength Assessment, early stage of Xiantian Realm. To upgrade to the extraordinary level, 10,000 energy points are required. It has increased tenfold again. When he saw the upgrade amount, Changqing felt the pressure doubled. The further you go, the more money you'll have to spend. Immediately afterwards, Changqing moved the light downwards and stopped at the Unlock Skills column on the panel. Bee Swarm Summoning. Instantly summon 100 bee soldiers to assist in the battle. Time limit 30 minutes. Changqing's eyes lit up, and he felt quite curious. Tiger Bee, under the guise of excellent work. The moment the command was given, the Tiger Bee suddenly swooped out and flew into the sky. When it is far away from the block, it will use its skills. Calling the swarm. Instantly, rolling black gas quickly spread out from the Tiger Bee. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Swarms of bee soldiers suddenly rushed out from the black fog, forming a dark mass. Immediately afterwards, the data information of hundreds of bee soldiers also flashed on the panel. Their combat power is not high, only half of that of Tiger Bee's. In terms of skills, it only inherited the Tiger Bee's Stinger critical attack. Even so, this scale is completely like a Hornet army and should not be underestimated. Moreover, Changqing was surprised to find that he and this group of bee soldiers also shared perception. Sniff, sniff. In the night sky, the swarm of bees quickly spread out, each hovering above the city. No matter which block, as long as it is within the bee soldier's sight, it will all be projected into Changqing's mind in real time. As shared perception was fully activated, the light and shadows in his mind suddenly became overwhelming, just like a large monitoring room, controlling everything that happened in the city. Interesting. Changqing was greatly impressed. Let's not talk about the combat level of this swarm summoning skill, but at least it will be a great advantage for him when he tracks prey in the future. Changqing captured the movements at the government office through the swarm's all-around vision. His mind moved slightly, and he immediately controlled one of the bee soldiers to monitor secretly. Under the cover of night, Captain Lee led a group of Yamen runners out of the gate and quickly shuttled through the various blocks. Anyone who was suspicious was arrested on the spot. Boss, is it okay to arrest people randomly like this? A young Yamen runner couldn't help but say. With their abilities, they don't look like assassins. Idiot! Captain Lee glared at the other man and shouted, no matter if it looks like that or not, let's arrest some hooligans and bring them back. At least we can give an explanation. Could it be that you really have the ability to catch the assassin? Hearing this, the young Yaman runner was slightly startled and quickly shook his head and said, "No, that's it." Captain Lee sneered. "Are you asking us to catch an assassin? That's simply asking us to get killed. Sometimes we have to be flexible. Besides, these hooligans usually don't do anything good. When they're tortured, they could just find a scapegoat to get away with it." The young bailiff suddenly understood and gave Captain Lee a thumbs up. It turns out that old Ginger is still spicy. Afterwards, Captain Lee and his runners headed straight for the slums in the north of the city. Almost all the people living here are low-level people with no background, and they are undoubtedly the best choice for scapegoats. Drive. Just then, a horse-drawn carriage came towards them, passing through the alley full of sewage. The driver wore a mask on his face and was tall and strong. There is no doubt that this person is Meng Jing. I was just worried about not being able to find a suitable scapegoat. This one is absolutely perfect. Captain Lee took a quick look, and when he saw Meng Jing's mysterious attire, he couldn't help but grin. "Stop him." Dozens of Yaman runners understood what he meant and quickly rushed forward to stop the carriage. "My dear officers, you go first." Meng Jing looked at them with a puzzled look, then parked the carriage to the side, making room for the aisle. "We're not going to get there. We are going to catch you." Captain Lee came closer and sneered. "You'd better surrender yourself, or you will suffer." Meng Jing frowned. "What crime have I committed?" "Stop talking nonsense. Just follow us to the government office, and you'll find out." Captain Lee suddenly drew out his long knife and shouted angrily, "If you dare to resist, I will kill you without mercy." A group of Yaman runners also drew their weapons and surrounded them with ferocious looks. Seeing the situation, Meng Jing realized that something was wrong. He had originally followed Gu Changqing's instructions and asked Fong Baiyu to purchase some sound transmission talismans on the black market. He was now preparing to take them to Tianming Medical Clinic, but he had not expected to encounter such a situation. "Meng Jing, these guys obviously want to make you a scapegoat." At this time, Fong Baiyu's low voice came from the carriage. "It will be terrible if we are caught by them. Rush over." "Damn it. So that's how it is." Meng Jing's eyes turned fierce. He pulled the reins tightly and blew a whistle. In an instant, the black horse under his crotch suddenly stood up and kicked hard with its front hooves as big as a bull, knocking the two Yaman runners who were approaching to the ground, and then dragged the carriage to try to break through the crowd. Court death. Seeing this, Captain Lee's eyes turned fierce, and he suddenly ran out at high speed. At the same time, the long sword in his hand, under the infusion of Yuan Jin, the blade suddenly glowed coldly, and he suddenly swung out a sharp sword energy and slashed fiercely at the black horse. "Call out." At the critical moment, the beast soldier who was secretly watching quickly shot out a poisonous stinger, which accurately pierced into the palm of Captain Lee's knife-holding hand. "Ah!" Captain Lee screamed in shock and pain. The long sword fell out of his hand, and his entire right arm swelled and turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" The Yaman runners were shocked by the sudden change. But before he could finish his words, a sharp and intensive buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up subconsciously, and their pupils suddenly shocked. I saw a large, black swarm of hornets swooping down like a dark cloud. They shook their tails and simultaneously unleashed their poisonous sting critical strike skills. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless tiny poisonous stingers poured down like a rain of arrows. The Yaman runners were so frightened that they hurriedly swung their swords to block, but were still hit by some of the poisonous stingers, and severe pain instantly swept through their bodies. Ah! For a while, there were continuous shrill screams. What a fierce poisonous bee! Meng Jing and Fong Baiyu were both shocked. But to their delight, they discovered that the poisonous bees did not seem to attack them, as if someone was controlling them behind the scenes. This stinger. Could it be that assassin? Captain Lee pulled out the poisonous stinger from the back of his hand, and his scalp instantly went numb. Because this is exactly the same as the poisonous stinger on Martin Yu's body. Thinking of this, Captain Lee felt a chill in his heart. He dared not continue to look for a scapegoat and ran away tumbling. Seeing that their leader had run away, the Yamen runners also fled in panic. Withdraw. At this time, Changqing, who was far away in the eastern district of the city, gave orders in a low voice. The bee soldiers hovering above the carriage evacuated quickly like a whirlwind. By you, are these poisonous bees coming to save us? Meng Jing looked up at the swarm of bees that were gradually moving away and asked in disbelief. Nonsense. We were the only two who were fine with that kind of attack just now. They must be protecting us. Fang Baiyu's eyes narrowed. Besides, that person can control so many wasps. He must be a top-level beastmaster. We are so lucky to have met a martial arts master who is so chivalrous and righteous. Meng Jing smiled awkwardly and said, if I have the chance in the future, I must thank him in person. TSK, you can't meet a master like that just because you want to. If you work hard to improve your cultivation, maybe you will still have a chance. Fang Baiyu curled his lips and said, our current goal is to help the boss make the assassins bigger and stronger. As long as we have money on hand, we can buy spiritual materials for cultivation. Meng Jing nodded seriously. He also had a burning desire to practice martial arts. After what happened in the slum tonight, I guess this place is no longer habitable. Fang Baiyu sighed inwardly, then kicked Meng Jing's butt and urged him, why are you still standing there? Go to Tianming Medical Clinic and find the boss. You little brat, don't really think you're the customer of my cart. If you kick my asterisk again, I'll throw you off the cart. Meng Jing glared at Fang Baiyu angrily, then pulled the reins and drove the carriage forward quickly. Little did they know that the tiger bee that had been lurking in the dark suddenly flew out and quickly flew towards the area where Changqing was. After confirming that Meng Jing and the others were not in danger, Changqing cut off the shared vision and hid his achievements and fame. Nowadays, the Destiny Killer Group is expanding and becoming stronger, and these two are the key players. No accidents can happen to them. After we finish the recent things, it seems necessary to improve their cultivation strength. Changqing pondered for a moment and decided to collect some martial arts resources to train the two of them. Although they met by chance this time, he secretly helped them out of the crisis. But what about next time? Therefore, the most important thing is to enhance your own strength. Moreover, Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu had excellent talent in martial arts. Even though they were born in slums, they could reach the peak of Qi condensation realm with their meager resources. If there are sufficient resources for cultivation, there will be rapid progress. Receive. Changqing gave an order. Hundreds of bee soldiers hovering in the night sky suddenly turned in a black mist with a puff sound and disappeared. Then, the tiger bee flew above the block where he was, flapped its wings suddenly, and swooped down. It was so fast that it landed steadily on Changqing's shoulder in the blink of an eye. At this moment, its speed, strength, and defense have all reached a high-level enhanced state. The 6 legs are like claws made of fine steel, and the 2 pairs of wings are as hard as iron, with the edges flashing with sharp cold light. It is not difficult to imagine that if one is scratched by this pair of iron wings, their sharpness is no less than that of a dagger, and can cut through the skin and flesh in an instant. Although the wings are small, if they cut a person's eyes or throat, the damage caused must be extremely serious. After one more advancement and strengthening, the tiger bee should be able to sweep away all human warriors in the innate realm. Changqing pondered secretly, then looked up at the starry night sky with a hint of longing in his eyes. He is very clear about his current position. Although the world outside is vast and the resources are abundant, we still have to continue to live in this small piece of land until it develops. Master, you are biased. I also want to be strengthened. At this moment, the resentful voice of Shadow Spider suddenly sounded in his mind. Don't be afraid, Juju. If there is any danger in the future, I will protect you. Tiger Bee responded in a very cocky way. Who wants your protection? I want the master. The Shadow Spider's tone was full of disgust. If it could defeat the Tiger Bee, it would have come out to spin silk. Changqing smiled silently at the verbal attacks of the 2 pets. There are 600 energy points left. I will strengthen you when I get 1,000. Changqing smiled and nodded, then hired a carriage on the street, and went to Time Beifang. He now has about 170,000 yuan in funds, which is enough for the Shadow Spider to complete high-level enhancements. Dear guest, you are finally here. As soon as he entered Time Beifang, the shop owner recognized Gu Changqing at a glance and immediately came forward to greet him warmly. Young master, do you want to sell those 7-colored pills? The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together. His eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. I will take whatever you sell this time. No ambiguity. He was still brooding over the missed opportunity last time, but now that Gu Changqing took the initiative to come to him, how could he miss it again? I'm not selling pills this time. I want to buy some low-grade spirit stones. About 1,500. Upon hearing this number, the shop owner's originally depressed mood suddenly felt like a ray of hope. Okay, that's enough. He quickly took a sack and filled it up. By the way, our store just got some pollen from the cold spirit flower today. Would you like some? Remembering that Gu Changqing had bought this kind of material before, he quickly took the opportunity to promote it. This is the last batch in late autumn. It weighs 3 pounds. As he spoke, the shop owner took out an iron box from under the counter. As it opened, the icy pollen immediately came into view, and a clear fragrance filled the air. Gu Changqing's expression changed slightly. These pollens were enough to make 6 batches of 7-colored honey pills, which is 30 pills. Even if there are no assassination missions for the time being, the funds can be maintained for a period of time. If you want all of them, plus the price of the spirit stones. The shopkeeper tapped his fat fingers on the abacus quickly and said with a smile on his face, I'll round off the number for you. The total is 160,000 silver coins. Gu Changqing didn't bargain and paid the full amount. But after completing the transaction, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The assets that were quite abundant just now became stretched in the blink of an eye. System: select Shadow Spider for enhancement. After walking out of Time Beifang, Gu Changqing's mind moved and he suddenly opened the upgrade panel. Then, he converted all the spirit stones he had purchased into energy values. Ding, upgrade successful. Congratulations on completing the high-level enhancement of your Shadow Spider, and your combat power has been comprehensively improved. Unlock high-level skills: Shadow Shuttle. Strength Assessment. Early stage of Xiantian Realm. Upgrading to the extraordinary level requires 10,000 energy points. As the information on the panel suddenly changed, a brand new pet illustration flashed out. The Shadow Spider's Zerg form was seen to have changed, with spiderweb-like silver patterns appearing on its originally pitch-black shell. The 8 spider legs exude a cold metallic luster, and the barbed claws at the end of the limbs are as sharp as needles. Shadow Shuttle. Gu Changqing's attention was completely focused on Shadow Spider's new skills. By retrieving information, we learned that this is a dark-type spatial displacement skill that combines the 3 characteristics of stealth, surprise attack, and dodge. However, you must touch or be close to the shadow area to shuttle, and you have to jump between shadows within your sight, and the limit of your movement is within 100 meters. Isn't this skill like teleportation? Gu Changqing's eyes flickered. Although it is not as free and easy as teleportation, its ability is also very impressive. Owner, Shadow Spider's excited voice rang out his mind. I have learned Shadow Travel. As soon as he finished speaking, a Shadow Spider suddenly appeared under Gu Changqing's feet. Then it used Gu Changqing's body shadow as a shuttle point and appeared in the shadow of the corner not far away in the next second. Sharp. Gu Changqing praised him sincerely and felt extremely envious. If I also have this Shadow Shuttle skill, it will undoubtedly be an extra life-saving trump card. Unfortunately, the shared perception set by the system did not allow him to acquire the skills of the Shadow Spider. After a brief sigh, Gu Changqing quickly adjusted his mentality. After all, the improvement in Shadow Spider's strength is undoubtedly equivalent to the enhancement of the combat effectiveness of its entire team. Then, he checked the remaining energy value, which was 1,100 points. It is more than enough to refine 6 batches of 7-colored honey pills. Immediately, Gu Changqing's mind moved, and he directly put all the pollen into the system space and started the operation. Ding! All the colorful honey pills were successfully made, energy value minus 600. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 colorful honey pills. Changqing took out a jade box from his storage ring and put everything into it. Although there are only 30 pieces, reselling them will definitely bring considerable profit. Everything is done. It's time to go back. Changqing looked around, but could not see the carriage that had been parked on the street. This place is dozens of kilometers away from Tianming Medical Clinic, and he can walk back. Master, I can take you on a shadow shuttle. Do you want to try it? Changqing's eyes lit up when he heard the shadow spider's message. Can you actually play it like this? Changqing suppressed his excitement and asked cautiously, Are there any side effects? Master, don't worry. It shouldn't happen. After getting Shadow Spider's affirmation, Changqing immediately ordered, Then let's get started. Call out. Instantly, an almost transparent spider silk came rushing over and quickly wrapped around his body. Master, hold on to my silk. As soon as Shadow Spider finished speaking, he suddenly used the Shadow Shuttle skill. Whoosh! Changqing only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then it became bright again. In just a blink of an eye, he was surprised to find that although he was still standing, he had appeared in the shadow of the corner of the wall dozens of meters away. It's done! Changqing's heart was filled with excitement. This was simply an excellent skill to hide one's whereabouts. Master, how do you feel? Shadow Spider's concerned voice came into his mind. Changqing quickly checked his body and found nothing abnormal. No problem, go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Spider took him and disappeared in an instant. Sniff, sniff. In this way, the man and the beast quickly shuttled through the shadows in the street. Changqing felt as if his body was being pulled by a strange dark force, flowing rapidly along the veins of shadow. Every cell in the body seemed to merge into the darkness and move quickly along with it. At a certain moment, Changqing seemed to have captured something, but it suddenly disappeared in an instant, and he was unable to grasp the mystery clearly. In response to this, he simply closed his eyes and carefully savored the strange feeling of traveling through the dark space. Darkness is not nothingness, but a flowing vein. Changqing was immersed in it, and as his understanding deepened, he gradually gained some understanding in his mind. Every time he traveled through time and space, he clearly found that his body was instantly swallowed by darkness. When released again, the shuttle is completed. But in the process, it was not a simple space jump, but a resonance with the darkness and the shadows, until it was completely integrated into the darkness. Changqing's heart was shocked, and he vaguely touched some mysterious, artistic conception. You know, in the practice of martial arts, artistic conception is a higher level of perception that transcends pure power. If a warrior can comprehend a certain artistic conception, he can create his own unique martial arts and unleash combat power far beyond that of his peers. But at this moment, Changqing had only touched the threshold and had not actually stepped in. Realizing this, he immediately ordered the Shadow Spider, Speed up the shuttle, don't stop. Although Shadow Spider was doubtful, it still accelerated suddenly as instructed. Snort, sniff, sniff. In an instant, after images flashed through the streets like lightning. Any area with shadows will become a springboard for Shadow Spiders. As it shuttled at such an extreme speed, a stream of air suddenly swept out. Strange, why does it feel so chilly tonight? Yes, and these wind currents seem to have no rules. The pedestrians on the street looked surprised and looked around in amazement, finding it quite unbelievable. At this moment, Changqing was completely immersed in darkness. Except for the spider's silk wrapped around his body, he seemed to be completely isolated from the outside world. This time, he no longer passively accepted the shuttle, but actively released his perception and even tried to guide the Shadow Spider's shuttle path. Master seems to be affecting my shadow travel. The Shadow Spider was quite surprised to find that Changqing's thoughts could actually slightly change its direction of travel. In response, Shadow Spider did not forcibly block it, but cooperated very tacitly. As the control progressed, Gu Changqing's vision was no longer as pure darkness as before, but there were countless fine veins flowing like blood vessels interweaving into a network. Is this the trajectory of the shadow? Gu Changqing was shocked and tried to touch these veins with his mind. Boom! In an instant, Gu Changqing's mind seemed to be pulled into a deeper darkness, and an unprecedented enlightenment exploded in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the host is experiencing the dark state of mind. Current progress of comprehension, 5%, 10%, 15%. Just at this moment, the mechanical sound of the system suddenly sounded in my mind. However, when the progress of comprehension reached 20%, the dark space suddenly collapsed. Puff! The shadow spider's energy was exhausted, and the shadow shuttle was forced to stop. Gu Changqing's body shook, and he suddenly broke away from the dark state of mind, and his consciousness returned to reality. Although it's a bit of a pity, at least I've stepped into the door. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Master, my energy is exhausted. Shadow Spider lay tiredly at Gu Changqing's feet and spoke apologetically. The high intensity and rapid shuttling just now obviously consumed a lot of its energy. It's okay, I'll take you this time. Gu Changqing's mind moved, and he took the initiative to guide the true energy in his body, imitating the Shadow Spider's shadow shuttle, trying to resonate with the surrounding darkness. Buzz! His body trembled slightly, and the shadow under his feet seemed to be pulled and twisted strangely. Gu Changqing sensed the pulse of the dark mood, then took a step forward, and his body slowly merged into the shadows. Then his steps quickened, and his figure suddenly turned into a series of black afterimages, quickly wandering in the streets. Although this footwork is far inferior to the Shadow Spider's shadow shuttle, it is a kind of shadow step created by borrowing the artistic conception and mystery of it. Martial arts practice is truly unfathomable. Gu Changqing didn't feel much in his heart. He knew very well that he had just stepped into the threshold and had only comprehended a hint of the dark realm. It would not be so easy to truly control the darkness. After all, the function of the system is mainly to create Zerg monsters. As long as the energy value is sufficient, it can be continuously advanced and strengthened. As for his own way of cultivation, he still has to figure out on his own. Only in this way can one increase his lifespan and even achieve the long-desired immortality. Gu Changqing didn't want to wait until the Destiny Killer business developed, and he had already become an old man whose oil lamp was running out. Master, work hard to make more money, and then upgrade and strengthen me a few more times. Maybe I can come up with a pill that can prolong my life. The Tiger Bee seemed to sense Gu Changqing's thoughts and said with a smug look on his face, Master, don't listen to its nonsense. It should strengthen me so that I can always protect your safety. Shadow Spider had obviously been fighting with Tiger Bee for some time, and he immediately retorted, Juju, what you said is wrong. I can protect my master, and I can protect you as well. Tiger Bee, however, started to flirt with him. You haven't seen me transformed into a humanoid monster. I'm so strong and powerful. If you don't believe me, Master, please let me show you my skills. As soon as the words fell, it slipped out of the system space and circled around Gu Changqing. If it weren't for the owner's instructions, the Tiger Bee would have transformed on the spot to show off. Stop talking nonsense. Your existence cannot be exposed for the time being. Gu Changqing laughed and scolded the Tiger Bee, then put into the system space. In order to prevent this guy from making trouble again, he specially set up restrictions in the system space to temporarily suppress the Tiger Bee. Master, when do you plan to create the third monster? Shadow Spider's curious question immediately aroused Gu Changqing's interest. The intelligence network of the current Destiny Killer group has been fully handed over to Feng Baiyu, and he will also introduce an agent named Zhao Rong to him. Once the scale is reached, the most needed personnel in the killer industry are assassins. Thinking of this, Gu Changqing felt that it was indeed necessary to form a monster killer group. But when creating the third monster, which type of Zerg should I choose? In Gu Changqing's opinion, although the Zerg are small, They're also divided into strong and weak. Moreover, each species has its own unique innate abilities. Just like the mantis's attack method, it mainly relies on its sickle-like forelimbs and hunts ferociously. There are also beetles. Regardless of their offensiveness, their defensive capabilities are extremely strong. If they are evolved into Zerg monsters, they will definitely be the backbone of the team's shield. Insects are easy to choose, but the materials are a bit difficult to deal with. After thinking for a while, Changqing murmured inside. After all, the materials needed to edit the Zerg cannot be synthesized by just randomly finding some, as that will only lower the upper limit of the monster's potential. Although it could be advanced and strengthened through energy value in the later stage, the operation process is really troublesome. Therefore, not only should we select editing materials that correspond to the unique abilities of the Zerg, but we must also pay attention to high-level materials. Master, for the killer type of Zerg, I suggest you choose a Mantis. At this time, Shadow Spider suggested through voice transmission. Before I was edited and strengthened, I was almost eaten by a Mantis, and then I hid in the Master's clinic. The Mantis's blade limbs are very powerful and have always been a hunting killer in our insect world. Hearing this, Changqing's expression changed slightly. I think the Mantis is pretty good, and the selection of materials is not difficult. Just get a high-quality longsword. Juju, you are very short-sighted. How can that thing be called a hunter-killer? When I was surviving in the wild, I once killed a small praying mantis. There was a hint of disdain in Tiger Bee's tone, and he boasted about himself at the same time. Oh, you know the baby mantis. If you had encountered a big adult mantis, would you still be alive today? Shadow Spider sneered disdainfully. Changqing ignored their bickering and checked the system panel, which showed only 500 energy points left. With this little balance, even if he wanted to catch a mantis and edit the monster, he would not be able to do so. All ideas can only be considered after the task reward is received and the 7 colored honey pills are successfully sold. Changqing gathered his thoughts, and as the true energy in his body circulated, he suddenly increased the speed of his shadow steps. Every move and shift makes this body technique more handy. The night wind whistled in his ears, and soon, Changqing arrived at the West City District. Look, the boss is here. Outside the door of Tianming Medical Clinic, Meng Jing and Fong Baiyu had already been squatting there waiting. When they saw Changqing appear not far away, they immediately stood up. Because he had been in trouble with Captain Li and his gang in the slums before, Meng Jing had already taken off his mask and even stopped his carriage at a nearby post station. This point, however, was done with extreme caution. Boss, this is the sound transmission note you requested. Fong Baiyu stepped forward quickly and took out a large stack of talismans from his arms. Without the convenience of a storage ring, these talismans had to be carried close to his body, so they inevitably became a little wrinkled. It should cost a lot of money, right? Changqing took them casually and estimated that there were at least 50 or 60 of them. Free. Fong Baiyu grinned. These are all made by Sister Rong herself, so it doesn't cost any money. Changqing raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in surprise, "She is a rune master?" Strictly speaking, not really. Fong Baiyu shook his head. Sister Rong has been a middleman for many years, dealing with various forces in the black market all day long, and her sound transmission notes have been consumed a lot. But this stuff has always been monopolized by the shops of ancient martial arts families, and the price is ridiculously high. In order to save money, Sister Rong studied it for a while and finally figured it out. Hearing this, the surprise in Changqing's eyes suddenly turned into strong interest. In order to make an isolation talisman, he had even secretly learned Lu Ruyun's method and tried to copy it. He knew very well that it was extremely difficult to make an inscribed talisman. I didn't expect that Zhao Rong, a layman, could teach herself and copy so many sound transmission notes. This is truly a talent. If she could be recruited into the Fate Killer Company, not only would we have a candidate for an agent, but with a little training in the future, maybe she could even be trained to be a rune master. Boss, don't worry. Sister Rong said that these sound transmission notes are all finished products, and the sound quality is absolutely clear. Seeing Gu Changqing remain silent, Fong Baiyu smiled confidently and said, "I'll give it a try and you'll know." As he spoke, he took out 2 sound transmission talismans, mobilized the true energy in his body, and injected them into the talismans, then handed one of them to Meng Jing. "Keep as far away as possible." Meng Jing understood and ran quickly into the depths of the alley, not stopping until he was several hundred meters away. "Laugh!" Fong Baiyu directly ignited the sound transmission note in his hand, and then whispered in a low voice, "Idiot." The next moment, a fire suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley in the distance. The sound transmission note in Meng Jing's hand suddenly caught fire, and then Fong Baiyu's voice instantly came into his ears. "You son of a b*****ch. How dare you call me an idiot? You're dead." Deep in the alley at night, Meng Jing's roar suddenly echoed. Then, he rushed over like a mad beast. "Don't be impulsive. I'm just demonstrating the effect of the sound transmission note to the boss." Fong Baiyu immediately admitted his mistake and begged for mercy with a playful smile. "For the boss's sake, I'll let you go this time." Meng Jing snorted coldly and suppressed his anger. Gu Changqing couldn't help but smile as he looked at the 2 funny guys in front of him. "If there is an emergency in the future, we will use the sound transmission note to communicate." He took out half of the talismans and gave them to Meng Jing and the others. "Also, take this ring and remember to replate it." Gu Changqing turned his wrist and handed Martin Yu's storage ring to Fong Baiyu. "Storage ring." Fong Baiyu's eyes lit up, and his mental power quickly probed into it, and he immediately took out 2 martial arts secrets books, Ma's Boxing and Ma's Sword Manual. Looking at the words on the cover, Fong Baiyu's pupils suddenly shrank and his whole body froze. This is a martial art that is only passed down by wealthy families. It is equivalent to an exclusive skill and is generally not passed on to outsiders. The Ma family skills, could it be? His heart was shocked, and he suddenly thought of the news that Martin Yu was assassinated in Yahanyuan tonight, and he suddenly realized it. It turns out that the mysterious top assassin is actually his own boss. No wonder it needs to be repainted. Isn't this simply selling stolen goods? Hee, but it suits my taste. Fong Baiyu blew a breath towards the golden ring and smiled obsequiously. "Take these 2 books of skills and practice them privately." Gu Changqing glanced at the 2 of them. "Try not to show off outside. Do you understand?" Fong Baiyu and Meng Jing looked at each other, and both nodded in understanding. "Thank you, boss. By the way, what has your sister Rong thought about it?" After entering the clinic, Gu Changqing couldn't help but ask. After learning about Zhao Rong's abilities, he could no longer hold back his desire to recruit her. If his character is decent, he would be a rare talent. Neither refused nor agreed. Fong Baiyu shook his head and sighed. "Although Sister Rong is unwilling to speak out, I also know her difficulties." Meng Jing's expression tightened when he heard this. "What do you know?" "Don't worry, Sister Rong is fine." Fong Baiyu pushed away Meng Jing, who was approaching him, turned to look at Gu Changqing, and said calmly, "Speaking of this matter, it is actually related to you, the boss." "What do you mean?" A hint of doubt flashed across Gu Changqing's eyes. As for that Zhao Rong, he had no recollection of ever having had any contact with her. If there is no intersection, how can they be unrelated? Gu Changqing was puzzled. Just because of one person, Chun Kuei. Fong Baiyu said meaningfully, "Some time ago, Chun Kuei made a harsh statement in the black market that no middlemen are allowed to get involved in any of his assassin organizations, including the Tianming Assassin Company. If anyone dares to disobey, he will issue a hunting order in the black market." Hearing this, Gu Changqing frowned. It seemed that things were much more complicated than he had imagined. He knew very well that there must be some interests involved. But what does it have to do with him if his own assassin gang recruits an agent? Such actions are clearly intended to strangle the Tianming killer gang by the throat. They cannot make the gang bigger or stronger, but have to continue working for them to make money. Thinking of this, Gu Changqing's eyes became even colder. "If you want to strangle my killer lineage, I'll have to break your claws first. Gu Changqing said in a cold voice. Baiyu, first secretly investigate where Chan Kuei's lair is and who his men are. Fong Baiyu's eyes flickered, and he asked curiously, Boss, are you going to do something to him? Begin with courtesy, then use force. Gu Changqing said calmly, be prepared for everything. If we can't reach an agreement, we can strike first. Fong Baiyu's expression was serious, and he nodded solemnly. Okay, leave it to me. Also, please spread the news. Gu Changqing ordered. Just say that the 7-colored honey pills that will be auctioned at Jinhai Pavilion tonight will be sold at Tianming Medical Clinic tomorrow. 7-colored honey pills? Fong Baiyu was slightly stunned and stared at Gu Changqing in disbelief. After the auction tonight, the wealthy nobles and shops in the city were asking around the city for the channels of the 7-colored honey pills, and they were extremely enthusiastic. However, in the huge city of Qingzhou, it is difficult to find a pill, and is even scarcer than the Foundation Establishment pill. But right now, Tianming Medical Clinic will be open for sale tomorrow. Boss, are you the seller of the 7-color honey pills? Fong Baiyu suppressed his inner fluctuations and couldn't help but ask. Gu Changqing smiled faintly, and although he didn't respond, it was considered as his tacit agreement. My dear, Fong Baiyu couldn't hide the excitement on his face and said excitedly, according to what I heard, the 7 colorful honey pills at the auction tonight were sold at a high price of 150,000 silver coins. That is to say, the price of one pill starts at least 20,000. We are rich now. Meng Jing, who was standing next to him, was completely confused and had no idea about the 7-colored honey pills. In terms of intelligence, he was obviously not as well informed as Fong Baiyu. Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of this. Just wait for the money tomorrow. Fong Baiyu patted his chest and said this confidently, then led Meng Jing out of the clinic. Looking at the two figures walking away, Gu Changqing's mouth corners slightly raised. With these two capable assistants, I feel a lot more relaxed. I don't have to do some tedious chores myself. If Zhao Rong could be successfully recruited, the prototype of the Destiny Killer Group would be truly established. Once we have sufficient funds, it seems necessary to move to a more spacious place. Gu Changqing looked around, sizing up the space inside the store, and made some calculations in his mind. After all, once the killer organization expands in size, this small clinic will obviously not be enough. Dr. Gu, please help us take a look. At this moment, a hoarse voice came from the door, interrupting Gu Changqing's thoughts. Captain Li and a dozen Yamen runners were seen, supporting each other and staggering into the store. All of these people had pale faces and purple lips, obvious symptoms of being poisoned. Gu Changqing was clear about this and naturally knew that this must be caused by the previous bee swarm attack. Fortunately, it was not the stinger shot by a tiger bee, otherwise these guys would not even have the strength to walk to the clinic. Captain Li, what's going on with you? Gu Changqing walked quickly forward and asked in surprise. While we were chasing the assassin, we were attacked by a swarm of poisonous bees. Captain Li slumped in his chair and said angrily, I don't know what species those poisonous bees are. They are very ferocious. My hand was stung by a poisonous sting, and it's still burning with pain. He raised his swollen and purple right hand and gritted his teeth. However, Captain Li's injury was relatively minor. In contrast, the conditions of the Yamen runners were even worse. Some of them had shiny faces and their eyes were narrowed into slits. The one with the most serious condition had a thicker neck, and even his breathing was rasping. It turned out to be a bee sting. This poison is not difficult to deal with. Gu Changqing smiled indifferently and started to work calmly. His movements were as fast as lightning. He picked out the thorns, let out blood, and applied medicine in one go. As the medicine seeped into the wound, Captain Li suddenly felt the burning pain recede like the tide. The complexion of the other Yamen runners also gradually improved, and they were obviously more energetic. Dr. Gu, your medical skills are truly amazing. Captain Li flexed his arms, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Although there was still some numbness and weakness, the pain was no longer as unbearable as before. Please, Dr. Gu, write me a prescription. The medical expenses. He paused for a moment before lowering his voice and said, You can increase the price by 30%. Gu Changqing casually wrote out a medical bill of 300 silver coins, then smiled and said, Captain Li usually fights violence and protects the good, and protects the peace of the area, which is really hard work. If you accept this bill, the treatment fee will be waived. Captain Li raised his eyebrows, took the medical bill, and gave Gu Changqing an admiring look. This kid is really smart. Captain Li, I just heard that you were hunting down an assassin. What big event happened in the city? As Gu Changqing asked, a hint of doubt appeared on his face. As the saying goes, one should be grateful to the person who has eaten his food. This is a good opportunity to take advantage of and perhaps get some information out of him. It was just one murder, Captain Li said calmly. But the man who died was the legitimate son of the Earl of the Ma family in the capital. Gu Changqing continued to ask questions with a look of surprise on his face. In that case, this is a serious matter. Did you catch the assassin? Catch the ***. Captain Li snorted angrily. The Ma family's guards haven't even seen the shadow of the assassin. So where can we go to catch him? The higher-ups have issued a death order, requiring us to find the murderer within 3 days, and even the mastermind behind the incident must be thoroughly investigated. ***It. It's easy to talk without any pain in the waist. If you have the guts, let them try it themselves. Speaking of this, Captain Li became irritated and suddenly kicked over the wooden chair next to his feet. Inside the clinic, following Constable Li's lead in complaining, the bailiffs also began to grumble. Boss is right. If we want to arrest someone, we need to give him some facial features so that we can have a direction. If you keep running around like a headless fly, you might end up offending others. That's right, and the deadline is 3 days. Even if a detective comes, it will probably be difficult. They were all filled with righteous indignation and looked resentful. It is really too difficult for you to do this. Gu Changqing nodded sympathetically and asked, If you fail to catch the assassin within 3 days, won't you be punished? That may not be the case. Captain Li sneered and said, In 3 days, we will completely clean up the black market in Qingzhou City. Especially the underground assassin gangs hiding in the city, uproot them all. Even if we can't catch the murderer, we can at least give an explanation to our superiors. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened, and he pretended to be surprised. Where is the assassin organization hiding in the city? I usually go out for medical treatment, so it's better to stay away from them. Upon hearing this, Captain Li waved his hands irritably. If I knew, I would have brought people to catch them all. But it doesn't matter. We can catch a few black market middlemen and torture them to get clues. Gu Changqing smiled and nodded. That's great. After asking the question, he didn't say anything more and turned around to pack up the medicine box. Dr. Gu, I will remember your kindness tonight. Captain Li put the medical bill into his pocket and said with a deep smile, If you have any trouble in the future, just let me know. Okay, thank you, Captain Li. Gu Changqing clasped his hands and watched them walk out of the clinic. It was not until Captain Li and others had all left that his eyes suddenly turned cold. Little spider, you watch in secret. Anyone who provides information about the clinic to the government will be killed. The moment the order was conveyed, the shadow spider immediately used its shadow shuttle skill and followed quietly. After closing the shop, Gu Changqing was not bothered by the matter. In his opinion, as long as the government has not yet discovered the existence of the Tianming killer group, everything is under control. As for the black market middlemen, he has no worries about anyone getting caught. After all, those guys are all shrewd people, and they might have almost disappeared when the news got out. So, unless someone deliberately leaked the information to the government. Otherwise, it would be difficult to know what's behind Tianming Medical Clinic, which is actually an underground killer gang. Gu Changqing simply washed up, then sat cross-legged on the bed, breathing in slowly and exhaling slowly. As his mind calmed down, he gradually entered a state of cultivation. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, he dares not slack off in the slightest, and is even less willing to become a stepping stone for others. If you want to be the meat-eating wolf on the pyramid, You have to do your best to become stronger. The next morning, Changqing was awakened by a loud noise. He looked at the slightly bright sky outside the window and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. It felt like I had only been practicing for a short while, but dawn had already arrived so quickly. It really is true that time does not matter when practicing. At this moment, a bright voice sounded outside the store. Before the clinic opened, everyone lined up to wait. Here, no matter what your status is, you have to abide by the rules. Anyone who dares to break the rules will be disqualified from purchasing immediately. Changqing's ears twitched slightly, and from the voice, it was obviously Fong Baiyu. What is this kid doing? Changqing walked quickly towards the door with full of doubts. The moment he opened the door, he was stunned by the scene before him. There was a long, winding queue in front of the clinic, which stretched all the way to the corner of the street. There were at least 100 people in the queue. Looking around, most of the people in the team were rich people dressed in luxurious clothes. Tianming Medical Clinic is open. Could this young man be the Dr. Gu who made the 7-colored honey pills? You're so young and you have this ability? It's really suspicious. Yeah, you won't cheat, right? Changqing then appeared, and everyone's eyes were immediately focused on him. Although some people expressed doubts, they were reluctant to leave the team for fear of missing out on the opportunity. Boss, is my publicity okay? Fong Baiyu moved closer to Changqing, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. Well, the effect is pretty good. Changqing praised with great satisfaction. However, with so many people here, do you have enough colorful honey pills to sell? Fong Baiyu looked at Changqing and asked in a low voice. No problem. Changqing smiled indifferently and said calmly. He now has only 32 7-colored honey pills on hand. For the people in the scene, although supply is insufficient to meet demand, this kind of hunger marketing is what they want. As long as some people cannot buy them, the popularity of the colorful honey pills will spread, leading to a stronger advertising effect. Do you have the 7-colored honey pills? If you have one, make an offer. Some people were already impatient and shouting loudly, especially the fat, rich woman who lost the bidding to Lu Shuanger at the auction last night. At this moment, she was squeezed in the crowd with her big butt and urged in a sharp voice. Handsome boy, take out the 7-colored honey pills quickly, and I'll give you enough money. Seeing that the atmosphere was about the same, Changqing winked at Meng Jing and Fong Baiyu. Go get a rope and separate the people after the 30th person in the line. Fong Baiyu understood what he meant and immediately took action with Meng Jing. However, as soon as the rope was pulled up, the people behind started to question. What do you mean? Are we going to treat them differently? Will those who are at the back of the queue not be eligible to buy it? No, we came here early in the morning to line up. Why can't we buy it? Suddenly, dissatisfied discussions arose one after another. These people are almost all wealthy aristocrats who live a life of luxury on a daily basis. How could they swallow such humiliation? Amid the commotion, Changqing said calmly, Everyone, please be patient. Due to the limited number of colorful honey pills in our store, we can only provide 30 today. Each person is limited to one, and the price is 20,000. Of course, guests after the 30th place are not disqualified from purchasing. Changqing paused for a moment, then continued. You can collect the reservation coupons in turn, and you will have priority to buy the 7-color honey pills when they are sold next time. After hearing this, the crowd's dissatisfaction was mostly relieved. However, a young man with a pockmarked face pulled off the rope and rushed to the front of the team in a rude manner. I want it today. You have to sell it even if you don't want to. He looked at Changqing and sneered arrogantly. You just want money, right? I have plenty. Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly and was not moved. Is it a big deal to be rich? So what if we don't want to sell it to you? Seeing that Changqing ignored him, Fong Baiyu understood and stepped forward to scold him. But soon, 2 thugs stopped him ferociously. If you want to do anything, come find me. A loud shout was heard, and Meng Jing's iron tower-like figure suddenly approached. Faced with Meng Jing's sturdy figure like an ox, the 2 men's pupils suddenly shrank and their eyes dodged wildly. Fong Baiyu's eyes darkened, and the energy in his body was quickly activated, and a powerful aura emanated from him. He took the 7-colored honey pill given by Gu Changqing 2 days ago, which not only detoxified him, but also cleansed all the impurities in his tendons and veins. His current cultivation strength has already broken through to the acquired realm. Gu Changqing shook his head, signaling Fang Baiyu and the others not to use force. He has many ways to deal with this unruly dude. Boy, Captain Lee and I have a very close relationship. If you are smart, you'd better give me a 7-colored honey pill as a gift. The pockmarked young man stared at Gu Changqing and said gloomily, "Otherwise, I will make sure your small clinic will not be able to gain a foothold in Qingzhou City in the future." Gu Changqing ignored this threatening tone. Then he glanced at the crowd and said calmly, "I just said that we only have 37-color honey pills in our store. If this person cuts in line, it means that one of the 30 customers ahead will lose the right to purchase." At this point, Gu Changqing looked at the people in the front row with a hint of amusement on his face. "Who among you is willing to give up the quota?" As soon as these words came out, those people's expressions suddenly tensed up and they immediately exploded. "Are you kidding? I won't let you. I recognize this man. He is a descendant of the Zhou family in the city, but he is just a playboy from a third-rate family. A mere third-rate family wants to bully others by taking advantage of their power? You are simply overestimating your own capabilities. Is Captain Lee so awesome? I'm a close friend of the city lord's wife. That's right, from now on, your Zhou family's rice shop will never buy from my Lee family again." All of a sudden, everyone unanimously attacked the pockmarked young man with saliva flying. Especially the fat rich woman was even more domineering and directly cut off the Zhou family's business channels. Zhou Tao's face turned pale at the sudden change, and he stared at the scene in disbelief. He never thought that he only threatened Gu Changqing, but ended up offending so many powerful people. Killing someone with a borrowed knife. This move of the boss is brilliant. Fang Baiyu's eyes flashed, and his heart was full of reverence. "Rebellious son, you are simply bringing shame to our Zhou family." At this time, a middle-aged man walked over angrily and slapped Zhou Tao twice. "Why don't you kneel down and apologize to everyone?" Then, he was forced to his knees by the middle-aged man's big hands and scolded angrily. Zhou Tao finally came to his senses from his panic and realized that this was his father finding a place for him to maneuver. "I was wrong. I was shameless. I shouldn't have grabbed the purchase quota. Please show some mercy and don't cut off your business with the Zhou family because of my mistake." Zhou Tao's face was full of sincerity as he kept begging for mercy and apologizing to those powerful people. However, despite his behavior, he did not apologize to Gu Changqing. It was obvious that he was just afraid of offending the powerful. Gu Changqing didn't care about this. As long as the effect is achieved, it's fine. "Get out of here quickly and don't get in the way." Fang Baiyu snorted coldly and drove him away without any courtesy. Seeing that people were no longer pursuing the matter, Zhou Tao quickly stood up and walked out of the crowd. But before leaving, he turned around and glanced at Gu Changqing, his eyes full of viciousness. Gu Changqing noticed the other party's cold gaze and completely ignored it. As the boss behind an underground assassin gang, would he be afraid of the revenge of a playboy? If this guy thinks his life is too long, he doesn't mind sending him to death early. But right now, making money is undoubtedly the most important thing. Afterwards, Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing were responsible for distributing appointment forms to the team members and registering them. Instead, Gu Changqing took out 30 colorful honey pills and did the simple task of collecting money and selling goods. Soon, all the colorful honey pills were eaten up. The total income is exactly 600,000. Excluding the cost price, the profit was over 500,000. "Boss, this pill is really profitable." Fang Baiyu couldn't hide his excitement and whispered excitedly, "If we can refine more, we can make a fortune just by selling this. Why should we do such shady things?" Meng Jing stood aside and nodded silently. Although he did not understand the twists and turns of business, He felt really good to have earned a fortune in less than half a day, which was more than he could have earned in his entire life as a horse-drawn carriage driver. This can only make some money in the early stages, but is not a long-term solution. Changqing said calmly. Among the people who just bought the 7-color honey pills, some of them must have given them to the alchemist for research. As long as they can refine a similar medicinal effect, there will definitely be a lot of finished pills on the market, and the price will soon drop significantly. Fang Baiyu frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, "It does make sense. In the past, whenever something new came onto the market, similar imitations would appear, causing prices to fall." Meng Jing also nodded, agreeing with this. After Changqing dispelled their fantasies, he didn't say anything more. In fact, there is another point that he did not make clear. This is because the tiger bee's skills in making colorful honey pills are not as endless as a machine's. The pollen material is secondary. The key is the cooling time of the skill. Only 10 batches of 7-color honey pills, or 50 pills, can be produced every month. Over the past few days, he has produced 8 batches in succession, and only 2 batches are left. Therefore, whether it is the impact of counterfeits on the market or the time limit of skill cooling, the colorful honey pills can only be used as a way to make money in the short term, and it is difficult to maintain real long-term benefits. "Boss, I found Chun Kuei's spy among the crowd just now." Fang Baiyu glanced at the street outside the door and said in a low voice, "I guess he has left." "Gone." Changqing frowned slightly, feeling confused. Generally speaking, Chun Kuei must have learned that Martin Yu was successfully assassinated, and he should have sent someone to deliver the mission reward. However, instead of doing that, that guy had someone secretly monitor him. "Boss, you made so much money from selling the 7-color honey pills today, which must have aroused the envy of many forces." Fang Baiyu said seriously, "You must be careful recently, including that Chun Kuei. This person has always been greedy. If he knew that the 7-colored honey pills were made by the boss, he would most likely try to come and get a piece of the pie." Changqing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said lightly, "You are right about this point. He is already here." After saying this, Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked towards the door of the clinic. "Who?" Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu were slightly stunned, and they both followed Changqing's gaze and looked outside. On the sign of Tianming Medical Clinic, a tiger bee is quietly dormant. Through the vision of the tiger bee, Changqing saw a short and fat middle-aged man walking along the street. Behind him followed 2 black-clad warriors, whose eyes were as sharp as knives and whose steps were steady and powerful. There is no doubt that the short middle-aged man in the lead is Chun Kuei. "Dr. Gu, your medical skills are becoming more and more impressive." Chun Kuei walked into the store, and his eyes fell directly on Changqing with a smile on his face. Before he finished speaking, his gaze had already swept to Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu beside him. When his eyes met Fang Baiyu, a barely perceptible strange color flashed in Chun Kuei's eyes. "Boss Chun, how are you?" Fang Baiyu spoke first, with a faint smile on his lips. When facing outsiders, his usual cynicism was no longer visible on his face. "I didn't expect Brother Fang would come to Tianming Medical Clinic." Chun Kuei narrowed his eyes and asked with a half-smile, "Why? Is there anything wrong with your body?" Fang Baiyu responded non-committally, "Anyway, it's not the incurable disease that Boss Chun has. I haven't seen you for a long time, but you still haven't changed your bad mouth." Chun Kuei sneered, his eyes becoming increasingly cold. Changqing was not surprised by the sarcastic way the two spoke. He already knew that Fang Baiyu had a feud with Chun Kuei when he was selling intelligence on the black market, and the attack and poisoning last time was most likely the work of the latter. However, Fang Baiyu was no pushover and secretly sabotaged several of the other party's dirty tricks. But there is no evidence, so, on the surface, the two sides have not completely torn their faces apart. But there are inevitably some tit-for-tat in the words. "Boss Chun, you came here specially today. Did you bring enough money for the consultation?" Seeing that the two of them had stopped arguing with each other, Changqing asked directly. "Don't worry, Dr. Gu will get the money he deserves, not a penny less. Chun Kuei smiled and nodded, then changed the subject. It's just that cash is not convenient to turn around recently. Can you use spirit stones instead? As long as the value is equal, of course it's okay. Gu Changqing agreed readily. This trading method was exactly what he wanted, saving him the trouble of going to Tianbeifeng to exchange spirit stones. However, Chun Kuei did not pay the reward immediately, but glanced at Meng Jing meaningfully. Gu Changqing didn't care. It doesn't matter, we are all family. Chun Kuei heard this and laughed. The government has been investigating very closely lately, so we need to be more cautious in everything we do. Since you are one of us, I won't say any more. As he spoke, he took out a large wooden box from his storage ring. The reward this time is 100,000 silver coins, equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. As usual, after deducting the 20% commission, you should get 800 coins. Gu Changqing glanced at the spirit stones in the box and found that the number was obviously more than 800, at least thousands. Boss Chun, this reward seems to be too much. Gu Changqing stared at Chun Kuei with puzzled eyes, unable to guess what the other party meant. There are 2,000 spirit stones in this box. Chun Kuei said with a smile. Dr. Gu is not only a skilled doctor, but his medicine-making skills are amazing. I, Chun, am interested in cooperating. The extra spirit stones can be regarded as my investment. Gu Changqing sneered in his heart. Fang Baiyu was right. This guy really had ulterior motives and was already coveting the benefits of the 7-color honey pills. However, with 1,200 low-grade spirit stones, you want to jointly sell the 7-color honey pills? No way. Gu Changqing did not respond, but took out the number of spirit stones that he deserved from the box. Dr. Gu, what do you mean? Seeing this, Chun Kuei said with a fake smile. If you think this price is not suitable, we can discuss it. Fang Baiyu sneered. Before, Tianming Medical Clinic was not profitable, and you even felt it was a luxury to come and walk around. Now that you see that the 7-color honey pills are making money, you come here to get one. You really have a plan. Chun Kuei stared at Fang Baiyu coldly and said gloomily, Dr. Gu and I are discussing business cooperation. Why are you, an outsider, butting in? Oh, that may disappoint you. He is my boss now. Fang Baiyu raised his eyebrows slightly, looking smug. Chun Kuei's eyes darkened, and he looked at Gu Changqing in surprise. He knew very well that what Fang Baiyu usually did in the black market was selling intelligence. Now that he was recruited by Gu Changqing, it would undoubtedly allow the Tianming killer group to master the ability to collect intelligence. If they recruit another agent, the entire killer organization can operate on its own without having to rely on him as a middleman. Want to work alone? That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Chun Kuei narrowed his eyes and sneered in his heart. This was because he had previously made a harsh statement in the black market that no middlemen would be allowed to take over any assassin organizations he represented, including the Destiny Assassin Company. In Chun Kuei's opinion, without the support of channels and connections, the Destiny Killer Group would not be able to perform any tricks even if they just hired an agent from outside. What he really cares about is the business rights of the 7-color honey pills in Gu Changqing's hands, and he is determined to get it. This clinic is just a small business, and we don't plan to cooperate with others. After Gu Changqing collected 800 spirit stones, he calmly refused. Today you have sold 600,000 in sales with the 7-colored honey pills. Chun Kuei immediately became angry. You call this a small business? Gu Changqing said without hesitation. Thanks to the hype of the Jinhai Pavilion auction, I was just lucky. In his opinion, Chun Kuei has so many informants that he probably already knows the ins and outs of the 7-colored honey pills. Therefore, there is no need to hide this matter. Since Dr. Gu is not willing to cooperate, I will speak quickly and ask you for a prescription for refining pills. Chun Kuei looked up at Gu Changqing and said solemnly, just name your price. Hearing this, Fang Baiyu frowned and sneered. If the prescription is taken by you, it will be obvious that you are trying to steal our business in the future. Shorty Chun, do you really think our boss is so easy to fool? Chun Kuei glanced at Fang Baiyu and said coldly, You should know when to speak and when to speak. Some things should be said, and some should not be said. You'd better restrain yourself. If you keep talking nonsense like this, you'll end up dying without knowing how. Bang! Meng Jing slammed the table and shouted angrily, "If you dare to touch my brother, I will kill you." However, the next moment, two fierce auras suddenly locked onto Meng Jing. The powerful Yuan Jin formed a tangible vortex of light that suddenly swept towards him. Meng Jing groaned and was immediately shocked back several steps before he managed to stand firmly. A warrior in the Xiantian realm. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at the two black-clad warriors behind Changqing. He is just a middleman in the black market, but he can recruit innate realm warriors as his thugs. It is obvious that he came prepared this time. "I'm discussing business with Boss Chun. Please be quiet for now." Gu Changqing waved his hand, signaling the two not to be impulsive, his young face still calm. "Yes, boss." Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing nodded respectfully, but when they looked at the two black-clothed warriors, they did not show any fear. After all, it was broad daylight and in a clinic on the street. No matter how arrogant Chen Kuei was, he would not dare to act rashly. If anything unexpected happens, the two of them have even made plans secretly and are determined to protect their boss at all costs. Little did they know that Gu Changqing didn't take the two black-clad warriors seriously at all. With the presence of tiger bees and shadow spiders, even if two more innate realm warriors come, they will not be enough. Since you want to buy the prescription for the 7-colored honey pill, it's not impossible to negotiate. Gu Changqing held up 3 fingers and said, "Then let's have this price. 300,000 silver coins?" Chen Kuei's eyes lit up, and he agreed without hesitation. "No problem." Seeing this, Fang Baiyu was slightly stunned and felt quite incredible. The boss sold the prescription for 300,000. Is he giving in? "Today, I sold 600,000 7-color honey pills alone. Do you think this price is appropriate?" Gu Changqing said calmly, "I never do business that loses money." Chen Kuei stared at the 3 fingers Gu Changqing was pointing at, frowning slightly. "You mean 3 million? He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "As long as Dr. Gu is willing to provide a prescription with the same effect, 3 million is enough." After saying this, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "You're selling this prescription to me for 3 million? You really dare to ask for it." However, when he thought about the fact that Gu Changqing had sold 37 colored honey pills today and made hundreds of thousands of dollars, he felt relieved. "By then, I will have the prescription in my hand and can make hundreds of pills, which will definitely make me profit." Chen Kuei was daydreaming secretly, but found that Gu Changqing remained indifferent. "It seems that you're not satisfied with the price. I want 30 million. Gu Changqing's smile gradually faded, and he said calmly, "If Boss Chun is really sincere, you can pay now." "While what?" Chen Kuei stared at Gu Changqing in astonishment and angrily said, "You are kidding me, right? A prescription costs 30 million. Why don't you go and grab it?" Seeing this scene, the expression on Fang Baiyu's face couldn't help but become more amusement. The boss's tactic of retreating in order to advance is really brilliant. "Just now you told me to name my price, but it's not right for you to say that now." Gu Changqing crossed his legs and looked at the other person jokingly. The colorful honey pills made by the system are generated with just one click, and there is no material formula at all. Of course, even if he had it, he wouldn't be able to sell it. Chen Kuei suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "Dr. Gu, there are some things in this world that you can't keep just because you want to. Sometimes if we give generously and share with others, we may be able to live a stable life." "Oh." Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Boss Chun, are you threatening me? You are a smart person. You should understand what I mean." Chen Kuei stood up slowly, smiling with a dagger hidden in his heart. "I, Chun, have been in the black market for many years, and I have many connections and means. I came here today with sincerity, hoping that Dr. Gu would consider it carefully otherwise." Before he finished speaking, the two black-clad warriors behind him took a step forward at the same time, and the atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. What else? A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of Changqing's mouth. At the same time, the tiger bee had quietly crawled to the wall behind Changqing. If this smiling tiger dared to make a move, he wouldn't have to worry about exposing his cards. Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly and said grimly, "Otherwise, this prescription will probably fall into my hands in another way." Changqing's eyes were stern, and he said in a cold voice, "If you have the ability, go ahead and try." After saying this, he suddenly stood up without giving in. Seeing that his threat failed, Changqing's eyes changed. I originally thought that by specially finding two masters of the innate realm, they would be able to intimidate Changqing and make him compromise. But in the end, Changqing looked calm and composed from beginning to end, as if he was hiding some trump card. Changqing found this quite incredible, because he knew everything about Changqing. His ancestors were a family of ancient martial arts, but ever since the family fell into poverty, it has never recovered, and the Gu family has lived in the tiny city of Qingzhou for generations. Even though Changqing founded the Killer's Gang, it was just a second-rate organization. To put it bluntly, this guy is just a small-time person with no resources or background, and he uses this guy as a money-making tool at will. Thinking of this, Changqing's eyes became even colder, and he took out a scroll of paper from his storage ring. "Dr. Gu, do you know what this is?" This is a record of all the missions that the Destiny Killer Company has undertaken in recent years, including the last assassination attempt on Zhu Dafu of Yuantang and the detailed information of the eldest son of the Ma family last night. As he said this, Changqing put the scroll back into his ring and said with a fake smile, "What do you think will happen if I hand this thing over to the government?" Changqing frowned, and his face turned cold in an instant. I didn't expect this guy would break the rules of the industry and resort to such despicable and shady tactics. "Shorty Chun, you are despicable and shameless." Fong Baiyu was furious. "We are all in the same boat. Even if you leaked this secret to the government, you can't escape responsibility." "That may not be the case." Changqing shook his head and said solemnly, "If I dare to do this, I will naturally have a way to escape. As for the consequences, it depends on what the doctor decides." Changqing did not respond, and his expression showed no emotion. However, the cold, murderous intent that was gradually growing in his eyes could no longer be concealed. "I know what you're thinking." Changqing glanced at Changqing and said confidently, "If I make any mistakes, my trusted aides will immediately submit the evidence to the authorities. So, Dr. Gu, don't do anything you'll regret for a little bit of profit." Changqing's heart sank. This old fox actually has a backup plan. He's quite cautious. "Before noon tomorrow, I want to see the complete formula for refining the 7-color honey pills. There must not be the slightest error. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." There was a strong threat in Changqing's words, and he turned and left. The young warrior in black even made a provocative gesture of wiping Changqing's throat with his hand, and then left the clinic with a mocking look on his face. Little did they know that just as they stepped out of the door, a black Hornet had already followed them silently, secretly following and monitoring them. This is really too much. Meng Jing clenched his fists, feeling furious and having no place to vent. Fong Baiyu's eyes flashed coldly. "I will go to the black market to hire an assassin and kill him directly." "No need, don't alert the enemy yet." Changqing waved his hand to stop him and said calmly, "We are in this business. There's no need to do anything unnecessary." Fong Baiyu asked in a low voice, "Boss, what are your plans?" "Before dark, find out the information of his close associates and their whereabouts for me." Changqing's voice suddenly turned cold. "If you want to kill, you have to kill them all." Hearing this, Fong Baiyu was slightly stunned and looked at Changqing in surprise. "Boss, are you really sure you can assassinate so many people at the same time?" "Boss, I know what to do." After receiving the order, Fong Baiyu immediately left the clinic and quickly carried out the order. Since this concerns the life and death of the Destiny Killer Group, He dare not slack off in the slightest and must fully mobilize the intelligence network he has built up over the years. Inside the clinic, Changqing sat quietly, his mind already connected to the shared perception of the two pets. Captain Li, who was being monitored by Shadow Spider, did not find anything unusual. His attention was mainly focused on the tiger bee's vision. Through the perspective of the tiger bee, Changqing's every move can be seen clearly. He moved in a mysterious manner, first entering an inn and changing his clothes. Then he went back into the tavern, and when he came out he had changed his clothes again, wearing a black cloak and a hat, wrapping himself tightly. As for the two Xintian realm warriors, they mingled among the pedestrians on the street, following behind at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. From this we can see that Changqing is extremely vigilant and has strong anti-detection capabilities. If it weren't for the tiger bees tracking and monitoring them all the time, an ordinary person would have lost them long ago. It should be safe now, right? Changqing looked back vigilantly, still feeling a little uneasy. Even though he had always looked down on the assassin industry, after 2 recent assassination missions, he felt that Changqing was like a different person. I don't know where this assassin was recruited from, but his assassination ability is so powerful. Every time he manages to kill people without them being seen and escape successfully. Even though he had a backup plan, he still had to be extra cautious about this. So what if they're underground assassins? As long as I have evidence in my hand, they can do whatever I want. Changqing's eyes flashed with greed. I want the prescription for the 7-color honey pills. Unaware that the tiger bee had now quietly landed on the edge of his hat, it relayed these words word for word to Changqing's ears. Handle. Changqing's eyes turned cold. I'm afraid it's a death warrant. But Changqing was indeed cunning. If it weren't for the purpose of luring out a few of his cronies, Changqing would have taken action long ago. To ensure that the plan goes well, all we can do now is wait patiently for the best time. In this way, the tiger bee followed Changqing all the way out of the city and came to a hidden manor. Afterwards, the 2 Xintian realm warriors also arrived one after another. So he's hiding in the outskirts of the city. He's really cunning and calculating. Changqing looked at the manor through the vision of the tiger bee and nodded secretly. As a black market middleman, it was indeed wise for Changqing to choose such a well-connected suburb as his base, so that he could escape quickly even if the government launched a siege. This place is nice. Changqing raised his eyebrows and immediately became interested. Wouldn't it be perfect if we could transform it into the secret base of the Destiny Killer and dig a few underground tunnels? Tiger Bee, keep watching and wait for my orders. Changqing withdrew his perception and began to plan his next step. Now he has 600,000 silver coins and 800 spirit stones. This wealth is enough to create a third monster. After all, at the moment the Shadow Spider was responsible for monitoring the movements at the government office, and the tiger bee was staring at Changqing, and they couldn't get away at all. But in order to eliminate Changqing's cronies one by one, new help is indeed necessary. Otherwise, if there are any fish that slip through the net, there will undoubtedly be endless trouble. Thinking of this, Changqing instructed Meng Jing beside him. Jing, go catch a mantis for me. Meng Jing was a little surprised when he heard this. Boss, what do you want a bug for? You'll know later. Changqing specifically instructed. Remember, capture him alive. Okay, I'll do it right away. Although Meng Jing was confused, he immediately ran to the grass outside and searched everywhere. Changqing was also not idle. He also left the clinic and planned to look for some suitable materials for editing. The mantis's attack power is mainly in its forelimbs, which are shaped like a sickle. If there is a distinctive knife as editing material, the synthesis effect will definitely be better. After making up his mind, Changqing went straight to a weapons store on the corner of the street. When he arrived at the door of the store, a series of ding-dong-dong sounds of metal knocking immediately attracted his attention. These strikes, with a steady and powerful rhythm, come together like a musical score, clear and pleasant to the ears. Changqing looked in the direction of the sound and found that it came from the blacksmith shop next door. However, the store is shabby, with thick dust piled up at the threshold, and it seems that very few people walk around on weekdays. Oh, I was worried that I couldn't find a blacksmith to forge a good sword, and there happened to be one here. If you don't want the materials in your hands to become waste, you'd better not go. At this time, two men in warrior attire stopped outside the blacksmith shop. What do you mean? Are the blacksmith skills in this shop so poor? Not really. Master Mo has at least 30 years of experience in forging, and he even knows how to make runes. It's just that his temper is getting weirder and weirder, and he always strives for perfection in forging. If there was even a small flaw during the forging process, he would not want to continue and would just throw it away as scrap. Wow, forget it. Changqing couldn't help but feel curious as he listened to their conversation. If this equipment refiner who understands rune magic can forge equipment that can shrink freely, he can fully arm the shadow spiders and increase their combat power. Moreover, the materials used for mantis editing can also be obtained through this process. With this thought in mind, Changqing turned and walked towards the blacksmith shop and pushed open the half-open wooden door. As I stepped into the store, a wave of heat suddenly hit me. The temperature was much higher than outside. Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw an old man with a beard standing on a stone platform next to the stove, holding an iron hammer in his hand and constantly hitting the sword blank. Although the old man's face was full of wrinkles, his arms were unusually strong, and the veins on the surface of his hard muscles were bulging, as if they contained extremely terrifying power. Bang! 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 He raised his hand and hammered down, and with every blow, the red sword blank instantly burst into countless flames. He looked focused and did not stop the work at hand, even when he noticed someone coming in. This person should be Master Mo. Changqing watched silently for a while without making any noise to disturb him, his eyes sweeping over the pile of discarded iron in the corner. Knives, swords, guns, axes, almost all are semi-finished weapons. Judging from its material and craftsmanship, it is even better than the ones sold in weapon shops, with just some minor flaws, uneven texture, or curvature deviation. However, even so, these semi-finished products are now regarded as waste and are all thrown into the corner. It can be imagined that this old man's pursuit of forging has undoubtedly reached the level of being an eccentric person who is obsessed with trivial matters. After a moment, the hammering sound stopped abruptly. He suddenly immersed the sword blank that had been hammered into shape into cold water. With a hiss sound, white mist rose instantly. Damn it, failed again. Master Mo carefully observed the sword edge, then threw it into a corner with a curse, treating it as waste. Then he glanced over and stared at Changqing, the uninvited guest, with a sharp gaze. Master Mo, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Changqing took the lead in greeting and said with a smile, I want to forge. Before he finished speaking, Mo Xing had already frowned and said in a loud voice, Let me make it clear first. I don't make ordinary weapons here. 1. No bargaining. 2. No rushing for work. If you think it's feasible, provide the materials. If you're not satisfied, get out of here. Changqing swallowed secretly. This old man's temperament was not only weird, but also very irritable. With such a bad temper, it's no wonder that the store has no business. I came here in a hurry and didn't bring any materials with me. Changqing told the truth and asked, Do you sell materials? You didn't bring anything? Mo Xing's eyes darkened, and he snorted coldly. Since you were polite enough not to interrupt me just now, I will give you one. The third row of shelves on the left wall. See for yourself. Changqing took a step and approached the row of rusty shelves. After a quick glance around, his eyes fell on a piece of dark red metal. Judging from its symmetrical texture, it was obviously a heavenly grade material. That piece won't work. Just as Changqing was about to grab it, there was a sudden loud shout from behind. If you choose this kind of junk, I won't bother to forge it. Mo Xing sneered and said in a deep voice with an arrogant look. Changqing's heart tightened and his movements suddenly froze. Even heaven-grade materials are not acceptable? He looked back at Mo Xing and couldn't help feeling a little confused. You should know that the poison needle used to edit the tiger bee before was made of red rock iron of heavenly quality. The fire poison properties in it were extracted to increase the attack power and reach the level of the acquired realm. And this piece of metal is also of heaven grade, so the strengthening effect should be quite good. In that case, help me choose one. Changqing said indifferently. As long as you can offer something better, I will definitely not bargain. After saying this, he took a step and stood aside to watch. Xing threw away the hammer and strode over. His calloused hands reached towards the corner of the shelf and grabbed a piece of inconspicuous blue-gray metal. Cold marrow black iron, black-grade quality. Xing grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Material of this grade is worth my effort. Xian level? There was a hint of surprise in Changqing's eyes. This was a material that was even higher grade than the heavenly grade. However, the piece of metal in Xing's hand at this moment was blue-gray in color, with dull patterns on it, and looked more like a lower-grade, earth-level material. Boy, your eyesight is so good that you're obviously a rookie. Xing shook his head and said solemnly, everything we see with our naked eyes is often just the surface. The real value lies in the inner world. Before he finished speaking, he had already scraped off the blue-gray lines on the surface of the metal with a blade, revealing the turquoise light lines on the inner layer. Immediately afterwards, an icy air emanated. Seeing this, Changqing's expression changed slightly. I never thought that this seemingly ordinary metal actually has so much hidden secrets. See, this is the cold marrow black iron. Xing said calmly. When quenching, it can condense frost patterns on its own. If it is refined into a weapon like a sword, it can cut the throat without bleeding. Upon hearing this, Changqing immediately became interested. The shadow spider is a dark-type poisonous insect, while the tiger bee is a war insect that contains fire poison. It would be nice to create a frost mantis that can cut the throat without bleeding. What weapon do you want to fight with? Hearing Xing's question, Changqing responded without hesitation. Any size of knife with runes engraved on it is fine. Xing said cheerfully, okay, the material and forging fees will total 300,000 silver coins. During the refining process, all losses will be borne by you. After saying that, he stretched out his right hand to take the money, leaving no room for negotiation. Changqing pondered for a moment and quickly weighed the pros and cons. The long sword is made of Xian-grade material and has runes. The price in a weapon shop starts at least 500,000. Comparing the value, it is obviously more cost-effective to forge weapons here. But there are also unpredictable risks. After all, this old man has a weird temper. If there is any mistake in the refining process, what he gets in his hands may be semi-finished waste. I have an urgent need before dark. Can you arrange for forging now? Changqing hesitated and asked cautiously. He doesn't have much time left. If he can't get the long sword today, he might as well buy a ready-made one. My rule is not to bargain or rush for work. Xing's voice was rough, but he suddenly changed the subject. But today, I can make an exception. He shook his wrist, a cold light flashed in the storage ring, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his palm. The blade was azure blue all over, as slender as a willow leaf, emitting a cold glow in the dim room. There's actually some ready-made. Changqing's pupils suddenly shrank, and he saw complicated and mysterious runes engraved on the blade. As the light flowed, a biting chill spread, and even the air around seemed to condense a little. This sword is my masterpiece from my early years, and it's called the Frost Sword. Xing stroked the blade with his rough fingers and said with a deep smile, I've been itching to recast one recently, so I can sell it for money. If you want it, pay the money and we'll give you the goods. Changqing took out 300,000 silver notes without hesitation. After the transaction was completed, he took the long sword. It was extremely cold in his hand, but the blade was as light as a feather. He tried to inject a trace of true energy, and the blade suddenly emitted a cold blue light. The next moment, the temperature around dropped suddenly, and a thin layer of frost condensed on ground. Nice knife, Changqing admired sincerely. The quality of weapons forged from Xian-level materials is truly impeccable. Of course, it also depends on the person who created it, who can bring out its full potential. Not only does this knife perfectly fit Mantis's editing needs, its frost properties far exceed expectations. Immediately, Changqing's mind moved, and he put it into the system's synthesis space. After systematic scanning and testing, the main material is indeed cold marrow black iron. The payment has been made, and you can leave now. Mo Xing turned his back and swung the hammer again, obviously intending to reforge an ice blade. Even the 300,000 silver notes were thrown aside by him casually. Master Mo, are you interested in refining Zerg weapons? Changqing tentatively asked in a cryptic tone. For example, spiders, hornets, mantises, and other insects. And they can mimic humanoid monsters, so the weapons they forge must be able to stretch and retract freely. Upon hearing this, Mo Xing was stunned at first. Then he showed an expression of disbelief and stared at Changqing. Forget it, just pretend I never said anything. Seeing the other party's questioning expression, Changqing simply said nothing more and turned around to leave. Stop! But at this moment, Mo Xing suddenly shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder. Before Changqing could take a step, there was a loud bang, and the door of the shop was slammed shut by an invisible force. Changqing's heart tightened at the sudden change. Just as he was about to turn back, Mo Xing had already rushed in front of him with big strides. He grabbed Changqing's shoulders, his eyes flashing with fanatical brilliance. Are you telling the truth? Mo Xing's voice trembled, and his tone was full of suppressed excitement. Tell me, are the Zerg in human form real? Seeing that Changqing didn't say anything, Mo Xing's excited expression gradually became a little irritable. If this kid dared to tease him, he couldn't be sure he could control the hammer in his hand. Changqing swallowed secretly. He didn't expect the old man's reaction to be so strong. Since he intended to find the other party to refine Zerg weapons, there was no need for him to hide it, and he nodded silently. Call one out quickly. I need to see its joint structure with my own eyes so that I can tailor the weapon for my needs. Mo Xing's breathing was rapid, with a crazy light flashing in his eyes. After decades of refining weapons, he was already tired of the monotonous swords and armor, so he became obsessed with pursuing the ultimate forging technique. Therefore, at this moment, when he heard the unprecedented concept of Zerg armed forces, it was undoubtedly like a rebirth, and his blood was boiling. That feeling is even more thrilling than an old bachelor meeting a naked, beautiful woman. I'm sorry. I'm just asking for someone else. I don't have the ability to summon Zerg. Changqing smiled apologetically and secretly became more cautious. What? Mo Xing's face instantly turned as dark as iron. He swung the hammer in his hand violently and smashed it heavily on the anvil, sending sparks flying. How dare you play tricks on me? His eyes were wide open, and he stared at Changqing fiercely. After all this time, he turned out to be the one asking questions, damn. If I play tricks on you, what good will it do me? Changqing smiled calmly and added at the right time. However, asking does not mean there is no hope. Hearing this, Mo Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. This does make sense. If Master Mo can forge it and the price is right, we will consider it then. Don't think about it, it's free. Before Changqing could finish his words, Mo Xing interrupted him immediately. Please help me pass on a message. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. In just 10 days, I will show him what a real Zerg army is. All fees are free. Just call him over. Changqing raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen. Good. Changqing didn't say much and bowed to take his leave. After leaving the blacksmith shop, he immediately rushed to Tian Beifeng and purchased more than 2,000 spirit stones. Together with the 800 coins obtained as mission rewards, all were converted into energy points, making a total of 3,000 points. After everything was done, it was almost evening. When I returned to the clinic, Meng Jing was already waiting inside, squatting on the ground, teasing a green mantis with a grass stem. The mantis raised its sickle-like forelimbs and kept chopping the grass stems with great agility. Boss, do you think this one will work? Seeing Changqing coming back, Meng Jing immediately stood up and grinned. I specially picked a young and strong male mantis. Good. Gu Changqing nodded with satisfaction, then grabbed the mantis and walked into the inner room. Boss, are you going to do some medicinal herb experiment? Meng Jing looked confused and couldn't figure out Gu Changqing's mysterious behavior. Ding, it is detected that the host has captured a mantis. Do you want to keep it as a pet? Hearing the system prompt, Gu Changqing silently said without hesitation, yes. Then he took out the bottle from the storage ring, poured out a drop of human blood, and put it into the editing interface. When the 3 editing materials are gathered, the system will instantly pop up a prompt. After scanning, it was determined that the material of the frost blade is the mystical grade cold marrow ice iron, and the energy value required for editing is 2,000 points. Do you want to confirm the operation? Gu Changqing took a deep breath, stared at the system interface firmly, and confirmed without hesitation. Confirm the operation. Ding! Consuming 2,000 energy points, the Zerg monster begins editing. Congratulations on the successful editing. You have obtained a mantis-shaped monster. Please name it. Sword Talisman. After the naming is completed, the information on the light curtain panel suddenly changes. Sword Talon. Owner, Gu Changqing. Level, Advanced. Combat Power Assessment. Innate Realm. Attack Skills. Extreme Cold Slash. Mimic Ice Armor. Innate Ability. The double blades contain icy energy, adding a frost corrosion effect when attacking, with armor-piercing power, can transform into a humanoid monster. Upgrading to the extraordinary level requires 10,000 energy points. Come out. Gu Changqing did not look at the Zerg Atlas. He just summoned the mantis directly with a thought. The moment the light flashed, the mantis appeared before his eyes. Although its body did not grow larger, its sickle-shaped forelimbs were no longer the green color of ordinary mantises. Instead, it is translucent ice blue, with fine ice crystal patterns covering its surface. Its edges are as sharp as blades, flashing a chilly light. Show me your transformed form. Then, under Gu Changqing's control, the mantis suddenly transformed. Its body expanded rapidly and instantly turned into a humanoid monster about 2 meters tall. The limbs are long and slender, with sharp ice crystal barbs on the joints, and the head is a half-human, half-insect face, hideous and ferocious. The sturdy body is covered with an ice-blue breastplate with exquisite snowflake-like patterns on the surface. What attracted Gu Changqing's attention most was its pair of sickle-like forelimbs, which had now turned into 2 cold hand blades with a faint frost mist lingering on the blades. Compared to the evil charm of the shadow bee and the fierceness of the tiger bee, the monster appearance of the mantis is obviously more cruel, and it exudes a heart-pounding chill all over its body. This chest armor should be the skill Mimic Ice Armored. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the ice armor attached to the mantis body and couldn't help but reach out and touch it. It feels cold to the touch and is extremely hard. In just a few breaths, a layer of frost covered Gu Changqing's fingertips, and a trace of coldness seeped into his skin. In the future, when the weather is hot, we won't have to worry about not having air conditioning. Gu Changqing nodded with satisfaction, an intriguing smile on his face. Aging, did you put ice cubes in the store? It's so cool. I also feel strange that the temperature has suddenly dropped a lot. At this time, the voices of Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu were heard outside. Where's the boss? I have something urgent to report to him. He just caught a mantis and brought it into the inner room. He seems to be refining some medicinal herbs. Mantis? What can it do? Fang Baiyu had a puzzled look on his face. Although he did not go in a peek, he moved his ears slightly, trying to eavesdrop on what was going on through the wall. Gu Changqing's mind moved, and he put the mantis into the system space. Then it disappeared, and the temperature in the store suddenly returned to normal. It's really because of the boss. Noticing the sudden change in temperature, Fang Baiyu's eyes flashed, and he immediately guessed the clue. Then he turned his gaze to the inner room, only to see Gu Changqing had opened the door and walked out. Have you completed everything I asked you to do? Gu Changqing's eyes fell on Fang Baiyu, and he asked first. Investigate them all, leaving no one behind. Fong Baiyu nodded seriously, then took out 3 pieces of parchment from the storage ring. There are only 3 people, which is not a lot. Changqing took the paper and saw detailed information about several of Chun Kuei's confidants, with their respective portraits attached. Their current whereabouts are in the gambling house, the tavern, and the East Street night market. These places are all surrounding the government office and have a huge flow of people. Obviously, Chun Kuei arranged it this way on purpose. If something unexpected really happened, these people would definitely rush to the government office from different directions to report the news. "Boss, what should we do now?" Fong Baiyu's face was solemn, and he said in a low voice, "If one of us fails in the assassination, the situation will be unfavorable to us. I know my limits." Changqing said calmly, "It's nothing. You guys go have dinner first and bring me a portion of braised chicken rice." Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Fong Baiyu's eyes. At this time, the boss still has time to eat? He stared at Changqing in surprise, completely unable to guess what the latter was planning. "Boss, this is the isolation talisman Sister Roan gave me. She said it might be useful to you." Fong Baiyu took out a few talismans and handed them to Changqing. "Oh." Changqing's expression changed slightly. Zhao Rong's action surprised him. After all, these isolation talismans will undoubtedly play an extremely good role in the next assassination mission. After Fong Baiyu and Meng Jing left, Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the character information on the piece of paper in his left hand. Zhao Pan, nicknamed One-Eyed Dragon, is in the early stage of the acquired realm and is currently in the Yonla Casino. First, I'll start with you. Changqing's eyes narrowed and fell on the portrait at the bottom of the paper. This man was a bald, strong man with a black eye patch on his left eye and a face full of flesh. He looked like a bad guy. "Mantis, come out to work." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the mantis flashed out and then quickly drilled out of the window in the initial form of a praying mantis. Changqing unfolded the map of Qingzhou City, confirmed the location of Yonla Casino, and then controlled the mantis to fly towards the target direction. Quack! However, before it flew far, a low and shrill cry was suddenly heard. The mantis glanced upwards sharply and found a crow circling in the sky. It then swooped down suddenly, mistaking it for prey. The mantis ignored it, instantly increased its speed, and continued to fly towards its destination. The crow missed its target immediately, and its scarlet eyes were fixed on the figure of the mantis, chasing after it relentlessly. Changqing took in the entire scene through shared perception. Although the mantis is extremely fast and can easily get rid of the crow, being followed like this will inevitably affect the plan. This is a good opportunity to test the lethality of mantises. Quick victory! The moment it received the order, the mantis' eyes turned cold, and its originally galloping body suddenly changed direction in midair and rushed towards the crow. Quack! The crow let out a disdainful cry and suddenly opened its sharp beak, ready to strike a fatal blow. However, instead of dodging it all, the mantis increased its speed to the extreme. At the same time, its pair of sickle limbs flashed with ice blue light and instantly turned into sharp ice blades, unleashing the attack skill Extreme Cold Slash. Swish! A cold light flashed by, and a cut was instantly made on the crow's neck by the knife. But there was no blood splattering from the wound. Instead, a layer of frost was covered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The crow trembled violently and tried to scream in pain, but its throat was frozen and it could only make a faint gurgling sound. As the frost quickly eroded its body, in just a few breaths, it gradually turned into an ice sculpture and fell from the sky. Bang! The crow fell heavily onto the street, and his body, frozen into ice, instantly shattered into pieces. "Oh my God, what's going on?" The sudden noise frightened passers-by, and they cried out in surprise. When they saw the crow's body smashed into pieces, their pupils suddenly shrank, and they looked upwards in shock. However, the mantis had now disappeared and continued to fly towards its destination. Not bad. Changqing praised him sincerely, and truly experienced what it means to seal the throat without shedding blood. Once it hits the target, the icy air will penetrate into the body. Although there will be no bleeding, the blood vessels and tendons in the body will gradually be frozen. This kind of lethality is much more terrifying than pure flesh wounds. Master, hunting this kind of bird is just a piece of cake for me. As if sensing Changqing's inner shock, Tiger Bee's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, with a hint of arrogance in its tone. If you don't believe me, I'll catch one for you to taste some other day. The Tiger Bee continued to communicate telepathically with a hint of jealousy. Stop talking nonsense and keep your eyes on your prey. Changqing laughed and cursed in his heart, but did not deny the strength of Tiger Bee. Although its main material is only heaven-grade red rock iron, which is one level lower than the Mantis, but after advanced strengthening, its combat power is not inferior to the Mantis at all. They each have their own strengths. Afterwards, Changqing closed his eyes and concentrated, and his consciousness reconnected with the Mantis's visual perception. Under the cover of night, Yongla Casino, the Mantis turned into a green afterimage and flew through the air. The moment its wings folded, its 6 hooked feet had already accurately grasped the wood grain of the window frame. The Mantis quietly sneaked into the gambling house and secretly observed the environment inside. The gambling house was filled with noise and smoke. There are 6 gambling tables in the hall, and there are thugs standing guard around them. All of them are big and strong. Damn it, keep betting big this time. I just don't believe this. A one-eyed, burly man sat at the dice table and shouted angrily with a red face. Diamond quickly glanced around, his cold eyes locked onto the other party. There is no doubt that this person is its prey, Zhao Pan. Buy it and leave it drive. 1, 2, 3, 6 o'clock. Kill the big and pay the small. Zhao Pan looked at the silver bills that were taken away from the gambling table, and his face became extremely ugly. Obviously, he didn't expect that his luck would be so bad tonight, and he lost every round. If Chen Kuei hadn't specifically instructed that he had to stay here tonight, he would have slammed the door and left. Master Zhao, your luck is not very good today. The dealer covered the dice cup with a fake smile and said in a playful tone, This time, do you want to continue betting on big? Bullshit. I'll go to the toilet and get rid of all the bad luck, and then I'll come back and make you pay. Zhao Pan became angry and stood up from the gambling table. The Mantis's eyes flashed, and it immediately followed. Plop, plop. As soon as the wooden door of the toilet was closed, a burst of hearty excretion sounds came from inside. Damn it, I have to win back all the money I lost later. Zhao Pan squatted over the pit, cursing with gritted teeth. Without noticing, a layer of translucent light curtain had quietly enveloped the entire toilet. Isolation talisman, activated and effective. The moment the isolating light curtain appeared, the noise from the outside world came to an abrupt end. Strange, why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Zhao Pan frowned and found that the noisy noise in the gambling house seemed to disappear in an instant. Damn it, is it time to end the show? Zhao Pan stood up suddenly and immediately became anxious. I haven't even recovered yet. But soon, his impatient mood calmed down immediately, and he felt more and more that something was wrong. Because even if the show was over, it wouldn't be so abruptly silent. Unless someone deliberately blocked the sound. Just as Zhao Pan was wondering, the temperature in the toilet suddenly dropped, and the air was filled with cold air. A mantis appeared behind the door. Its forelimbs had turned into ice-blue blades, and an icy cold air swept over like a tide. Oops! Zhao Pan's heart sank as he finally realized that he had been ambushed. He immediately kicked the wooden door open. However, before he stepped out of the threshold, an ice-blue afterimage suddenly rose from behind the door and struck him in the face like lightning. Zhao Pan's pupils suddenly shrank. Although he caught the attack of the afterimage out of the corner of his eye, his body's reaction speed was too slow to dodge. He subconsciously raised his hand to block and immediately felt a chill on his wrist. Swish! A cold light flashed, and the mantis's ice blade instantly cut off his right palm from the wrist. At the same time, The biting cold attached to the wound to form a thin layer of ice, and the blood vessels, tendons and bones inside were clearly visible. My hand! Zhao Pan's face turned pale as he looked at the severed hand that had fallen into the pit, feeling terrified. What was even more terrifying was that he was shocked to find that a stream of frost had invaded his body and was spreading wildly along his blood vessels like a poisonous snake. Wherever he passed, the flesh and blood on his arms froze bit by bit. Not only was the pain unbearable, but his body also gradually became stiff. Zhao Pan was horrified and hurriedly mobilized the true energy in his body to resist. Little did he know that the mantis had suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. With a swish sound, the ice blade pierced into the back of the head. The next moment, an extremely cold air swept in, and in the blink of an eye, his entire head was frozen into an ice sculpture, with his face distorted. Although he was dead, there was still a look of deep fear in his one eye. After completing the attack, the mantis flapped its wings, suddenly broke through the rune-like curtain, and quickly headed to the next destination. The entire hunting process was fast, fierce, and accurate, without any delay. The second one is Zue Xianglu. Gu Changqing had a blank expression on his face, his eyes fixed on the contents on another piece of paper. Qin Shu, nicknamed Beast, is vicious and cruel, with the strength of the middle stage of the acquired realm. His current whereabouts are in Zue Xianglu on North Street. This man is fat and looks fierce. There's a big black mole on the tip of his nose. His appearance is not difficult to recognize. After a moment, the mantis had transformed back into an ordinary praying mantis and arrived at the target location. Zue Xianglu is actually a brothel disguised as a tavern. For any guest who comes here, the store will arrange for women to accompany them for drinking and entertain them, and provide services to meet various alternative needs. Master Qin, do you like this wine tonight? The madam came to a wine table in a coquettish manner and gently stroked Qin Shou's shoulder. Not bad. Have you completed what I asked you to do? Qin Shou hugged the madam and used his big hands to rub her body wantonly, with lustful light flashing in his eyes. He came to Zue Xianglu not alone this time, but was accompanied by several thugs. Xiao Hong and Xiao Zue are already waiting in the Tianzi room. I promise you will enjoy it. The madam smiled sweetly and sat on Qin Shou's thighs, twisting her still graceful body restlessly. Okay. Ha ha ha. Qin Shou stood up drunkenly and said in a rough voice, If I don't fight till dawn tonight, I will be unworthy of the aphrodisiac wine I drank. You should also make arrangements for my brothers. After saying that, he strode up to the second floor with great speed, burning with desire. Target confirmed. Gu Changqing locked onto Qin Shu's face through the mantis's vision. Follow me. After receiving the order, the mantis immediately flapped its wings and flew up to the second floor from outside the tavern. With its keen sense of smell, it quickly tracked down Qin Shou's position, circled around the periphery, and then quickly drilled in through the gap in the box window. The scene inside the box was immediately visible. Qin Shou had taken off all his clothes except for his underpants, and was hugging two half-dressed girls, his rough hands wandering over their bodies. Mr. Qin, you are so mean. My V*** is almost swollen from being pinched. Look how anxious you are. Yes, but you have a very strong body. The two beauties kept tempting Qin Shou, and he felt hot and uncomfortable all over. Ha ha, I'll show you something stronger later. Qin Shou grabbed with his big hands and directly tore off the red belly bands on their chests. Suddenly, the scenery became beautiful and everything was white. Then he suddenly turned over and pressed the two women down on the bed and started the real show. The bed shook violently, making a creaking sound as it could not bear the weight. Under the influence of the medicinal wine, Qin Shou acted like a madman, completely immersed in the pleasure, and did not notice the mantis that had quietly approached. It was like the god of death lurking in the darkness, slowly climbing up Qin Shou's back. Just when Qin Shu's muscles were tensed and his spirit was about to reach full excitement, The mantis is moving. Laugh. The ice blue blade flashed with cold light and pierced his back accurately. And at the moment of penetrating the flesh, it suddenly releases a biting cold air, quickly corroding the heart and blood vessels. The heart, which was originally beating violently, was suddenly wrapped in frost and stopped breathing. Ah! Chinsho screamed. His pupils suddenly dilated, and his body stiffly fell on the two beauties. Why did you stop, Mr. Chin? You're so cold. Hurry up and move. The two girls hadn't noticed anything unusual yet, and were still twisting their bodies with coquettish expressions as if they were not enjoying themselves enough. After the assassination was successful, the mantis did not stop at all, but retreated quickly and silently, flying towards the next target location. Another one solved. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the only remaining list in his hand. As long as this last hidden danger is eliminated, he can settle accounts with Chun Kuei without any scruples. If the Destiny Killer group wants a rise, they have to clear all obstacles. The lights at the Dongjia night market are as bright as day. In the bustling streets, the sounds of hawking can be heard one after another, creating a lively market atmosphere. However, at this moment, a praying mantis stood quietly at the highest point of the building, with its blade-like limbs slightly raised, overlooking the crowd surging below. Its cold gaze quickly and accurately scanned the faces of every pedestrian and vendor, trying to find its prey among them. This guy's quite good at hiding. Gu Changqing's eyes flashed, and he scanned the crowd repeatedly through the mantis's compound eyes, but to no avail. The final target is named Sun Jiao. This man was a scheming man, skilled in the use of poison and disguise, and was famous for having poisoned several warriors of the same level. Moreover, his strength is also the strongest among the three, having reached the peak of the acquired realm. I was targeted today. I think it must be a spy from the Destiny Killer gang. Next to the chaotic stall on the corner of the street, a ragged beggar squatted in the shadows, muttering to himself. He was thin, with a sinister face, and his triangular eyes stared at the surroundings like a poisonous snake. Now that I'm dressed like a beggar, I want to see how you can find me. As long as we can survive this night and wait for the boss to get the prescription for the 7-color honey pill, it won't matter. Sun Jiao pulled down his worn straw hat. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he was quite confident in his disguise. However, he was completely unaware that his existence was now being locked by a cold gaze. This beggar feels a little weird. With the help of the mantis's vision, Gu Changqing stared at Sun Jiao's figure and observed him carefully. Generally speaking, beggars always beg on the streets to make a living. Even if they just stay in one place, they will humbly ask for help from passers-by. But now this man just curled up in the shadows silently, neither begging nor looking up, as if he was an amateur. Whether it's true or not, you'll know after trying it. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened slightly, and he ordered, "Mantis, do it." As soon as the words fell, the mantis suddenly swung its blade limbs, and the cold air instantly condensed into a sharp and tiny ice body, which shot out violently. The trajectory of his attack was exactly that beggar. Laugh. The ice body shot down quickly and landed accurately on the ground half a meter in front of Sun Jiao, making a slight sound. It's raining. Sun Jiao noticed something, looked at the water stains on the ground, and then subconsciously looked up at the night sky. The moment he raised his head, Gu Changqing had already seen his entire face through the mantis's line of sight. It's him indeed. Gu Changqing's eyes flashed, and he finally confirmed the target. Not good. Sun Jiao's heart sank. Always vigilant, he immediately noticed something was going on. This method is obviously a test of me. Looking up means exposing my identity. At that moment, Sun Jiao stood up, left the wonton stall, and blended into the crowd on the street. His walking route was treacherous. Sometimes he stopped, sometimes he took a detour, and he was extremely alert to avoid being followed. The mantis hovered quietly in the night sky, always keeping its distance, like a top predator, patiently waiting for its opportunity. Under such surveillance, Sun Jiao became more and more nervous as he walked. It felt like no matter how I changed my route, that cold gaze hiding somewhere would always be staring at me. Who the hell is that? Sun Jiao frowned and glanced at the people around him secretly, but he couldn't find the source at all. Then he suddenly quickened his pace, and when he reached a nearby alley entrance, he immediately turned and rushed into a dim alley, preparing to take a shortcut to leave the night market. Just what I want. Changqing narrowed his eyes and ordered, Mantis, act according to circumstances. The mantis swooped down suddenly and turned into a shadow as it swept into the alley. On the other hand, Sun Jiao was not just speeding up his pace at this moment, he was running at full speed. The sound of hurried running was particularly clear in the quiet alley. However, two legs cannot compare to the flying speed of a mantis. Laugh! As the distance got closer, the mantis suddenly accelerated, and like a ray of cold light, it struck Sun Jiao's back of the head. Court death. Sun Jiao was prepared and felt the cold coming from behind. He turned around abruptly, and the dagger hidden in his sleeve slipped into his hand, and he slashed at the mantis with great accuracy. Clang! The moment the ice blade and the dagger collided, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. The mantis suddenly stopped, but Sun Jiao was knocked back several feet by the powerful impact, and he barely managed to keep his footing. Why is it a praying mantis? Sun Jiao's pupils trembled violently, and he stared at the mantis in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. He never expected that the one who attacked him just now was actually a mantis, and that it could withstand his dagger. Moreover, under such a head-on impact, it was merely forced to stop and did not seem to be hurt at all. Such terrifying strength is comparable to that of a monster. The assassin who had been following me before turned out to be this. Sun Jiao stared at the mantis, his mind racing, and he finally understood the reason. No wonder I didn't notice anything unusual happening to the people on the street. It turned out that I was being stared at by a bug the whole time. There must be a beastmaster secretly controlling it behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Sun Jiao's heart sank, and he looked around nervously. When a mantis saw that the opponent was distracted, the cold air in his body suddenly surged, and he pounced on him. Swish! 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 The ice blade slashed continuously, and the flashing cold light instantly turned into countless sharp knife shadows, sweeping towards Sun Jiao. Sun Jiao retreated quickly, mobilized the true energy in his body, and poured it into the dagger in his hand, resisting hastily. However, the fighting power of the mantis is equivalent to the innate realm of a human warrior. With his cultivation at the peak of the acquired realm, he is completely unable to withstand it. The mantis's speed was astonishingly fast. In a blink of an eye, Sun Jiao's arms and shoulders were scratched with several bloody marks, and the wounds quickly froze into frost. Then, it flapped its wings suddenly, its speed increased dramatically, and it circled behind Sun Jiao like lightning. No! Sun Jiao was shocked. Before he could turn around, the ice blade had already pierced through his back. The extremely cold air instantly consumed his whole body. Laugh! The mantis twisted its blade limbs violently, mincing the mantis's heart into pieces and killing him instantly. Afterwards, it quickly looted the corpse of valuables and flew away. As expected of the top insect hunter and killer, fast and ruthless enough. Inside the clinic, Changqing's eyes flickered, and he secretly admired. In just half an hour, all 3 targets in the city were eliminated, with an efficiency far exceeding his expectations. Without the threat of these hidden dangers, the obstacles for the next actions will undoubtedly be cleared. Changqing, now, it's your turn. Changqing walked out of the clinic, looked up in the direction of the outskirts of the city, and prepared to close the net. Boss, I brought the braised chicken rice you requested. Just then, Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu came over carrying lunchboxes. Changqing took the lunchbox and put it into his storage ring to keep it warm. He planned to enjoy the dinner slowly after moving into Changqing's manor. Boss, what else can I do for you? Fang Baiyu reminded him anxiously Time is running out. If we delay any further, I'm afraid. But seeing that Changqing was still calm and showed no signs of taking any action, he couldn't help but feel even more confused. Could it be that the boss really wants to hand over the recipe of the 7-colored honey pills to Changqing? If this is true, it is too cowardly. As his mind turned, Fang Baiyu felt suffocated and angry at the other party for not fighting back. Don't worry, come with me to a place first. Changqing did not reveal anything and calmly ordered, Jing, prepare the carriage. A moment later, Meng Jing drove the carriage steadily towards the city gate. Under the cover of night, Meng Jing drove his carriage slowly through the streets. When passing by Zue Xianglu, I saw a lot of people gathered outside. What happened? Meng Jing pulled the reins to slow down and asked curiously. A murder occurred in Zue Xianglu. The victim was assassinated by an assassin. His whole body seemed to be frozen. His death was weird. Hearing this, Meng Jing was slightly startled. Just as he was about to ask further questions, someone else interrupted and said, "Shit, I just heard that a body with the same cause of death was found in the toilet at Yongla Casino. Also, a beggar died in the alley near the East Street Night Market. The deceased turned out to be Sun Jio, a well-known figure in the black market. That assassin is really amazing. He was able to assassinate 3 people in succession at different locations in such a short period of time. TSK. With all the serial murders in the city these days, those police chiefs in the government office must be extremely busy." As the conversation started, the faces of the onlookers suddenly changed and they became agitated. Inside the carriage, Fang Baiyu listened to the discussions outside and couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. Aren't these 3 people who died Changqing's close associates? He stared at Changqing in surprise, his heart full of shock and disbelief. "Boss!" Fang Baiyu's atoms apple rolled, and he lowered his voice unconsciously. "Sun Jio and the others, are they all your work?" Although he had a guess in his mind, when he actually asked the question, his voice still trembled slightly uncontrollably. Changqing didn't say much, just said him lightly. After getting confirmation, Fang Baiyu took a deep breath, and his face was full of shock. He had known that Changqing had a group of mysterious assassins under his command, but he did not expect that they would act so swiftly and eliminate the 3 hidden dangers silently. Such thundering means are completely comparable to those first-class killer organizations. "So, are we going to leave the city and hide from the public now?" Fang Baiyu asked cautiously as they were about to reach the city gate. He looked out the car window and found that the patrols on the streets tonight were much stricter than usual. Teams of security guards patrolled the streets and even searched house by house, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. "We haven't revealed our identities yet, so why are you panicking? You'll know where we are going soon." Changqing smiled faintly, as calm as a hunter closing his net. Although Fang Baiyu was confused about this, he did not ask any more questions and fell silent with complicated thoughts. As a small leader of the Black Market Intelligence Network, he knew almost everything about Changqing's past. But since following Changqing, he felt that this boss's actions were treacherous and unpredictable, as if all the previous deeds were done by another person, not the current Changqing. In comparison, they're like 2 completely different people. Changqing closed his eyes to rest, but his consciousness was actually connected to the shared perception of the 3 pets. Mantises circled in the night sky, following quietly and waiting for instructions. Tiger Bee is still in the manor outside the city, secretly monitoring Changqing's every move. At this moment, Changqing was like a landlord, leaning lazily on the couch, with several maids massaging his shoulders and legs. It was obvious that he had not received the news that his 3 confidants had been killed. Shadow Spider was watching from the government office, but did not notice anything unusual. Changqing thought, "Mantis, take the little spider with you and go meet up with the Tiger Bee." "Yes, master." After receiving the order, the mantis flapped its wings suddenly and swooped towards the government office like an arrow. Soon, the shadow spider had climbed onto the mantis's back and quickly flew out of the city, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Stop! It's curfew. You need to be checked before leaving the city. When the carriage reached the city gate, a team of fully armed security guards suddenly blocked the aisle. Captain Lee also came here with the bailiffs to search for the suspect. He strode forward, glanced at Meng Jing, and then glanced sharply at the car window. Who is in the carriage? Captain Lee had already placed his right hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist and shouted in a deep voice, "Come down immediately." "Master, this is Dr. Gu from the Tianming Clinic, preparing to go out and purchase medicinal materials." Meng Jing answered directly, holding the reins tightly with both hands, leaning forward slightly, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Although he didn't know why his boss insisted on leaving the city at this time, he was ready to force his way in if these officials insisted on making things difficult for him. "Dr. Gu." Upon hearing this, Captain Lee relaxed his guard a little. The several Yamen runners behind him, who had their hands on the hilts of their swords, also let go in tacit understanding. After all, they had all received a lot of benefits from Gu Changqing before, so such a financial sponsor should naturally be treated well. "Captain Lee, you are still searching for the murderer at this late hour." The car curtain moved slightly, and Gu Changqing leaned out, revealing his young and handsome face. "We can't help it. Another assassin killed 3 people tonight. It is very likely that he was the murderer who assassinated the eldest son of the Ma family. The city lord has issued a strict order to search the entire city for him." Captain Lee frowned and said angrily, "It's better if I don't find out who it is, otherwise I will have him tortured to death." He was called to the city gate for a strict inspection in the middle of the night. He was so depressed at the moment. You are on duty late at night for the safety of the people in the city. It is really hard work. As he spoke, Gu Changqing took out a silver note and handed it to Captain Lee. "This 500 taels of silver is my treat for all the officers to have a midnight snack. However, I am leaving the city this time to purchase a batch of urgently needed medicinal materials. I hope you can give me some convenience." Captain Lee took the banknote and quickly put it in his arms. He nodded with a big smile on his face and said, "Dr. Gu is treating patients and saving lives. How can we delay? Let him go." He turned around and winked at the Yamen runners behind him, who immediately understood and asked the security guards at the gate to step back. Meng Jing did not hesitate. He pulled the reins and immediately drove the carriage out of the city gate. "Boss, Dr. Gu is really generous." A young Yamen runner came forward and grinned. "Remember this carriage. Whenever you see it in the future, let it pass." Captain Lee smiled solemnly. The 7-color honey pills developed by Dr. Gu are now being sought after by many bigwigs. Let's give him a hand, and there will be benefits in the future. Upon hearing this, the Yamen runners and security soldiers exchanged glances and nodded in tacit understanding. That driver just now looked a little familiar. At this moment, a stern figure slowly walked out of the darkness. His face was stern, with a long sword on his back. He stared at the carriage going farther and farther away outside the city gate, as if thinking about something. This person is none other than Martin Yu's personal bodyguard, Li Chao, a swordsman who has reached the peak of the Xiantian realm. Ever since Martin Yu was assassinated, he has been staying in the city, vowing to find out the assassin behind the incident and return to report. Since Meng Jing was not wearing a mask, his face reminded him of the scene where a carriage collided head-on on the street a few days ago. At that time, more than a dozen guards were chasing on horseback, but in a blink of an eye, all the horses were injured by poisonous stings, exactly the same as the ones on Martin Yu's body. As long as we catch this groom, we will be able to follow the clues and find out the mastermind behind this. Thinking of this, Li Chao's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly rushed out of the city gate. The night is as dark as ink. Li Chao followed the traces left by the carriage, tracking it all the way, with a growing chill in his eyes. The true energy in his body flowed, and his steps were as light as a swallow and very fast. "Boss, which way should we go next?" Meng Jing looked at the fork in the road ahead and asked. "To the left, there is a manor about 10 miles away." After saying that, Gu Changqing looked at Fong Baiyu meaningfully. "With your intelligence ability, You should know where that is, right? Fong Baiyu was stunned at first. Then he seemed to think of something and asked in surprise, Boss, are you going to Chun Kuei's residence? Good research. Gu Changqing smiled calmly. The base of the Destiny Killer Company will be located there from now on. Although he didn't say it explicitly, his meaning was very clear. Fong Baiyu took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the fluctuations in his heart. Even if his reaction was slow, he roughly guessed Gu Changqing's intention. Master, someone is following you. At this moment, the Mantis's voice suddenly rang in Gu Changqing's mind. His expression changed slightly, and he thought to himself, how many people? One. In the night sky, a mantis hovered above the manor, its ice-blue, compound eyes looking towards the back of the carriage. I saw a black shadow following closely behind, getting closer and closer to the carriage. Gu Changqing also saw all of this through the mantis's vision. It's him. Gu Changqing's eyes flashed, and he immediately recognized Li Chao. This person's cultivation has reached the peak of the innate realm, while I have just broken through to the initial stage. Although there's still Meng Jing and Fong Baiyu, their current cultivation level is only at the acquired realm. With such a gap, the chances of winning are 50-50. Boss, what's wrong? Fong Baiyu noticed a change in Gu Changqing's expression and couldn't help but ask. Arata has followed us, a subordinate of the Ma family. Fong Baiyu was startled when he heard this, and was about to look out to check, but Gu Changqing raised his hand to stop him. Don't panic. Let him follow. Meng Jing frowned and asked, should we change our route and get rid of him first? It's okay, keep going. Gu Changqing looked calm and ordered, speed up. Okay. Meng Jing pulled the reins suddenly and drove away in the carriage. Seeing this, Li Chao's eyes flashed with surprise. Did he get discovered? I've been following him all the way, so I've been very careful about my whereabouts. I didn't expect that someone would notice it. Li Chao's eyes darkened, and the true energy in his body surged like a river, instantly pouring into the tendons and veins of his legs. In an instant, his speed increased dramatically. He no longer cared about the noise he might make. With murderous intent in his eyes, he headed straight for the carriage in front. Blade Mantis, Shadow Spider, go and deal with him. Gu Changqing's mind moved. The moment the order was given, the Shadow Spider, riding on the Mantis, suddenly rushed over here. In just a few breaths, they had arrived above the area where Li Chao was. What? Li Chao noticed a slight sound of breaking air above his head and looked up suddenly. I saw a black Zerg shadow swooping towards me at an astonishing speed. Li Chao's pupils suddenly shrank, and he drew his sword to block with sharp movements. Clang! The mantis's forelimbs collided with the sword blade, and a sharp metallic collision sound was heard. However, the Zerg form of the sword mantis only had the combat power of the early stage of the innate realm, and could not gain any advantage against Li Chao, who had already reached the peak. He was hit so hard by the sword that he was knocked back. Mantis, Li Chao's eyes fixed, and although he was quite surprised, he did not stop his attack. He suddenly jumped up and stabbed the flying mantis with his sword. Call out. At the critical moment, a spider silk suddenly shot out and instantly wrapped around the wrist holding the sword. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The toxins contained in spider silk are extremely corrosive. Once they come into contact with the silk, they will burn the sleeves and emit pungent white smoke. Li Chao was horrified and quickly turned his sword to attack. Boom! The sword tip shook and powerful true energy burst out, directly shattering the spider silk. After Li Chao landed on the ground, he immediately retreated several feet quickly. Mantis and spiders. He stared at the two strange black shadows in front of him, and his heart was filled with turmoil. I saw the mantis flapping its wings and hovering in the air, its ice-blue compound eyes glowing faintly in the night. The shadow spider was crawling on the ground, its 8 legs like blades, its spider silk glowing with a poisonous purple glow in the moonlight. What shocked him even more was that these two insect beasts were able to cooperate so well during the attack just now. attacking and entangled, just like a well-trained killer. This is clearly a killing monster controlled by someone. Could it be an insect tamer? Li Chao felt a chill down his spine. In the martial arts world, the insect-taming lineage is a branch of the beast-taming lineage and has been extinct for 100 years. If there is really someone who can drive the Zerg to fight, the background behind it is probably far beyond imagination. Just 2 bugs can't stop me. Li Chao snorted coldly, and the long sword in his hand was surrounded by a wisp of vital energy. Although the Beastmaster can command his pets to fight, he has a fatal weakness. That is because the body is weak. Once the pet is lost, it is like a person with a broken arm, and the strength is greatly reduced. At this moment, we only need to kill these 2 poisonous insects to capture it easily. He stared at the carriage that was gradually moving away, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It has been confirmed that the mysterious assassin who assassinated Martin, Yu, was one of the people on the carriage. Li have practiced for many years, but have never fought against the Zerg. Li Chao shook the sword in his hand, and a cold light flashed. Today is a good time to test whether my sword is sharper or your shell is harder. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword energy suddenly condensed on the sword tip, pointing directly at the mantis and shadow spider. However, just as he was about to make his move, the mantis's body suddenly twisted violently and expanded rapidly, turning into a humanoid monster in the blink of an eye. I saw translucent insect wings extending from its back, and its arms turned into 2 sharp, long swords. Ice blue light flowed, emitting an extremely cold air that made people's hearts cold. At the same time, the shadow spider instantly transformed into a Spider-Man monster, with blood-red eyes, 8 spider legs clinging to its back, and its enchanting figure exuding an evil aura. What kind of monster is this? Li Chao's pupils trembled violently at the sudden scene, and his face was full of horror. Even though he thought he was knowledgeable, he had never seen such a strange creature. What was even more terrifying was that he was shocked to find that after the mantis and shadow spider transformed, the fluctuations of their aura suddenly increased several times. Li Chao's hand holding the sword was trembling slightly, and cold sweat was already oozing out of his forehead. He was no longer as confident as before. The master has ordered kill. The mantis's eyes were cold as it locked onto its prey. The next moment, he flapped his wings and rushed forward. 2 ice blades tore through the air and slashed towards Li Chao at a fierce speed. Boom! The moment the mantis rushed out, there was a sudden sound of an explosion breaking through the wind. Li Chao's pupils suddenly shrank, and his naked eyes could only catch a glimpse of an afterimage rushing towards him. He had no time to launch an attack, and could only swing his sword to block. Instantly, 2 ice blue mantis blades chopped fiercely on the sword blade. There was a loud clang, and sparks flew everywhere. Li Chao's wrist trembled violently, and he instantly felt a terrifying force rushing into his body, and then he was pushed back several steps uncontrollably. What a powerful force! Li Chao was horrified, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Compared to before, he still has the advantage. However, now, the power of this mantis monster is actually greater than his own. The mantis pounced again, slashing with its blade limbs as fast as lightning. The attack was so fierce that it didn't give the mantis a chance to breathe. Clang, clang, clang. For a moment, the sound of dense metal collisions continued to ring out. Li Chao blocked and retreated at the same time, but the power of his sword was completely suppressed by Dao Mantis, leaving him no chance to counterattack. What frightened him even more was that the sword in his hand, which was forged from heavenly grade rock iron, was already covered with cracks. And every time he blocked, a layer of frost would condense on the sword, and the cold air would spread along the sword to his arm, causing his sword power to suddenly become chaotic. Swish! A cold light flashed in Daolong's eyes. He seized the flaw and slashed fiercely on the opponent's left shoulder, suddenly cutting off his entire arm. Before the blood even splashed, it solidified into ice crystals in the cold air. Li Chao staggered back screaming, his face pale. When he looked at Dowling again at this time, his eyes were already filled with deep fear. If you keep fighting like this, I will definitely die. Li Chao gritted his teeth and urged all the true energy in his body to pour it into the long sword frantically. Instantly, the sword emitted a dazzling light and a buzzing sound. Mysterious sword shadow slash. With a loud shout, he shook his wrist violently, and the sword drew a strange trajectory in the air. In an instant, more than a dozen sharp sword shadows appeared out of thin air, each of which contained terrifying sword energy that was enough to tear apart metal and stone. Go to hell! Li Chao roared with a ferocious face, the tip of his sword pointing directly at the Mantis' vital points. As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen sharp sword energies suddenly swept out. However, just as the sword energy was about to touch the Mantis, the ice armor on its body suddenly lit up with strange frost patterns. The surface of those seemingly fragile ice crystals actually rippled like water waves, completely dissolving the incoming sword energy into nothingness. How is it possible? Li Chao's pupils contracted violently, and his face turned ashen. Obviously, he didn't expect that the killing move he used with all his strength couldn't even break the monster's defense. Immediately, he retreated quickly and tried to escape. But just as he turned around, a huge spider web suddenly covered his head and bound him tightly. Li Chao was shocked to find that the shadow spider, which had not taken any action, had already stood behind to intercept him. That cold gaze seemed to be staring at the prey that had been delivered to the door. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Under the toxic corrosion of the spider web, Li Chao's skin and flesh felt like they were being burned, emitting a pungent smell. Hateful! Li Chao roared in pain. The true energy in his body burned wildly, and the sword edge burst out with sharp sword energy, splitting the spider web abruptly. However, the next moment, the Mantis appeared in front of him and slashed across with its Mantis sword. Puff! Li Chao's head was cut off in an instant, and his body was separated. The Mantis glanced at the corpse coldly, confirmed that there was no life, then put away its knife and turned back into Zerg form. If you don't want this body, just consider it as a gift to me. Seeing the Mantis turning back into an insect form, the shadow spider smiled evilly, then stretched out a leg, pierced into Li Chao's headless corpse, and began to devour the essence of his flesh and blood. In just a few breaths, the corpse shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and eventually turned into a dried corpse. Ding! Your Mantis kills a Xiantian Realm Warrior, and you are rewarded with 200 energy points. Inside the car, Changqing listened to the system prompt sounding in his mind, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Through the shadow spider's vision sharing, he witnessed the entire battle process of the Mantis. After transforming into a humanoid monster, its strength was much stronger than expected. Especially the two Mantis swords, which combined the characteristics of cold marrow and icy iron, had extremely terrifying lethality and were simply unmatched in the same realm. Warm reminder, your shadow spider has stored a storage ring and has placed it in the system space. Upon learning that there were spoils of war, Changqing raised his eyebrows, immediately took out the storage ring, and probed his mental power into it. Although Li Chao was a bodyguard of the Ma family, his status was not low. He carried more than 10,000 silver bills with him. There are also more than 100 low-grade spirit stones and several bottles of healing pills. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. It's okay. Changqing raised the corner of his mouth and naturally did not complain and continued to count the supplies. Then he flipped his wrist slightly and took out a jade slip from the ring, which was about the size of a palm. Among the flowing cloud patterns on its surface, 8 seal characters, 7 Xuanwu Mansion, registered disciple, were engraved. This guy is actually a registered disciple of the 7 Xuanwu Palace. A hint of surprise flashed across Changqing's eyes. I didn't expect that the guard I killed so easily had such an identity. You should know that the Xuanwu Academy is a closed practice sect. Unless they are disciples of the sect, they never teach martial arts to outsiders. Although registered disciples have not officially entered the sect, they still enjoy some training resources and reputation. Many independent martial artists would rather spend a large sum of money to get a name in one of the major sects so that they can find a good job outside. Boss, are you a registered disciple of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion? Fang Baiyu glanced at the jade slip in Gu Changqing's hand and could not hide his surprise. No, I killed a Xiantian realm warrior before and took it away. Gu Changqing spoke in a calm tone and did not mention anything about Li Chao. What? Fang Baiyu was stunned and looked at Gu Changqing in shock. In this regard, he couldn't help but secretly feel fortunate that the 7 Xuanwu Palace did not attach much importance to registered disciples. Even if a disciple is killed outside, it is usually not investigated further, otherwise the matter will cause big trouble. It is said that although the jade slip of the named disciple is a token of trust, it also contains the cultivation method. Fang Baiyu calmed down and asked tentatively, Boss, have you checked it? Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. There's actually a technique hidden in this jade slip. The levels of martial arts in the Songyuan continent are divided into 9 grades. The first grade is the entry level and the 9th grade is the highest. Going further up is the legendary spiritual martial arts. With this in mind, Gu Changqing's mental power quietly seeped into the jade slip. Sure enough, there was an imprint of a sword technique in it, the mysterious sword shadow slash. This move transforms sword energy into shadows, condensing the void into reality. The more sword shadows there are, the more powerful it is. Although it is only a 3rd grade martial art, if it is cultivated to perfection, it can even condense more than 100 sword shadows in an instant, and its lethality should not be underestimated. The sword style that Li Chao used just now should be this move. Gu Changqing nodded secretly, feeling a little interested. After all, he came from a humble background, and the only moves he could perform at the moment were the dark artistic conception he had comprehended before. If the sword technique can be integrated with the dark state of mind, perhaps its power could be further enhanced. In a flash of inspiration, Gu Changqing had the idea of creating his own sword moves. Boss, is there anything you can find in this jade slip? Seeing Gu Changqing pondering for a long time, Fang Baiyu couldn't help but ask. There is indeed a set of 3rd grade sword techniques. Gu Changqing smiled calmly. Wait until I have thoroughly comprehended it. Then I will give it to you and Meng Jing to practice. Thank you, boss. A hint of joy flashed in Fang Baiyu's eyes. He knew very well how precious the 3rd grade martial arts were, and it might not be worth mentioning to a behemoth like the 7 profound martial palace. But for these independent martial artists without any sect or school, this is a rare opportunity. Boss, Chun Kuei's private estate is ahead. At this time, Meng Jing's voice came from outside the car. Stay here. If anyone sneaks out, kill them without mercy. Gu Changqing jumped off the carriage and gave orders in a cold voice. You're going in alone? Fang Baiyu's face changed slightly, and he stepped forward in a hurry. Chun Kuei's manor has a lot of thugs, and there are 2 Xiantian realm warriors around him. This is too dangerous. I have my own plans. Gu Changqing looked calm. You just need to guard the perimeter and make sure no one slips through the net. Before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the night like a ghost. As he performed the shadow step, the whole person turned into a blurry black shadow and rushed towards a manor. Jing, what do you think of the boss? Fang Baiyu stared at Gu Changqing's receding back and suddenly asked. Very good, Meng Jing answered without hesitation. He treated us like friends and never put on airs. In this case, we must practice harder. Fang Baiyu's eyelids drooped slightly, and his voice became a little deeper. At least in the future, we can't become a burden to the boss. We can't let it be like tonight, where it's hard to catch up with him. After saying this, he clenched his fists and said no more. Meng Jing's heart trembled, and it seemed as if a burning breath was surging in his chest. Stop! As Gu Changqing approached the manor gate, a loud shout was heard. Who are you? Tell me your name. The guard at the gate was a burly man with a beard, staring at Gu Changqing with vigilance. This is Master Chen's manor, if you don't have an appointment. Noisy, Gu Changqing threw a punch, hitting the opponent's chest hard. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the bearded strong man flew out backwards, screaming and knocking open the door. Gu Changqing walked straight in, and then isolation talismans flew out from his hands and instantly ignited in the void. As the runes bloomed, they suddenly gathered into a giant, translucent light curtain, like an inverted giant bowl, covering the entire manor. In an instant, all movement and noise here were completely isolated from the outside world. Rune array, inside the hall, the eyes of the two innate warriors darkened as they sensed the energy fluctuations of the isolation talisman almost at the same time. What happened? Chun Kuei saw the faces of his two men change suddenly and asked curiously. His cultivation level was at the chi condensation stage, and his sensitivity was weak, so he obviously didn't notice anything unusual. Master Chun, someone has used talismans to seal off the manor. The black-clad warrior spoke in a low voice, turned his head and looked outside the hall door, only to see a faint curtain of light shrouding the void. In this Qingzhou city territory, is there anyone who dares to touch me? Chun Kuei's expression tensed up. He stood up suddenly and shouted angrily, "You are simply courting death." Master Chun, someone broke in. One of his men hurried into the hall. "Hey, is Gu Changqing from Tianming Medical Clinic?" Chun Kuei was stunned when he heard this, then sneered, "I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be him." Upon learning that Gu Changqing came so blatantly, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, real assassins would sneak in silently. So how could they break in through the front door in such a high-profile manner? What's more, he had the leverage over Tianming Medical Clinic in his hand, and even had 3 trusted aides stationed near the government office in the city, ready to take action at any time. With just one order, the evidence that is sufficient to sentence Gu Changqing to death will be immediately handed over to the authorities. So, could it be that this kid has figured it out and personally brought the prescription for the 7-colored honey pills? Thinking of this, Chun Kuei's eyes flashed with greed. Gather everyone immediately and gather in the front yard. After saying that, Chun Kuei strode out of the hall with big strides, with a confident look on his face that he had won the victory, as if he had already seen Gu Changqing's embarrassed look as he kneeled on the ground and begged for mercy. In the yard, Gu Changqing looked coldly at the thugs rushing in from all directions, his face expressionless. For this operation, it was originally only necessary to let the tiger bees take action, but chasing in all directions would be time-consuming and laborious, and it would inevitably lead to some fish slipping through the net. It would be better to show up in person, lure all the thugs in a manner, and catch them all in one fell swoop. Soon, dozens of thugs gathered in the courtyard. They were holding machetes and iron bars, and surrounded Gu Changqing with ferocious faces. "How dare you, a blind person, to trespass into Master Chen's territory at night? You must be tired of living. My hands are itching to stab him today. I'm going to give him a few stabs later." That's right. This is a good opportunity to show off in front of Master Chun. We must beat him to death. The thugs stared at Gu Changqing fiercely, as if they were looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Little did they know that mantises, tiger bees, and shadow spiders had already been quietly lurking in 3 corners of the periphery, forming a siege. In their eyes, these guys are the energy required for advanced strengthening. "Dr. Gu, your style of doing things is really unexpected." At this moment, Chun Kuei's sinister voice came from behind the crowd. The thugs immediately made way for them, and Chun Kuei walked towards them with a forced smile. 2 innate warriors guarded him on the left and right, looking at Gu Changqing with cold eyes. "What? Have you finally figured it out, and are you willing to hand over the recipe for the 7-colored honey pill?" Chun Kuei stared at Gu Changqing with a kind of playful look in his eyes, like a cat playing with a mouse. He was extremely confident in his own lineup, not to mention that Gu Changqing was only in the early stage of the innate realm. Even if he had reached the peak of cultivation, it would probably not be that easy for him to escape. "I have indeed figured it out. Gu Changqing said calmly. It took me a lot of effort to come to you. Chun Kuei raised his lips and sneered. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? If you had bowed your head earlier, this wouldn't have caused such a scene. I won't say any more nonsense. Just give me the prescription. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand, a sarcastic smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Laugh. However, at this moment, a mantis suddenly swooped out from the courtyard wall at an extremely fast speed, like a flash of cold light. The next moment, the flesh and blood of Chun Kuna's hand, which had just been stretched out, were instantly separated. The severed palm fell to the ground with a thump sound, and blood spurted out. My hand! Chun Kuei immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, staring at his severed hand in horror, his face distorted with pain. The sudden scene stunned all the thugs in the field, and they looked at Gu Changqing in disbelief. On his shoulder, there stood a praying mantis, its sickle-like forelimbs emitting an icy blue light. Could it be this mantis that just cut off Chun Kuei's palm? Everyone couldn't help but gasp, their eyes filled with disbelief. I didn't expect that a tiny mantis could have such terrible killing power. Protect Master Chun. The expressions of the two innate warriors changed suddenly. They were the first to react and shouted almost at the same time, quickly protecting Chun Kuei behind them. How dare you sneak attack me? You be *************** D. Chun Kuei glanced at the mantis in horror, then turned his gaze to Gu Changqing, gritting his teeth and roaring. Whoever kills him, I'll give him 50,000 silver notes. No, 100,000. And that damn mantis must be chopped into pieces. When they heard the reward of 100,000 yuan, those thugs were immediately excited, as if they were injected with chicken blood, and rushed towards Gu Changqing. Whoosh! The mantis rushed out from Gu Changqing's shoulder, shuttled around as fast as lightning, and waved its two ice knives rapidly. Any enemy who approached Gu Changqing would have his limbs cut off or his throat slit with screams. Although this group of thugs had the advantage in numbers, the strongest among them was only at the acquired realm. Facing the attack of the mantises, they had almost no ability to resist. What a powerful mantis! What kind of monster is this? Chun Kuei looked at the mantis, protecting Gu Changqing with fear in his eyes, and was horrified. Zhang, kill that bug. Hearing the order, the black-clad warrior guarding Chun Kuei's left sneered. Don't worry, Master Chun. It's just an ant. It only takes 1 or 2 swords to kill it. After saying this, the man moved, and the sword in his hand suddenly burst out with a sharp cold light. The sword tore through the air, locked onto the mantis's location, and stabbed straight ahead. Die! A sinister smile appeared on his lips, and the image of the sword tip piercing through the insect body even appeared in his mind. Buzz! However, at this moment, a black beast shadow suddenly shot out from the corner. Puff! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was heard, and the black-clothed warrior's hideous smile instantly froze, and he lowered his head to look at his chest. He was horrified to find a hand that looked like a human but had a curved, sharp blade on it, which had pierced his heart. He turned his head with difficulty, trying to see who the attacker was. The tiger bee transformed into a humanoid monster, but did not give the opponent this chance. It suddenly grabbed the heart and pulled out the arm, bringing up a puff of blood. The black-clad warrior trembled violently, screamed, and fell to the ground and died, his eyes wide open. So what if they're just Zerg? It can be dealt with in one move. The tiger bee's cold insect eyes swept over the corpse with disdain, and there was still some blood on its right paw. Monster, monster! Seeing this, the thugs around were all frightened and turned pale, and quickly stepped back in horror. Could this monster also be brought by Gu Changqing? Chun Kuei's pupils trembled violently, and the fat on his face couldn't stop shaking. The innate warrior standing next to him was also terrified at this moment. He had never seen such a terrifying creature. Run away! The strength of the mantis had already shocked the thugs, and the appearance of the tiger bee at this moment undoubtedly completely broke their mentality. They no longer dared to continue besieging Changqing. They fled in all directions and ran towards the exit of the yard. Trash. A bunch of trash. When Changqing saw that his men did not come to protect him, but instead all ran away, he became so angry that he roared. However, before he could finish his words, the three who ran fast suddenly screamed and were stuck in a huge spider web. I saw a spider web that had formed at the gate of the courtyard, blocking the exit. Moreover, this spider web was extremely tough and highly corrosive. The skin and flesh of those who were stuck on it quickly rotted away, making a hissing sound. The thugs running behind were so scared that they stopped immediately and looked at the scene in horror. Then, a seductive black figure slowly walked out from the shadows. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several spider legs on her back suddenly stretched out, stabbing at the three thugs on the spider web, and began to devour their flesh and blood. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the three men screamed violently, and their bodies quickly shrank. This is a spider monster. The thugs who were closer were so frightened that they peed ******* their pants on the spot and ran away in other directions, crawling away. Want to escape? I'm afraid it's too late. The tiger bee sneered bloodthirstily and suddenly activated the skill of swarm summoning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, more than 100 bee soldiers swarmed out and started killing the fleeing thugs. Seeing that the situation was under control, Changqing, who had been standing still, fixed his eyes on Changqing's short figure. I saw Changqing, under the cover of the innate warrior, hiding in the back hall in a panic. Changqing took a step forward, and his figure turned into a shadow, passing through the chaotic crowd like a ghost. In a blink of an eye, he had rushed into the hall. Dr. Gu, we can discuss this. Don't be impulsive. I don't want the prescription for the 7-color honey pills anymore. Let's work together and split the profits 40% to 60%. No, 30% to 70% is fine too. Changqing looked at Changqing, who was approaching step by step, and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. As long as you keep me alive, I will agree to any condition, even all my property. He begged for mercy with a trembling voice, completely losing his previous arrogance. Leaving it for you to find a chance to take revenge on me. Changqing spoke in a cold tone, and with a slight flip of his wrist, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Stop him! Stop him now! Changqing was horrified and retreated with a roar, pushing the black-clad warrior beside him forward. Noisy, the black-clothed warrior's eyes turned cold. He shouted suddenly, turned around, and stabbed Changqing with his backhand. Puff! The tip of the sword pierced in the chest, and pierced through the heart in an instant. You? Changqing's eyes widened, staring at the other person in disbelief. I have always treated you well, why? Compared with Changqing's revenge, he felt that he was in the wrong, but he could undoubtedly not accept the betrayal of his subordinates. He who knows the current situation is a hero. Master Chun, I'm sorry. The black-clad warrior spoke with a sinister tone and suddenly pulled back the blood-stained sword. I curse you, to die a miserable death. Changqing looked at the black-clad warrior with resentment, and then he became unable to breathe. His body twitched twice, and he fell to the ground and died. Seeing this, Changqing raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling quite surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that this guy would betray Changqing. Dr. Gu, Changqing is treacherous and greedy. He deserves to be put to death. The black-clothed warrior knelt on one knee and said solemnly, I am Zhao Bing. I am willing to follow you and serve you at your service. Changqing glanced at the other party and said calmly, I am not interested in disloyal subordinates. Who knows, one day you will stab me in the back like this. The black-clothed warrior's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he hurriedly explained, Changqing has done many evil things, and I have long wanted to get rid of him. I just took advantage of the opportunity just now. Changqing smiled coldly. You should save this kind of words for Changqing to explain. In that case, the black-clothed warrior's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent, and he snorted coldly. Then you can die. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up from his kneeling position and stabbed Changqing with his sword. Laugh! Just as he imagined, the sword pierced into his chest instantly without any hindrance. But then, the black-clothed warrior's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was shocked to find that the Changqing in front of him was just a residual image. The long sword pierced into it, and the afterimage quickly dissipated. I was just saying that you are unreliable, and it really came true so soon. Changqing took a shadow step and appeared several feet away on the right side. He ordered in a cold voice, "Kill!" Whoosh! The next moment, a black light flashed, and the shadow spider used shadow shuttle to flash out from the shadow behind the black-clothed warrior. Then spider silk instantly wrapped around his hands, feet, and neck like poisonous snakes. The warrior in black panicked and struggled desperately, only to find that the spider silk was extremely tough. The harder he pushed, the deeper the spider's silk cut into his flesh. Blood oozed out along the silk, causing him excruciating pain. Puff! The shadow spider approached with a cold expression, and the spider legs behind it suddenly spread out, with the tips piercing deeply into the body of the black-clothed warrior, ready to suck the essence of his flesh and blood. "No, don't!" The black-clothed warrior finally panicked and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. "Dr. Gu, don't kill me. I can tell you Changqing's secret, which will definitely be beneficial to you." "Oh, tell me about it." Changqing's eyes narrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "It's better to have some value, otherwise you know the consequences." The shadow spider stopped sucking tacitly, but its spider leg was still piercing into the opponent's flesh. "You must promise me first that you will spare my life." Seeing that Changqing had taken a bait, the black-clad warrior started to talk about conditions. "Well, go ahead." Changqing responded calmly. "My patience is limited." The shadow spider cooperated by pulling out its legs and waiting for instructions. The black-clothed warrior calmed himself down and said in a low voice, "Changqing has been secretly working for the court over the years, and he has received a generous reward every time he completes a mission. There is a sound transmission jade talisman in his storage ring, which can be used to contact that person. Now that Changqing is dead, you can take his place." Hearing this, Changqing suddenly became interested. If we talk about the most generous financiers, they're the officials in the imperial court. In order to fight for power, they have always used any means necessary and will not be stingy with money. If you can catch this line, it would be a good choice. With this thought in mind, Changqing's eyes swept over Changqing's body. The remaining left hand was empty, without any ring. Just now, Mantis cut off Changqing's right hand, and the storage ring should be on that severed palm. How is it? Is this news important enough? The black-clothed warrior noticed the change in Changqing's expression and urged him smugly, "Keep your word and let me go." Changqing winked at the shadow spider, and the latter immediately untied the spider silk that was entangled around the black-clothed warrior. After removing the restraints, the black-clad warrior glanced sinisterly at Changqing, then quickly rushed to the door of the hall. Swish! However, just as he stepped out of the threshold, a cold light flashed. The mantis, who had transformed into a humanoid monster, raised his sword and chopped off its head, knocking it to the ground. Changqing looked at the head that rolled to his feet without a trace of pity in his eyes. If even one person leaks the information about tonight's operation, the Destiny Killer Group will no longer have a foothold in Qingzhou City. Keeping trust with the enemy? That would be tantamount to seeking one's own death. Master, they have all been cleared out without a single thing missing. Mantis walked into the hall with a cold expression and reported to Changqing respectfully. "Of course, with my bee army here, we can pull them out even if they hide in the cracks in the ground." The tiger bee also walked in at this time and stood beside the mantis with a smug look on its face. "Master, the ring on the broken palm should be a storage ring. Please see if there is anything good inside." He shook the bloody, severed palm in his hand and handed it forward like a treasure. Changqing took the severed palm, took off the blood-stained ring, and quickly probed inside it with his mental power. The dazzling array of supplies in the storage space instantly made Gu Changqing's expression brighten. It has to be said that Chen Kuei's family property is very wealthy, with more than 1 million in silver notes alone. In the corner of the space, more than 5,000 low-grade spirit stones were neatly stacked, emitting rich spiritual fluctuations. What is even more surprising is that all kinds of rare medicinal materials, weapons, and armor are displayed in different categories, and each one is very valuable. No wonder Chen Kui can support such a large number of subordinates. With such rich assets, although not comparable to those of wealthy families, is completely comparable to that of landlord-level tycoons. Not bad. A satisfied smile appeared on Gu Changqing's lips. This windfall is enough to support the subsequent development of the Destiny Killer Company. Afterwards, Gu Changqing searched the storage space and finally found the sound-transmitting jade talisman and took it in his hand. This thing feels cold to the touch, and its material is like jade but not jade, yet has a strange warmth. It obviously contains spiritual energy, and its surface is engraved with complex runes similar to those of sound transmission notes. Obviously, compared to the disposable paper sound transmission talisman, this jade sound transmission talisman can be used multiple times, which is much more convenient. Gu Changqing tried to inject a trace of mental power, and the patterns on the jade talisman suddenly glowed with a light yellow light, attracting the mental power. Chen Kui, how is the matter going? A deep and hoarse male voice came from the jade talisman, with a hint of urging in the tone. Gu Changqing was slightly stunned. This jade talisman could actually transmit sound in real time. It was very much like the mobile phone in his previous life. In response to this, Gu Changqing couldn't help feeling guilty and remained silent. After a short silence, the other party suddenly sneered. Boy, Chen Kuei's things actually fell into your hands. Who are you? Gu Changqing's heart sank. This guy was quite perceptive and guessed the clue immediately. Chen Kui is dead. Now, I take over his business. Gu Changqing said calmly. Just you? Are you worthy? A contemptuous snort came from the jade talisman. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Gu Changqing said coldly and bluntly. If you are interested, you can meet with my agent to discuss it. Yu Fu suddenly fell silent, as if he was thinking about something. Gu Changqing did not cut off the voice transmission and waited patiently for a response. If I'm guessing correctly, you should be the boss behind the assassination. Interesting. After a long silence, the man's voice came from the jade talisman again, but this time the tone was obviously softer. Although I don't know what grudge you have with Chen Kui, killing my middleman will mean delaying my business. Now I give you two choices. First, complete Chen Kuei's unfinished mission, and I will forgive him for what happened and even consider cooperating with you. Second, you can refuse, but at your own risk. The voice in the jade talisman contained an undisguised threat, yet also contained a hint of temptation. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened, and he tapped the sound transmission jade talisman with his fingertips, saying calmly without commenting, It seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet. I have no obligation to help Chen Kui clean up the mess. If you want to cooperate with me, show some sincerity. The other party asked in a puzzled tone. What do you mean? Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows and sneered. The meaning is very simple. This matter must be handled according to my rules. As long as the money is in place, everything will be easy. What? The voice from Yu Fu was immediately furious. Chen Kui just took 30% of my deposit, and you still dare to ask for money? Stop talking nonsense. Gu Changqing said firmly. Send someone to Qingzhou City's Zue Xianglu with sincerity within 3 days, and I might consider taking over your dirty job. Otherwise, let's just leave it at that. After saying that, Gu Changqing directly cut off the jade talisman's voice transmission and secretly planned his next plan. After all, we don't know whether the other party is a human or a ghost, so we must be prepared in advance. Late at night, Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing climbed to the top of the carriage and looked at the manor in the distance, feeling uneasy. It's been so long. Nothing will happen to the boss, right? Meng Jing frowned slightly and asked worriedly, "How about we go and check the situation?" Fang Baiyu hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "The boss asked us to stay here, so he must have his own ideas. Don't act on your own." After hearing this, Meng Jing had to give up the idea. Buzz! Just when the two were feeling uneasy, Fang Baiyu suddenly sensed that the sound transmission note in the storage ring had moved. His mind moved, and the moment the sound transmission note flew out, it quickly burned in the void before his eyes. Gu Changqing's indifferent voice sounded. "This manor will be the base of the Tianming Killer Company in the future. Tell Sister Rong to come and meet me now." Hearing this, Fang Baiyu's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were full of shock. "How's it going? What do you want, boss?" Seeing this, Meng Jing couldn't help but ask. Fang Baiyu calmed himself down and repeated Gu Changqing's exact words. Meng Jing's face was startled, and he looked towards the direction of the manor in surprise. It has only been a short time, and they have actually occupied Chun Kuei's territory. It seems that the boss's true strength is not as simple as we imagined. Fang Baiyu took a deep breath slowly, his excitement barely concealed in his voice. With one move, the biggest middleman in the black market was destroyed in an instant. With such a powerful leader, it is undoubtedly just a matter of time before the Destiny Killer line becomes one of the top killer organizations in the future. Don't be in a daze. Inform Sister Rong immediately. Meng Jing jumped up and rode on the horse. Fang Baiyu immediately came to his senses, turned over, and got into the car. Then he took out a sound transmission note and lit it in his hand, and said excitedly, "Sister Rong, our boss has already wiped out the lair of the Short Chun. Meng Jing and I will pick you up now." Inside the manor, the originally messy place had now been cleaned up by the shadow spiders, and all the corpses had been cleared away. As the night wind blew by, the bloody smell lingering in the air gradually dissipated. Gu Changqing called up the system panel and found that the energy value reward obtained from tonight's killing had increased to 2,000 points. However, the energy values required to upgrade tiger bees, shadow spiders, and mantises have risen to 5 digits. 3 of them, that means 30,000. Even if the more than 6,000 low-grade spirit stones that had just been looted were all converted into energy points, it would still not be enough. Since it's not enough, why not leave it for your own practice? Gu Changqing murmured to himself, having already made a decision in his heart. After all, as the behind-the-scenes leader of a killer gang, no matter what, his own strength cannot be too poor. Otherwise, whenever there is a slight conflict with others in the future, you will have to rely on mantises to take action, which will not only make you appear incompetent, but also expose your cards too early. After making up his mind, Gu Changqing took out all the spirit stones from the storage ring. With flashing light, they piled up beside him like a small mountain. The shadow spiders and mantises looked at each other, then flew out of the hall in tacit understanding and hid in various corners outside to guard. This amount of spirit stones should be enough to improve my cultivation. Gu Changqing took a glance, then sat cross-legged and began to guide the flow of true energy throughout his body, releasing the Yuan gene to cover the pile of spirit stones around him. In an instant, more than 100 spirit stones on the top layer were turned into powder. As the spiritual energy was extracted, it immediately turned into strands of pure spiritual power that surrounded the body, and then was absorbed into the body through the pores of the entire body. Gu Changqing focused his mind and guided this energy to transform into his own true essence. In this way, time passed by minute. In this way, step by step, most of the spirit stone pile has been consumed. Spiritual energy poured in continuously. The energy in Gu Changqing's body gradually filled up, and a faint buzzing sound began to be heard in his meridians. These signs clearly indicate a breakthrough. Not enough. Gu Changqing suddenly took out all the remaining spirit stones at once. Boom! In an instant, a huge torrent of spiritual energy rushed into his body frantically. The swelling and pain in the meridians suddenly intensified, as if they were about to be torn apart. Gu Changqing did not stop, but instead increased his speed, eventually forming a vortex of energy in his Dantian acupoint, which surged wildly. Almost at the same time, his aura continued to rise until it reached the peak of the innate realm. More than 6,000 spirit stones can only raise my cultivation to the peak stage. It is not easy to completely break through the realm. Changqing opened his eyes. The gleam in his eyes quickly faded, but he was secretly sighing in his heart. To reach a certain realm of cultivation, a warrior must first condense his qi, then temper it step by step through acquired and innate abilities. Once the foundation is thoroughly solidified, he can then try to climb to the downmortal realm. Strictly speaking, the Daofan realm can be regarded as a true watershed. Once the breakthrough is made, the warrior's true energy will change from gas to liquid, and the body will undergo a transformation like a rebirth. Not only does their lifespan extend significantly, but they can also fly in the air for a short period of time, demonstrating their extraordinary abilities. However, if one wants to break through this realm, one must practice the 6th grade or higher martial arts techniques as a foundation, which cannot be easily achieved by simply piling up spirit stones. However, advanced skills of that level are almost entirely monopolized by major sects and ancient martial arts families. Without a special opportunity, an ordinary warrior would probably find it difficult to cross this watershed in his entire life. Master, 2 of your men are waiting outside the manor, and they have brought another person with them. At this moment, Shadow Spider's voice came in his mind, interrupting Changqing's thoughts. His expression changed slightly, and he realized that the sound transmission talisman in the storage ring had already vibrated slightly. "Boss, we are here. Are you available now?" Changqing waved his hand, and the talisman flew out at the same time, and Fong Baiyu's questioning voice followed. Since it is inconvenient for the shadow spiders to be exposed, they were left outside waiting. Changqing immediately stood up and used Shadow Step to rush out of the hall. The sky outside was already bright. When the door opened, Meng Jing and Fong Baiyu came into view. Behind them, there was a strange figure standing. Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze fell on that person. She was wearing a dark red dress, had a graceful figure, and her long black hair was loosely tied up with a jade hairpin. But when his eyes moved to the other person's face, Changqing's pupils suddenly contracted. This is clearly a man's face with sharp edges. Under the rough, sword-like eyebrows, the pair of narrow eyes were looking at him with a smile. "This is Sister Rong?" Changqing suppressed his surprise and looked at Fong Baiyu and asked. "Yes, he is Zhao Rong." Fong Baiyu grinned with a strange expression and said, "He is the brother that Meng Jing and I have been living together since childhood." "Oh no, brother and sister." Upon hearing this, Changqing took a deep breath. All along, Fong Baiyu and Meng Jing have always referred to Zhao Rong as Sister Rong. I never expected that the so-called Sister Rong was actually a S***************. Bosku, I've heard a lot about you. Zhao Rong slightly parted her red lips, her voice low and with a hint of femininity. Nice to meet you." Changqing swallowed secretly, and his calm tone fluctuated rarely. The sudden contrast made it difficult for him to adapt for a while. Afterwards, Changqing said nothing more and led them into the manor. Along the way, Zhao Rong looked around and keenly noticed the blood stains remaining in the corners. And Chen Kuei's subordinates were completely wiped out. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes at this. It seems that what Fong Baiyu said was true. Changqing's methods were indeed amazing. He destroyed Chen the dwarf's lair overnight. If you can follow it, it might be a good choice. In the hall, Changqing sat upright in the main seat and raised his hand to let them do as they pleased. Zhao Rong sat down directly, crossed her legs seductively, and her skirt slid down, revealing her muscular calves. Changqing suppressed the twitching of his mouth and quickly looked away. Boss Gu is indeed extraordinary. The gap between him and the intelligence information I have is quite large. Zhao Rong looked around and asked tentatively, "I wonder why you invited me here today? What advice do you have for me?" Changqing took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his state. Then he got straight to the point. I believe Meng Jing and the others have mentioned to you that I intend to let you serve as the agent of the Tianming Killer Company. That's natural. Zhao Rong smiled softly. Boss Gu's apparent identity is a doctor, and he doesn't want to reveal his identity outside. Now that there are no middlemen, the Destiny Killer Company must have an agent who can deal with it openly. And with my connections in both the black and white worlds, is undoubtedly just the right fit. At this point, he paused for a moment, then changed the subject. But I want to know, what is your true strength? Gu Changqing's eyes flashed, and he naturally understood the other party's implication, which was obviously trying to find out what cards he had in his hand. As an agent of the assassination team, I must know the power of the assassin team in the organization. Zhao Rong raised her feet and changed her sitting position, and said softly, otherwise, it would be difficult for me to accept tasks in the black market, and I would not be able to assess the degree of risk involved. For example, if we want to assassinate a martial arts master above the Daofan realm, can our assassins from the Destiny Killer line do it? Gu Changqing hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, in other words, you want to see the assassin's abilities? That's about it. Zhao Rong nodded and stared at Gu Changqing expectantly. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark shadow appeared silently on his shoulder, and the cold blade was already against his neck. The sudden chill made Zhao Rong's muscles tense instantly, and she dared not move. Before he could even glance at it from the corner of his eye, the mantis had already been taken into the system space by Gu Changqing. What's going on? Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing looked around in confusion. However, the mantis's figure flashed by so quickly that even the two of them did not notice it, as if it had never appeared like a ghost. A trace of cold sweat seeped out of Zhao Rong's forehead, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Not to mention how the mysterious assassin approached. We didn't even see his shadow. He came and went without a trace. How? Gu Changqing said calmly. He is just one of the assassins under my command. However, they have always been secretive and unwilling to be exposed. Zhao Rong took a breath of cold air when she heard this. If there were more than one such mysterious and powerful assassin, how terrifying would that be? Then he calmed down and forced a smile on his red lips. Boss Gu is indeed a man of hidden talents. It seems that I was worrying too much. Gu Changqing nodded slightly. Since you have confirmed my strength in the matter of the agent, my two brothers are now under your command. So how can I not come? Zhao Rong agreed without hesitation. I agree, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Gu Changqing looked at the other party silently and did not rush to agree. My two younger brothers have been obsessed with martial arts training since they were young, but unfortunately, they have always suffered from a lack of resources. Zhao Rong said in a gentle tone, so, I hope you can cultivate them more and not bury their talents. Hearing this, Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing felt warm in their hearts and were deeply moved. I originally thought that Sister Rong was going to discuss the terms of profit sharing with the boss, but unexpectedly, she was considering the two of them. That's not much of a condition. Gu Changqing smiled slightly. Actually, that's exactly what I meant. So, you can make one more request. Hearing this, Zhao Rong's heart suddenly trembled. She stared at Gu Changqing's generous and calm attitude in a daze, and was a little dazed for a moment. He bit his red lips lightly and raised his eyelids slightly. The more he looked at Changqing, the more he liked her. Not good. Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing exchanged glances. As friends who grew up together, they were very familiar with Zhao Rong's expression. Whenever her eyes narrowed slightly and her red lips bit unconsciously, it meant, since you were so generous, I will venture to make another request. Zhao Rong suddenly leaned forward, her voice even softer than before. I want to move to this manor and live with you. It will be more convenient when I report on the mission in the future. Upon hearing this request, Gu Changqing's breathing suddenly stagnated. The hairs on his body instantly stood up, and he subconsciously tightened the anus under his butt. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze for a moment. If Sister Rong likes this place, then you can stay here. Gu Changqing smiled awkwardly but politely. I usually have to see patients in the clinic and rarely come here. The manor is empty anyway. Thank you, boss. Zhao Rong pursed her red lips, a hint of complex emotions flashing across her eyes. Wow, master, you are so manly. Tiger B's teasing voice suddenly rang in Gu Changqing's mind. I can guarantee that this agent will absolutely work for you wholeheartedly in the future. Shut up. Gu Changqing cursed inwardly. Then he coughed lightly and quickly got to the point. Now that the assassination agent has been decided, let's talk business. In fact, Changqing has been secretly doing business with people in the imperial court, but now I have already connected with this secret line. It is expected that they will send people to Qingzhou City for negotiations in the next 2 days. When Feng Baiyu and others heard this, their eyes sparkled and they could not hide their admiration on their faces. If we can take over this channel from the imperial court, it will be an inexhaustible business. That's how it is. Gu Changqing turned his gaze to Zhao Rong and instructed, you will meet with that person privately and negotiate the price according to the industry rules. If we can't come to an agreement, leave immediately. Do you understand? Zhao Rong nodded solemnly. Boss, don't worry, I know what to do. Buzz. At this moment, Gu Changqing sensed unusual movement in the storage ring, and the source was the sound-transmitting jade talisman. Then he took it out, and a deep voice suddenly sounded. My people are already waiting at Zue Xianglu in Box 3.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.